Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday session of the California Coastal Commission. We'll begin with a roll call, please, Ms. Miller.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson.
Ho ho here.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
Here.
Commissioner Nodoff.
Here.
Commissioner Preciado.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Harmon.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Now we'll move to the virtual meeting procedures, please, Simone.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. For those who wish to address the Commission today, can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request form may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittals are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission agenda's webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comments may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comments are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through the meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedure.
Thank you very much. Apologies.
That's okay.
Now we will move to the agenda changes.
Thank you, Chair Harmon, and good morning. We have 5 changes to the agenda noted on the agenda changes memo posted to the online agenda, all proposed for the consent calendar as follows. First, item 12A has been moved to consent, which is an LCP amendment for Humboldt County. Next, item 13A has been moved to consent, a CDP application by Harris, also in Humboldt County. Next, item 15A has been moved to consent for a time extension for a San Mateo County LCP amendment. Next, 17A has been moved to consent for a City of Grover Beach LCP amendment. And finally, item 17B has been moved to consent for a City of Carmel-by-the-Sea LCP amendment. That concludes the changes to today's agenda. And that brings us to item 4, general public comment. With that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Chair.
Great, thank you, Mr. Teufel. Okay, thank you, Simone. Let's move to public comment, please.
For the members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it's your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comments at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as a panelist. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to the attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on your phone by dialing *6. First, we have Janet Rogers, Susan Simon, followed by Julia Chunher, followed by Peter Anderson. Please come up to the podium. Push the button on the base for the mic. There's a button on the base.
Okay, is that on? Okay, I'm still waiting for my slideshow. Oh, that's not the beginning. There we go. Okay. Good morning. I'm Janet Rogers, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition. We're reclaiming our public access from the Port of San Diego and its leaseholders and highlighting problems with the allowable land designation in the PMPU. Next slide. The port and leaseholders practice a pattern of deceit toward public access in the Embarcadero. Coastal permitted public access spaces are converted to commercial spaces like catch tapas and grill. Public trust doctrine is violated with an expensive private exclusionary club, the Reading Club in the Intercontinental. They abandon public space they can't monetize, like the Hilton Bayfront Public Pier. Next slide. These spaces are part of leases and coastal permits. They know them for what they do, not for what they say. The port preaches that they are working for all Californians, but actions suggest they are working for developers and corporations. We should not have to fight for our legally allocated public spaces. This is how they treat the public owners of the land. Believe us that Seaport and the PMPU are excessive development schemes to make money for the port developers and corporations. Next slide. The Coastal Commission staff is regaining our permitted public spaces from the port and leaseholders. They kicked Catch out and created 3,700 square foot public viewing deck at Portside Pier. Thank you. Next slide. The staff is making them finish the Hilton Bayfront Public Pier. Hilton built the concrete slab, then stopped, and the port erected a fence that says, "Keep out, no public access." The pier will open for the public next year. We'll keep you posted on the numerous other public access problems in the Embarcadero. Taking our public spaces is indicative of the port's attitude to public access. Please stop them. Next slide.
Good morning, Coastal Commissioners, staff, and attendees. My name is Susan Simon, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition. I'm continuing with concerns regarding the Port of San Diego creating their own land use definitions for recreation in their Port Master Plan update that are not consistent with the public trust doctrine. I turn your attention to this slide. First, let me highlight that of all the various definitions the port uses, only one activity, boat rentals, are designated as coastal related. Where are the public parks, plazas, and museums that have always been coastal related but are now devalued and relegated to be only coastal enhancing? Aren't the Midway and Star of India museums coastal dependent rather than enhancing? If they're not coastal dependent, get them out of the water and further inland as they block major enjoyment of the water from the water's edge. Most concerning, the coastal dependent Bayside Promenade has disappeared entirely. The port is destroying the definition of what is actually coastal related by referring to land-based public activities as coastal enhancing, a definition that does not exist in the public trust doctrine. Will member-only tennis clubs and the private reading club be considered attractions and enhancing? How about one-armed bandits at the convention center balcony, continuing the port's logic that if you can see the water from the activity, it is coastal enhancing? Even the grandfathered-in golf course on Coronado is listed as coastal enhancing, even though it is a non-coastal related activity. What makes this example even worse is that the port is claiming the large golf course acreage in its recreation open space calculations when it is neither free nor open to the public to picnic or lounge upon its turf. Golf is an expensive commercial recreation use and is not a primary use on tidelands. Please stop the port's abuse of the public trust doctrine and the inherent loss of public access recreation under land-based coastal dependent and coastal related activities. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Julia Chen here with the California Coastal Protection Network. And as you know, the federal administration has proposed to open the entire coast of California and federal waters to oil and gas leases for the next 5 years, with comments due January 23rd. I want to echo the comments made by Surfrider yesterday and wanted to make sure that you understand that there's really wide public opposition to this proposal. In fact, CCPN, Surfrider, Wild Coast, and Oceana hosted a people's meeting last week in Encinitas. Over 200 people attended on a December night. It was standing room only. We were providing information on what was proposed and what people could do about it. So we hope that you will take a strong stance on this proposal. We thank you for your willingness to submit comments, as I heard yesterday. And we at CCPN look forward to continuing to work with you to safeguard our coast from these polluting industries that are just not worth the risk. Thank you.
Peter Anderson.
I was designated as a speaker in this session. I was actually commenting on Diablo Canyon. They've corrected it on the computer, so I'm going to pass at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Zoom now. So next is Lucia Casanuevo, Tim Sadico, and then Martin Busser. Lucia, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and speak, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to speak for the Oceano Beach Community Association, Sierra Club, Center for Biological Diversity, Defenders of Wildlife, Chumash Tribal Council, and Concerned Citizens for Clean Air. We are here to remind you that in 2021, you unanimously banned OHV use on the Oceano Beach and dunes. However, the courts ruled that you had exceeded your authority and that only San Luis Obispo County can amend its LCP to regulate OHV use. Now, also recently, a U.S. District Court found that state parks at the ODSVRA violate the Federal Endangered Species Act. Therefore, we wrote our board, the SLO County Board, to request a review and an amendment of our LCP so that it conforms with your ruling and with the Coastal Act and the Endangered Species Act. So now we need you to please submit and suggest to San Luis Obispo County that it review and amend its LCP so that our county may review the LCP, amend it, and phase out OHV. In the meantime, our county could impose a moratorium while the things are being worked out. So after the decision in 2021, which was a wonderful decision for which I honor you and appreciate you, you just can't sit there and do nothing. Please follow up and write to our county so the LCP is modified and the environment is protected at Oceano Beach and dunes. And we thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Next is Tim Sudikow, followed by Martin Busser, followed by Angelina Niglia, Nigla, no. Tim, I've unmuted you. Looks like you're on the phone. To unmute, do *6. Tim, use *6 to unmute. Okay, we'll come back to Tim. Let's go ahead to Martin Busser.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
I have a video. Can you, I have Zoom. You want me, is there a way to connect?
Well, we tried to move you over and you kept declining it.
Yeah, here.
So let's promote you to panelist. This time, don't decline.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Okay, well, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Martin Busser, and I'm a resident of San Diego County. Today, I'd like to comment on the approved development at 501 Sandpoint Road, right at the mouth of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh wetland. My concern is I have deep concerns about this and significant questions about this project. First of all, though, I'd like to thank all of you for your service on the Coastal Commission. You play a vital role in protecting California's delicate balance between wetland protection and the need for land development. The center actor in this case is a vital state protected wetland that may be placed at risk. As you know, wetlands act as nature's filter system, making them essential for both ecological balance and human well-being. So tampering with them is one of the most sensitive areas you will deal with. My concern is, did you check all the boxes before approving this project, such as a thorough, exhaustive evaluation of its impact, an approval containing comprehensive and stringent conditions to ensure the protection of the wetlands? 3, adherence to the laws set forth in the Coastal Act and CEQA. 4, sufficient public and scientific input. And 5, and probably most important, review of the legal precedents that are being set by this case that have dangerous long-term ramifications. If so, then you can stand by your decision to approve. If not, then further analysis should be conducted. As my mom used to tell me, it's never the wrong time to make the right decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Angelina Neglia. Angelina, if you can unmute yourself.
Unmute there. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Did you receive my couple of photos that I had sent? If not,
No.
it's not. If not, don't worry about it.
No,
you
we
can
didn't.
just start. You'll find them in your inboxes. I'm Angelina Neglia, the leader of the Coalition for Safer Trains, based out of Del Mar, but we represent the cities from Oceanside down to Sorrento Valley. And really, we're representing the short list of the Northern Yellow Line that is now currently being accepted and in the notice of preparation in the EIR right now, being studied by SANDAG. But I'm seeing my concerns, and that's what I'm bringing them to you regarding. Terry Gaslin talked yesterday, I believe, regarding the beach access, public access, and the shock of the massive moat that's at the bottom of 11th Street in Del Mar, which is preventing beach access or very dangerous beach access. And it's basically a huge moat at this point where the finished product doesn't really look like the design drawings. And my concern is if any of the alignments that SANDAG is proposing in Del Mar will be the same way. You know, design drawings are very different to reality, and that's our huge concern if they're going to be for Camino del Mar and Crest Canyon alignments, they are proposing to demolish 35 to 50 homes in the north end of Del Mar and 50 homes in the south end of Del Mar for portals, sitting in floodplains, sea level rise. The portals would have flood walls, floodgates, and we already see the sand building up at Dog Beach at the home that's in the southern end of the San Dieguito River, sitting on the south side of the river, where the sand, they'll do mitigation. There's a lot of things that I want you guys to really be on top of in terms of the Sandag project, whichever alignment is chosen, because it doesn't represent the drawings that we're going to see the devastation in reality, like the north and south end of Del Mar, when they just say a portal, well, there's going to be eminent domain of homes and businesses. So I really ask you to be on top of watching this project and being forceful in asking for design and engineering drawings, because Del Mar can't be the lead agency, even though there'll be decisions and permits made within Del Mar, which we're very concerned of. I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Purcell, followed by Tim Sudakal. We're going to try you guys again. Please do not decline if we promote you to panelist. So Leslie Purcell. Leslie, if you can unmute yourself.
Morning, Coastal Commission. I'm Leslie Purcell. I'm in Ventura, and I would like to also acknowledge Vanessa's service and her friendliness and helpfulness over the years at the Coastal Commission hearings. I'm calling in regard to fireworks, and I know there were people speaking about this yesterday, and there have been in previous meetings. In Ventura, we have what is usually a delightful harbor holiday boat parade, and it happens on Friday and Saturday this week. And they also shoot off fireworks after the boats have paraded around with their lights and music and so on. And last year I was down by the harbor, and the noise from the fireworks was very, very loud and excessive and frightening to people that were there with their little kids and dogs. And there's actually a residential community down there now that is impacted by this. So I'm wondering, do they need a coastal development permit for 2 nights of fireworks? And if not, why not? Because it is very disturbing. There are herons that nest down by the harbor. There are harbor seals and other wildlife as well. So I'm just raising this issue in regard to fireworks and permitting, because it is a recurring issue here. And there are quiet fireworks available. I believe Costa Mesa has been using them for several years. So you can still have light without the explosions. And also drone shows are being favored in some places, and we need to move towards that direction so as not to thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tim Sudakal. I'm going to try you. I see another name, just Tim. We're going to try to promote that to panelists. Hopefully that's you. And then we're also going to try our phone number. If you're on the phone number, Tim, please use *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. Hello, this is Tim.
Hi, Tim. We can hear you, but we're getting a feedback. We're getting feedback.
Okay. Can we, all right.
You're going to have to mute
go ahead.
the other device you have,
hold on.
Tim. You're going to have to mute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. We hear you.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Coastal Commissioners. My name is Tim Sudakal. I'm a resident of Gover Beach for 20 plus years. I, as well as many other residents, are concerned that the city of Gover Beach is not in conformity with the public protection of our coastal view and character of our beach town under California Coastal Act sections 30251 and 30253. We understand and support the progressive growth and state mandates for more housing, but consideration must be made to protect our beautiful coastal public views for all construction in our coastal zone. There are many multi-level and mixed-use projects being considered or under current construction in Grover Beach that are 40 feet or higher that will impact the aforementioned protections under the California Coastal Act. I had some pictures sent in, but obviously they weren't accepted because they weren't in PDF, but I was hoping that the pictures would depict the obstruction from our public roadways of our public coastal view and the change in character of our neighborhood.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I believe you're speaking on an item that is on our agenda. It was put on the consent calendar in Grover Beach. So I think, can we?
No, this is just general.
It's general? Okay. All right, please continue.
Yeah. Yeah, this is other projects that are involved. It's not on the proposed amendment, but so the height and bulk of the proposed and current construction of mixed-use buildings intrude and will intrude into the public view corridors of the ocean dunes and shorelines from our public roadways. We believe these projects are not in conformity with protections of the California Coastal Act and Grover Beach's mandatory policy under their local coastal program and land use. We respectfully request the Coastal Commission staff and commissioners to take the time to review the findings and recommendations of our Planning Commission on all development requests within our coastal zone with great caution. Once our public views are taken away, it cannot be undone. The California Coastal Act allows the Coastal Commission to require height reductions, setbacks, massing and siting changes, view corridor preservation, and landscaping adjustments. And I'm sorry that you weren't able to view the pictures, but if I can still send them in. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a couple of people that are not showing up on Zoom, so I'm going to call your name in Andy Patrick, McGregor Lang, Kelvin Coveduck, Stephanie Tarkington, Diane Wolk, and Winnie Thompson. If you hear me speak your name, please use the raise hand function. If you're doing it by phone, you can do *9. Okay. Looks like none of them are here, so the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Simone.
Thank you.
Okay, I will turn back to the commission, see if there are any questions or comments. Commissioner O'Malley.
Thank you. Really quick, I wanted to ask about one of the speakers mentioned a court case about the OTV and the endangered species. Luis, do we know anything about that? I don't.
Yes, we were not a party to that litigation. It was the Center for Biological Diversity that brought that case.
I got you. All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This Ventura issue about the fireworks, any response to that?
Only to say, I think we're hearing a lot of public comment about concerns related to fireworks. I don't know the specific information related to Ventura and status of any actions there, but again, I think in line with where the commission has been in the past, anything that we're aware of that we have a chance to work with local governments to explore drone shows or other options we've been working towards. I just don't know. I don't know the specific status of Ventura.
Maybe perhaps, especially since Cassidy's at the table, I'm going to look at him and just to, in case they, to answer that question of whether that activity, what they're doing, 2-day firework activity requires a CDP, I think it might be helpful for us to know.
We can check in too with our Ventura staff, and Steve will probably be the best person to understand at least the status and whether we have done a CDP
just the
or
one
not.
Who lives in Ventura? No, okay, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you as always to the public for your testimony. Okay, now we will move on to the consent calendar, Mr. Teufel.
Thank you. Just for those tracking the agenda, we don't have any items agendized on the consent calendar under item 5, so we will move to item 6. Items moved to the consent calendar. So item 6, as I said, is for items to be moved from the regular to the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there are 5 items that staff recommends be moved to the consent calendar, and those are item 12A for an LCP amendment in Humboldt County, item 13A for a CDP application by Harris in Humboldt County, item 15A, a time extension for San Mateo County LCP amendment, item 17A for a City of Grover Beach LCP amendment, and item 17B for a City of Carmel-by-the-Sea LCP amendment. I'd note that we received a few objections to item 17A, which is the City of Grover Beach's implementation plan cleanup amendment, with a focus on updating the LCP to be consistent with recent changes in state ADU and housing law. These objections suggest that the city did not have an adequate local process and that the commission should continue the matter to allow for more public engagement. One objection also suggests that the LCP amendment will have serious coastal resource impacts. However, the city went through several local processes for these amendments last year, then worked with HCD to make changes that HCD wanted. Then this year they took it through the Planning Commission hearing and 2 City Council hearings. In other words, the city did a normal LCP amendment process, and the interested public has had ample time and process to contribute their thoughts. We don't see the need for the commission to continue this matter. As to a claim that this amendment will lead to undue coastal resource impacts, Central Coast District staff have considered the concerns and simply do not agree. All of the LCP's coastal resource protection provisions remain as strong after this amendment as before, and we don't see a scenario where the changes could be used to lead to some sort of significant resource impacts. I'd also note that the city responded to these comments in their own correspondence on this item, and we concur with those comments as well. So we continue to believe that the amendment should be approved as submitted on the consent calendar. Staff is not aware of any opposition to the other projects moved to the consent calendar, and the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations. We're therefore recommending that the commission vote and approve this item.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Okay, seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on any of these items?
Yes, it looks like we have a total of 4, but I'm only seeing 2 right now. So we'll go with Debbie Peterson. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself, and then we'll go to Brenda Auer after that. For 17A, sorry, TH 17A. Debbie Peterson. So, okay, let's just try to unmute you, Debbie. Debbie, can you unmute yourself? Okay, she declined, so let's try Brenda. Brenda, if you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, Brenda Auer here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
I am a local resident of Grover Beach of well over 25 years. I'm also a local real estate broker, and I want to plead upon the commission. Please, before you make any changes to our plan through the Coastal Commission, please come and visit us. Your next meeting is in the spring. Come and see us, see what they're doing to our town. We're a very small community. Our population doesn't go up, it's been going down. We're only 1,300, close to 14,000 population. Our median income for a family of 2 is $81,000. Our coastal public views are being taken away to build condos. A 1-bedroom condo ranges anywhere from $5 to $1 million. 3 bedrooms can range up to $2 million. That's not for the common worker. When they say they're changing things in Grover for the workers here, that's not true. Please come and visit our little town and see for yourself before you assist the builders in changing everything we've worked for in this small little beach community. Come check it out. Be my guest. I'll help you find a lovely place to stay. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Debbie Peterson, I'm going to try to promote you to panelist again. Can you please not decline so we can hear what you have to say? And then we also have Megan Martin and Pamela Storton. We don't see you on Zoom. If you are on Zoom or by phone, please dial star 9 to raise your hand. If you're by phone or on Zoom, just please. Okay. Oh.
I'm not ready.
Debbie Peterson. Oh, she's not. Okay, we can go to somebody else. Let me see real quick since you're not ready. Okay, I see a hand for Megan Elovich. I'm assuming that might be her maiden name. I'm assuming you're Megan Martin. So let's try that real quick. Megan Elovich, are you Megan Martin?
Yes,
Okay.
that is me. That's my maiden name.
Got you. Okay, go ahead and speak.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Megan Martin. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Grover Beach. As a representative of the city, I'm here to provide public comment and make myself available to answer any questions you may have on the LCP application item TH17A. As I mentioned in my correspondence, I want to begin and express just the city's appreciation for the Central Coast Division staff's time, collaboration, and detailed review throughout this process. Their assistance has been absolutely invaluable. This LCP amendment is the product of nearly 2 years of effort. Following the previous code update in 2022, the city committed to regularly auditing our code and implementation plan. These amendments reflect that effort and city staff's experience with development review, incorporating best practices, improving transparency and procedural requirements for both coastal and non-coastal permitting, and responding to guidance from Coastal Commission staff and the Housing and Community Development Department staff for our ADU ordinance. Many updates ensure compliance with state housing mandates, while others streamline the code by removing barriers and improving clarity and consistency. I thank you so much for your consideration today and for yours and your staff's ongoing partnership in supporting responsible coastal planning in Grover Beach. I ask for your approval of the LCP amendments and am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Megan. Pamela Storton, if you are online again, please raise your hand. If not, Debbie Peterson, I hope you're ready.
Hello, this is Debbie Peterson, and Pam Storton is with me, so if she could just continue after I'm done. We were expecting this to come up a lot later this afternoon, but so we're not really prepared to speak. However, there is a lot of concern locally about the fact that all these amendments have been piecemealed. They've come through to the community at various times, and the community hasn't had an opportunity to review the whole thing. So what we were hoping could happen is that this item could be heard, not now, but that you would extend it so that it could be heard when you're closer and we don't have to travel to the southern border from the Central Coast. So that's our main request. And also, one of our other concerns of the community is that lip service is given to all of the protected views from our streets, from our community. However, every single one of those is being decimated, and our local coastal program is not being followed. And I have the authority to say so because I was the mayor in 2014 when the Coastal Commission approved our local coastal program. So we are reliant on you as a Coastal Commission to make sure that we fulfill the voter mandate, which is to protect the precious, irreplaceable views from our streets in Grover Beach. And I'm going to have Pam join right now.
Okay, just so you understand, you still have 50 seconds left to finish whatever you need to say. And then Debbie's going to go ahead. Or Pamela.
I think Debbie's finished. I'm Pamela Storton.
Okay, your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I'd also like to speak on the protection of the coastal areas. Your job as the Coastal Commission since pre-1975, I believe, has been to protect the coast and protect the views of the public views and protect the people. That is not happening. The City of Grover Beach and staff have refused to do so and listen to the people who had a visioning plan early on in the coastal areas. That's been sidestepped for massive development that is not has not met the coastal, the intent and the spirit of the local coastal plan and the protection of our views. Also, I'd like to mention that there has been some manipulation by staff to put visitor serving areas on second stories, very minimal visitor serving for the coastal district, the coastal zone, and putting residential on those ground floors that were intended to be visitor serving services. These are taking away the rights of the public, the people who do not live in the area, to have services that serve them when they visit the coast, both at Grover Beach Ramp and Oceano onto the State Beach and along Grand Avenue. By taking away and shortening or lessening the visitor serving and putting those on second or third stories or wherever it might be, has taken away the people's right to visit. And my concern is when every coastal town starts to look the same with the Lego Minecraft buildings, that there is no need for people to come to the coast when you've lost the character and the charm and the views and all the coast has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes all of our public comments.
Great, thank you very much. I'll return to staff if they have any responses. Dr. Huckelbridge.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask some of our Central Coast staff to respond to some of the commenters today. They're online.
Yes, just briefly, the proposed LCP amendments in regard to item 17A, the proposed LCP amendments do not modify height limits or impact public protected views, and staff believes that any potential coastal resource issues can largely be addressed appropriately by the existing LCP policies and any of those existing requirements for any proposed development.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll return to the commission. Any questions? Commissioner Wilson.
And just to confirm with staff, the ADUs have now been exempted from our appeal process. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that part of this? And so what I'm getting at is like, it's really going to be up to local staff to make those determinations. And as we had mentioned before, it's like typically ADU appeals are neighbor on neighbor. They tend to be fairly resourced. And now the burden is going to be on local jurisdictions to deal with this directly, those potential legal pitfalls. And then where this commission used to review those through our very our very competent legal staff and get the sort of stamp of approval from the State Attorney General's office, the property owners now don't have that process, that due process anymore. It's just strictly at the local level, and that the local jurisdiction is now going to carry the legal burden of these determinations. Do I have that correct?
There is a lot there, but there is a recent legislation that does remove the commission's appellate jurisdiction over ADUs.
Right. Okay. All in the name of reducing red tape. But what's now so, and I would say that I think what was also sort of hit on is like, and again, as everyone knows, I am a big staunch housing advocate, 100%, and I love ADUs. I think they're great, but the pressure financially in terms of what we call the mansion expansion exemption, which means that people are adding ADUs, and we're seeing this in local jurisdictions where there's high pressure from external financial, just basically the pressure on these local communities is external. It's not from there, and so what we're hearing from local communities is that people are building ADUs, and then 6 months later they just kind of move. They just become part of the house under those exemptions, and we don't have a way to now really monitor that or account for that. But also just the pressure to that box that the person was speaking to, the pressure to maximize the square footage because these are financial investments, not necessarily housing. And so this is a problem. So I'm getting at, I don't know if we can solve that here today, but want to recognize that the closer you get to the water, the less likely it is this will be someone's housing, unless there's legal ways to make it housing or ways to monitor that. Nonetheless, I think that's just a part of what is overall a good concept, which is get more ADUs on the landscape of California. I just think in these very narrow spaces, there are other considerations, I guess you'd say, that we need to consider at some point, but that's not going to be today. I just wanted to point out that we are under a lot of pressure to build more housing. I'm just hoping that when things are built, people actually live in the boxes that are built. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Do any members of this commission, oh, excuse me, Commissioner Notoff.
Oh, I was prepared to make a motion.
Okay, please.
Move approval of the consent calendar removed from the regular calendar.
Yeah, and I just one final note, which is that when you build these sorts of developments, they don't reduce the cost of housing, because what happens is you actually make communities have higher value properties, which actually makes everything else more expensive. So
yeah,
it's
and
one
I
of
just
those things.
And I wanted to also just thank the member of the public for inviting us to Grover Beach. But I would say that a number of us, we met in Pismo recently, and several of us were able to visit Grover and Oceano Dunes. It's beautiful.
Thank you. All right, that's a motion by Commissioner Notoff, a second by Vice Chair Hart. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yep.
Wilson, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much. The consent calendar is adopted. So now I will return to Mr. Teufel for the DDR.
Thank you, Chair. That brings us to item 7 and the Deputy Director report for the Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Division. We have 1 waiver for your consideration today and 2 negative determinations to report. I don't believe we have any speakers signed up on this item, so would therefore ask whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waiver in the DDR.
Are there any ex partes? Any speakers?
None.
Okay, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any items reported in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objection, the commission concurs. Okay, thank you, and it's to you again, Mr. Teufel.
Thank you. So our next item is item 8A, a CDP application for a pilot desalination project in the city of Fort Bragg. I'd like to congratulate the Commission's Sea Grant Fellow, Sydney Schmitter, for the excellent work on this item and invite her to provide the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. This is item 8A. The City of Fort Bragg proposes to deploy a floating wave-powered desalination buoy produced by Onika Technologies, also known as the Iceberg Buoy, about half a mile offshore from the city's wastewater treatment plant. This pilot project would test a technology that uses wave power to generate fresh water without onshore electricity. As part of the test, the buoy would produce up to 13,200 gallons of desalinated water per day, which would be conveyed from the buoy via a seafloor pipeline to the city's wastewater treatment plant for analysis. That analysis would determine whether the desalinated water meets drinking water standards, and after testing, the water would be discharged through the city's existing outfall. The primary purpose of the project is to gather 12 months of operational data to evaluate whether this technology could support a future, larger-scale deployment of desalination buoys. Next slide, please. Installation of the desalination buoy would be completed by divers and support vessels and involves setting a primary and secondary mooring system to anchor the buoy in place. A pipeline would then be connected to the base of the buoy and laid along the seafloor to connect to the wastewater treatment plant at the top of the bluff. Next slide, please. The buoy would be located within a biologically rich area in the vicinity of 2 state marine protected areas. Given this context, staff focused its review on 3 main marine resource issues. The first being impacts to marine life from seawater entrainment and brine discharge. The second being impacts to hard substrate habitat and sensitive species. And the third being entanglement risk to marine wildlife. Next slide, please. The buoy system would draw in seawater and discharge brine, which can affect marine life and local water quality. Intake operations could entrain small organisms like plankton, fish eggs, and larvae, or impinge larger organisms like fish against the intake screens. Brine discharge can also alter salinity and temperature in the immediate area, potentially impacting sensitive species. To minimize these effects, the buoy is designed with a 60-micron mesh intake screen that excludes all but the smallest plankton. This type of screen can be used due to the very low intake volume and velocity of buoy. Its low intake velocity also reduces the risk of impingement, and the small scale and short duration of the pilot project would ensure that the total volume of seawater intake would be small and the resulting impacts minor. Nevertheless, the city has also proposed voluntary mitigation to help offset the project's effects. We are also recommending a special condition requiring plankton monitoring and reporting to confirm the project's effects are minor. For brine discharge, the buoy passively releases concentrated seawater through the same structure used for intake. A dilution study demonstrated that salinity would return to near ambient levels within 12 horizontal inches of the discharge point, consistent with California Ocean Plan standards. Next slide, please. 2 sensitive species may be affected by the project, which are red abalone and sunflower sea star. Red abalone have been important for recreational and commercial fisheries in the past and are culturally significant for tribes as well. This species is the focus of a recovery plan currently under development by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Sunflower sea stars are keystone predators essential for controlling purple urchin populations and maintaining healthy kelp forest ecosystems. Following widespread mortality from sea star wasting syndrome, sunflower sea stars are currently proposed for listing under the Federal Endangered Species Act. Although very rare, there is a chance that these species could be present within the project footprint and therefore have the potential to be disturbed during installation of the buoy's mooring system and pipeline, and later during decommissioning. To mitigate this risk, Special Condition 4 requires a red abalone and sunflower sea star survey and relocation plan prior to construction. These protocols were developed in coordination with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Service. All relocation must be conducted by a qualified diver, and construction cannot begin until both species are confirmed absent from the work area. While the majority of the project's pipeline would be installed on soft bottom habitat, approximately 400 to 700 feet would cross an area of rocky reef. To address this, Special Condition 5 requires the city to contribute funding to support local kelp restoration efforts. Mitigation funds would be used to support kelp outplanting and urchin removal to help address ongoing local challenges and to aid in the recovery of kelp forest habitat. Next slide, please. The buoy would be located in an area frequented by migrating and foraging whales, pinnipeds, sea turtles, and large fish, and project components such as mooring lines and a suspended segment of the pipeline could present a risk of entanglement for these species. To minimize this risk, the city has developed an entanglement plan, which implements tight mooring lines to avoid slack loops from forming, encasing accessory lines with semi-rigid piping, scheduled inspections, rapid response protocols, and coordination with the National Marine Fisheries Service and local stranding networks. Special Condition 6 would also require additional measures to minimize entanglement risks, including more specific inspection criteria, a higher inspection frequency, and expanded reporting. Next slide, please. With the proposed special conditions and avoidance and minimization measures, staff recommends that the Commission find that the project complies with Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. The motion and resolution are on page 4 of the staff report. Staff are available for questions along with John Smith from the City of Fort Bragg, Eric Miller from Miller Marine Sciences, Timothy Hogan from TWB Environmental Research and Consulting, and Ricky Watkins from Onika Technologies. Thank you. That concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes to report? Okay, seeing none. I will turn it over to Simone and Chris. Any public comment?
Yes, so we have Eric Miller, he should be here, and Ricky Watson's on Zoom, the applicant and representative. Eric Miller. Push the button on the base.
Had a PowerPoint I was hoping you could bring up. There, Ricky and I will present.
How much time did you need?
I think we had asked for about 8 minutes.
Okay, so 8 minutes, and then we're also promoting Ricky Watson as well to panelists.
Thank you. Again, Eric Miller, Miller Marine Science and Consulting, and we have John Smith on the phone. He is with the City of Fort Bragg, as well as Ricky Watkins from Onika Technologies. Thank you, staff, for a great staff report. We really appreciated working with you. It's been a fantastic project to work on, trying to bring new technologies to the state of California. This is the first attempt to bring some of the emerging technologies for desalination to the state to try and see how well they work, and also assess whether or not they will, what sort of impact they'll have on the marine environment and bring water to the California coast. Next slide, please. So obviously the city of Fort Bragg, it's revitalizing its local economy with the transition to a blue economy, and this is a key element of that. Over years, there has been inactive logging infrastructure that is gradually being repurposed by the city to generate a sustainable, environmentally friendly economy within the cities and maintain the city's existing culture. Like most of California, one of their primary challenges is the lack of a drought-proof local water supply. Next slide, please. Recent emergency actions that have occurred since 2020, they have had to install a containerized desalination unit to treat brackish water during the years when the Noyo River was not flowing well enough due to the drought, and seawater intrusion was moving up the river. So they needed to install this brackish desalination unit to maintain their local supply. The city, as a result of all of this, the city identified Onika Water Desalination Buoy as a potential long-term solution because it did not require extra power, and it could deliver water on a reliable basis without the need for any rainfall. This pilot study is designed to investigate the buoy's operation and performance while collecting data for a potential full utility scale installation here in California. Next slide, please. As part of our ongoing efforts, the Department of Water Resources, California Department of Water Resources awarded a grant to the project for $1.49 million to help offset some of the costs. And these funds are contingent upon the successful permitting of the project. To date, just to update everyone, we have gone through CEQA. A mitigating negative declaration was approved by the city on May 28th of this year. California State Lands Commission issued a lease on August 21st. The North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board enrolled this project in the low threat discharge general permit on August 29th. And the California Coastal Commission, we are here today for the coastal development permit, and we will soon hopefully be receiving the Army Corps of Engineers permit. I think it's nationwide 5 is what we're looking for. And we'll also have to coordinate with the United States Coast Guard because it is a buoy that's going to be moored offshore for 12 months. Next slide. And I believe now I'm going to transition over to Ricky to present these next slides.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ricky Watkins. I'm the Director of Operations for Onika Technologies. We're super excited to do this pilot study, and I'm going to present to you a bit about our technology and what we do. So we developed water desalination buoys. These buoys, as you can see in this image, are moored offshore, anchored with a central anchor and a secondary mooring spread like Sydney showed. And we generate permeate water, which is pumped to the shore and then distributed locally. The advantages of our tech is that is zero greenhouse gas emission producing, using the renewable source of waves to create power. We don't use any land use for desalination compared to conventional desalination. And our brine discharge is low in salinity and dilutes really quickly, like Sydney explained, as well as our seawater intake is safe for most marine life. The solution is also grid independent and decentralized, making it great for remote communities and to not make any sort of a strain on local infrastructure. And as a part of it, it's portable, making it installable virtually anywhere on the coast. Next slide, please. So here, explaining a bit how our technology works. As I mentioned, the buoy is anchored via a deadweight that sits on the seafloor, and then it's held down with a specialized cord. As the buoy moves up and down waves, it kind of acts like a bike pump, where as it moves up in the wave, it draws in water using that cord. And then as it moves down the wave, it pressurizes the water within that pump chamber, pushing it through our reverse osmosis process plant. And on one side puts our low salinity brine, and on the other side, our permeate water, which is then pumped to shore. Next slide, please. These images illustrate the iceberg class buoy, which we'd like to install off the city of Fort Bragg. It is entirely on buoy in terms of the process plant, all types of sensors and communication to shore to understand what's going on the buoy. It's moored offshore and then would pump fresh water to the shore, which you can kind of see in the background there. Next slide, please. So to put this back in the context, which Eric mentioned, the pilot project and our technology, it represents a transition for coastal communities like Fort Bragg to improve drought resistance, as well as align them with blue economy initiatives like Fort Bragg is trying to undertake. And as well, to wrap it all up, increase resiliency to climate change, providing fresh water from renewable sources. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Ricky. So we will be here to answer any questions you may have, but we really want to thank the commission, and we want to thank your great staff for all the great work that they've done on this project. We're very excited to bring this technology to the state and really see how well it works and help add to our toolbox. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Simone.
Okay, so next we have on Zoom Heidi Harmon, former mayor of San Luis Obispo. Heidi, we just want to make sure that you wanted to speak on this item and not 8B, 9A.
Yes, I am here for the next item. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so we have Keenan Murray, should be in person, come up to the podium, and then Amber Perrin, you're also have it for attending and on Zoom, so we're just trying to make sure. So if you guys can raise your hand, just need clarification on. Amber's on Zoom, Amber Perrin's on Zoom, Keenan Murray. Okay, we see Zoom user. Let me go ahead and allow this. Okay, Keenan Murray, is that you? We've unmuted you.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and speak.
Great, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for being here. As said, my name is Keenan. I'm a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. If this project continues, I ask that the weekly and ideally more frequent entanglement monitoring continue for the project's term. According to the 2024 NOAA Entanglement Report, last year saw a record number of whale entanglements at 95, and a quarter of those were in California waters, with humpback whales being the most frequent. The most common entanglement gear involved is vertical lines in the water column, such as mooring lines. 14 humpback whale discrete population segments, or DPSs, are recognized under the Endangered Species Act. While 10 of these are no longer threatened, the 2 that frequent the California coast remain listed. The Mexican DPS is threatened, and the Central American DPS is endangered. Ultimately, let's avoid more vertical lines in the water column and contribute to delisting these two DPSs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Amber Perrin. Can unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am also a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and I would just like to tell the commissioners that I support Special Condition 6 of the Entanglement Plan, which requires the increased inspection frequency for entanglements of marine wildlife. I feel this requirement is especially important during migration seasons. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Madison Schroeder, followed by Jill Zamek, followed by Jack Neef and Timothy Hogan. And then three that we don't see is Eileen Boken, Sophia Marquise, and Layla Kabugas. So if you guys are available, please raise your hand feature on the Zoom. Madison Schroeder, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I am so sorry. I think I meant to sign up for AB9A. Is that still possible? The
Yes.
Diablo Canyon.
Yes, we'll
Thank
move you over, okay? Just stay
Thank
on
you so
Zoom.
much. So sorry.
That's okay, thank you. So next we'll do Jill Zamek. I'm going to promote you to panelist. And then Jack Neef will be promoting you to panelist as well after Jill speaks.
I also signed up for the Diablo Canyon issue.
Okay. Jack, did you also sign up for the wrong one too? Jack, if you can accept. Jack Neef. Okay, let's try to unmute Jack. Jack, if you can unmute yourself, please. Okay, nothing from Jack. Let's try Timothy Hogan. We're going to promote you to panelist. If you can unmute yourself, please. I see you're promoted.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I'm really just here and filled out the speaker card to make myself available for questions should they pop up. That was part of the environmental team working with Eric at Miller Marine Science on this one.
Okay, perfect. I don't think they have any questions right now. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes. Again, we'll try Jack Neef. Neef, if you want to get on, or Eileen Boken, Sophie Marquise, and Layla Kabugas. If you guys are available, please raise your hand one more time. I see one that's iPhone. Let's allow you to talk. Can you please state your name?
Layla Kabugos. But I also signed up for the Diablo item. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we'll switch you over for that as well, okay? All right, that concludes our comments.
Thank you very much, Simone. I'm looking at our staff to see if they have any closing comments. No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll all return to the commission, and I'll begin with Commissioner O'Malley, please, if he's ready.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple quick question. This is pretty amazing. Been fairly sort of involved in desal technology, especially down here in San Diego. Just a more technical question. I imagine that the eventual project is trying to provide potable water to parts of California. And my question is, I see that it takes in within about 66,000 gallons, but would produce 13,000 gallons of desalinated water. And I'm curious about the loss there, like the difference in, the delta in what's taken in and what's produced. And then I guess my second question while I'm at it is, it's going to the wastewater system. I get this as a pilot project, but is there any way that could be beneficially reused even during this 12 months? And that's, yeah, so thanks, appreciate it.
Sure. Let me, I'll take a first hack at those. So the delta between the intake and the permeate production, that's partly on purpose because that keeps our brine at a fairly low concentration, so it dilutes very rapidly. And that's one of our key features of this project. We can, as time evolves and the technology continues to improve, we can ramp up that recovery rate over time. But for this pilot study, we wanted to make sure we were doing it as benign as possible and just test the technology and test everything and figure out what the environmental impact would be of the project so that we can then use that when we go forward for any utility scale installations. So it's all on purpose, low recovery, less dense brine that mixes a lot easier. It has far less effect on the environment. As was pointed out, we're within a couple feet of the discharge point where we reach ambient salinity. So, and then beneficial reuse. In all honesty, I would have to punt that back to the North Coast Water Board. As part of our, it's not potable water just simply because it has not gone through the testing phases to be demonstrated as potable and meet drinking water standards yet. That's part of the purpose of this study, is to collect those samples and make those tests and demonstrate that. We have let the city know, it's going to come into city property at the wastewater treatment plant if they want to use it to water plants or any on-plant activities that they would usually use potable water for. It's fully within their ability to use this.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart, please.
Thanks. Okay. My questions are going to be of staff to begin with. So this will go to Sydney. I want to start out by asking whether this technology is used anywhere else that we know of.
Yeah, feel free to correct me, Ricky and Eric, but I believe you have buoys in Florida and Chile. Feel free to expand. I don't know if it's the exact iceberg model, but yeah.
That's correct. We currently have an iceberg class buoy off the Atlantic coast in Florida. And last year we had our smaller previous generation of buoy in Chile installed and operating.
And have there been any issues, whether it's entanglement or any other issues with those projects?
No, we have not encountered any entanglement issues in either locations.
Okay, great. How far out from shore is it? That would be, I guess, back, could be to you or Sydney or whoever would like to respond.
I can take it. It's a half-mile offshore from the Fort Bragg wastewater treatment plant.
And I would note it's within Mill Bay, so we are actually inside of a headland to help not eliminate the potential for whale entanglements or marine mammal entanglements, but it does kind of pull us outside of the normal migratory routes, or at least for the great whales.
So it's visible. It's visible from that shoreline, though.
Yes, it will be. Yeah, it'll look fairly small, but it will
kind of
be
like
visible.
a boat.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What I'm really wanted to talk. First of all, I just want to indicate my support for the entanglement monitoring. I agree with the Scripps students and the report. I think that's really important, even at a half mile, such an active, important area ecologically. I want to talk about the wastewater treatment plant and its link to, there's a pool there that has been identified as a toxic area left over from the Georgia Pacific activities. And I believe that the wastewater treatment plant, I'm sorry, I have a gap in my knowledge, but it's somehow related to that. Could you talk about that? How the water, if it goes to the wastewater treatment plant and goes to the outfall, would it then go into that pond? Because I know there's issues regarding concerns regarding that material going into the ocean if it were, if too much goes into that pond. So could you just talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I'll take the first cut, and I don't know if John Smith is still available from the city. There's no plans right now to put it into that pond. It would either be essentially a garden hose connection there inside the plant, and it would either be directly routed to the outfall without entering any pools inside, or we would have a tank that we would put on site there that would receive the water so we can have a steady supply for testing and all the other factors. But it would be kept separate from any of those sorts of contaminated sources within the site.
So it's not integrated into the treatment plant in any way?
Uh,
It's just going to that area?
It's going into the treatment plant confines. It's going within the fence line of the treatment plant, just as a location for a secured setup for all of our testing equipment to collect water and conduct those sorts of tests, but it will not be mixed in plant with anything. It'll be directly routed to the wastewater outfall.
Okay. And then on the issue of the fish being stuck and potentially essentially stuck to the screen, I didn't hear how that was being dealt with.
It's kind of two phases. So the first phase is we are using an extremely fine mesh screen. So it's 60 microns, which I believe is 0.06 millimeters. And as you may know, the state standard right now under the Ocean Plan Amendment is 1 millimeter for conventional desalination plants. So we're significantly smaller in terms of the pore size of water that can go through, which will exclude a large amount. And then as far as the impingement side of things where animals being stuck onto the screen, we are using a very low through screen velocity. So we're assuming everything is going to be able to evade the intake. That's also part to Mr. O'Malley's question, Commissioner O'Malley's question about the water that's coming in. That's part of our idea of testing all of that stuff, is figuring out how much entrainment is actually going to occur. So we do have a fairly robust, for that area, plankton sampling program that we've proposed to try and look at how much plankton actually comes through the screen versus what would be a conventional intake structure. So we can kind of gauge how much protection it is affording in the marine life.
And on the impingement side, thanks for providing me with that term.
Yeah.
Will you be monitoring that as well?
That one we will be visually inspecting because they will have to go out and clean that roto flush screen that you saw. That's what the terminology is for it. That screen has to be manually inspected and cleaned periodically, and we will be able to see if it's got any impinged organisms on it, and if they are, we will document that.
And so how often does that happen?
Ricky, I'll turn to you on the maintenance of the roto flush.
It's dependent a bit on the environment that it's in. But in California, we predict probably it'll take once a month to clean the screen.
And not to belabor this, but how often? So 1 month to determine impingement. And how about on the entanglement? How do you determine that? And how often is the monitoring for that?
Ricky, do you remember the entanglement?
Yeah.
Well, I know it's being augmented in the staff has
Right.
recommended an augmentation to that.
It is being augmented, but currently in the project description, it's phrased as every 2 weeks, we do an inspection of mooring lines and pipeline.
Yeah. And we will be monitoring I know the Energy Commission recently awarded some grants for people to start developing devices to detect entanglement.
Yeah.
I doubt any of that technology is going to be commercially available for us, but it is something we will be monitoring to see if anything on that front becomes available that we could possibly deploy here. I don't anticipate it because it is at early R&D stage, but it's something we're keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a concern, and I think that's something that we should be looking for as you move from pilot to regular project, because
Yes.
just checking to see, I mean, by the time whatever's been entangled and is taken off with, it's a little late in the game, seems like.
No, and we will be able to determine, there's lots of sensors on the buoy itself to monitor motion.
I see, okay.
So if, God forbid, something does get into it and pulls away a mooring line, we should be able to detect, if it's a large enough movement of the buoy, we should be able to detect it, and that would trigger, our send somebody out at least to take a look and figure out why did it move, and then obviously if we see something, trigger the response plan that we've developed.
So the buoy monitoring is ongoing, and
we want to make sure, as per that illustration, it has to stay vertical over that dead weight on the one main line. So if it deviates too much, the whole system kind of breaks down. So we need to keep it vertical on that main line. That's why the secondary system is there as well, in case for some reason that main line breaks and it drifts. Whoops, sorry. We'll be able to detect that and be like, okay, we got to do something.
Okay, and my final question is for Bragg. Is this the amount of water that would be produced or is produced in the pilot and projected to be produced? Is that going to stay consistent, and is that to address current demand or projected demand?
The 13,000 gallons per day is purely R&D number. And the goal is to maintain that on a steady 365, 24/7 basis. with some likely downtime for routine maintenance that'll occur. But the goal is to have, when the buoy's working, hopefully we're generating 13,000 gallons per day. And that's part of the testing, is to see how well we're able to maintain that flow. It will not satisfy the city's, it won't really factor into the city's needs right now, because it won't be entering the water system. And I wouldn't speak for John, but I know the need is probably significantly higher than 13,000.
Okay, so current demand would be accurate then, in terms of current, for, you know, down the road when it's actually being produced, it would meet current demand, not based on some future projected increase in development, or?
We haven't looked at pairing production to demand at this point in time, because this 13,000, we know it's far below what they do need. And right now, it's not going to be routed to the water system. It's going to be routed right back into the wastewater.
Is 13,000 the maximum that it can produce?
No, it can go a lot higher. Ricky?
It's what we expect on average based off the wave regime in California. It can produce more with higher waves, and obviously less if the waves are smaller. I normally work in meters cube and liters, but on average, it could produce 50 meters cube a day, but all the way up to 80 meters cube per day.
It just went right over my head, but
Dr. Hart, I will say, we are keeping it at the 13,000 too, because that is also part of the criteria for the low threat discharge permit option, package that we received from the North Coast Water District. If we exceeded that number, then we would go through a different permitting pathway for that. And we wanted to keep this pilot R&D simple.
that was my next question back to staff. If there's an increase in the amount of intake and the amount of potable water produced, would that come back to the commission, or at least to you, or?
So this is just a pilot project. So we're only authorizing 1 year of this particular technology. And just want to make a finer point on that. I think this is exactly what we do want to see as we are testing out new technologies and trying to determine whether there is viability, both on the technical side, but then also really dig into what the potential impacts would be should we continue forward as a state or as a local community in Fort Bragg to want to expand this or even continue it at this scale. So, yeah, this is for 1 year only. It wouldn't go beyond the amount of water that's being proposed. But if it's successful, we may see a larger project or something else in the future. And again, appreciate the approach of doing it as a pilot, because it does allow us to dig into the science and understand, for example, is there an entanglement concern? Does that come up at all? What are the, how does the pumping work? There's so many good, technical questions we'll be able to have a better sense of if and when we decide to move forward with a larger project in the future.
Great. So I'm just confirming it would come back before the commission,
Correct.
After we go to the pilot. Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
And we fully expect a utility scale to go through the full permitting process, EIR, et cetera, after this project is completed, if we do want to go to utility scale.
Great. Thanks so much. That's all my
Thank you.
questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Well, I think this is great. I'm very impressed and excited to see this moving forward. This is the type of innovation we need to see. And I have to say, Fort Bragg's leading the way on the coast. I want to thank the Fort Bragg city staff and the Noyo Harbor staff and the Noyo Center and all the community members that have been doing so much work. I mean, you're kind of talking about like a smaller bit of this broader blue economy effort that they've been working on, and I want to encourage them to keep doing that. It's the kind of economic development that we need on our coast, and it's innovative and it's multi-benefit. And I want to encourage, and I do know this location in terms of the wastewater treatment plant and the land uses that are being proposed by the city of Fort Bragg and their innovation zones around restoration aquaculture, which I think this will play into, and the sustainable fisheries. And so I do also know that in the future, there's considerations and discussions about small-scale seawater intake to actually expand on these efforts, and I just want to encourage those folks in Fort Bragg and everybody to just keep hard charging on this, because this is really the future is uncertain, and we need as much information and resiliency as possible. And so I just want to thank you guys, and I'm happy to make the motion when that time comes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nodoff.
Thank you. I just wanted to, as you noted, this is in a sensitive resource area. There's a few marine protected areas, McCarricker, North Jug Handle, and Point Cabrillo are all in that area. But this project is near those, but not in any marine protected areas. Is that? I just wanted to confirm that.
That is correct.
Right.
I think our closest location, I think, is about 500 feet away from the southern end, I believe, of McCarricker.
So it's pretty close. And
It is close, but
so-
yeah.
And so would you think, I mean, that's one thing I'd like you to look at to see, because we do have those, those are replenishment areas for marine life. So I want to take a careful look, and I think that the conditions that staff's worked out will allow us to get more information about that. But I wanted to confirm that it's not in a marine protected area. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I just wanted to comment that in the water world, this appears to be a very promising use of technology. I was part of the implementation and development of the Carlsbad desal plan from the County Water Authority point of view. It generates 54 million gallons a day, but it is the highest energy user of all of our services and it consumes really high amounts of energy, and I'm very excited to see this project move forward so that it does appear to be a more sustainable technology, and I look forward to seeing it, see if it can be successful at this scale, and see if it can be successful in a scaled environment for a utility approach. I think this is an important project to examine and to continue to monitor. I look forward to seeing more of these innovative practices in generating more potable water for California citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
I just had a question about the other pilots that are happening, the one off Florida specifically. What is the distance to shore for those? Similar or different?
The one in Florida is further. I believe it's about 2,000 feet. And the one in Chile is about the same as Fort Bragg.
Okay, great. And I just want to align myself with the comments of my colleagues here, specifically Commissioner Wilson and Hart. Just, we know so much about the community in Fort Bragg and the challenges they've had around drinking water, and especially during times of drought, the lengths that this community has had to go to just produce enough potable water for residential use has been dramatic. And in the region, it's front page headlines every single day when we're in a drought as to them trucking in trucks of potable water because there is not drinking water for their residential use. And so this is really a crisis that we are allowing innovation to help kind of meet the moment. And I'm excited to see the outcome of this pilot and really get a better understanding of what the options are and if it's able to scale and those things. And I apologize in terms of the use of the water as it goes to the wastewater facility for testing and other purposes. What is the intended use of that water during this pilot phase?
It's just purely for purely for testing and non-potable uses that the city may find for it while it's there. Nothing has really been outlined in terms of a specific non-potable use. So right now we're planning to just either grab some for testing or route it straight to the wastewater outfall and put it back out.
And does the city utilize like a purple pipe program or anything like that in terms of putting out your treated water for non-potable uses for irrigation or other types of things?
I don't know if John is still on the phone, but or maybe Sarah. But those aspects have not been really looked at, just because those do require additional permitting activities, and we really wanted to just focus on the R&D of the buoy itself.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Hi, guys. We have John on Zoom. Sorry. John Smith is on Zoom. We're going to promote him to panelist if he can accept it this time. And we'll allow him to speak because his partner keeps asking him to hop on.
Yeah, so specifically just the question of, as you're doing this pilot, what is the plan for the water, and can you do anything with it, or is it really just testing and then putting it right back out in your wastewater?
Mr. Smith. Oh, you're on mute, sir.
Sorry, I always do that. Yeah, so we expect to probably use some of it. Some of it depends on what the constituents are and things like that. Just to be careful, because obviously we don't want to discharge anything that's not acceptable for any reason. So after we get those initial samples and check those out, we'll see and how things progress. But there's not too much grass at that facility, so use is minimal. But we'll try our best to find something to use it for.
Great, thank you. And I just want to thank the community members and stakeholders who've been a part of this process. It's really exciting to see people come together around it. We know that this is a pilot and there's a lot yet to learn, but certainly the right time and I think the right place to be doing this type of work. So thank you.
Thank you. Just one question from my end, and it's for staff. Thank you. I apologize if I missed this in the report, but in terms of our learnings from this pilot, particularly interested as it pertains to entrainment and impingement and how that compares to traditional desalination, what's the reporting back on the results going to look like? I assume probably at the end of the pilot, but is there any interim conversations that you're going to be having?
I'll turn that to my colleagues online to respond to. Thanks.
Yes, the city will be conducting water quality monitoring around the buoy, and they will also be doing plankton monitoring. And after the end of the operation of the buoy, we are requiring them to report back with all of their data.
Okay, I don't think I'll be on this commission at that time, but I would love to watch the results from the comfort of my own couch. So I'm very much hopeful that there's a hearing on that, because I'll just make my comments very briefly. I'm so excited that we are doing this, and I want to specifically thank the developer, the city of Fort Bragg, and our staff for putting this together and moving it forward. In my professional life, I do a lot of work around emerging technologies, and one of the sort of complaints I get, just as a Californian, I guess people like to complain to me. They say we cannot bring this technology to California because there's too many complications, there's too many challenges, there's too many rules. What we have here is just so illustrative of us all working together for the benefit of the state. And I also just want to say the Coastal Act makes these things better. And that's what we're seeing. You know, it is more protective of our shared resource, and it's going to be for the benefit of all of us. And I'm so grateful both that this happened, that we had this hearing. So now I'm going to specifically point folks to this item and say, this is what happens when we all come to the table and are willing and have a willing partner, really. So thank you, and thank you to our staff and to the city for bringing this forward. So I'll now turn to Commissioner Wilson for his motion.
I'm hoping to be as hopeful as you.
I'm very hopeful today.
All right.
Chair Harmon, Commissioner Lopez is on as well.
Oh, I didn't see your hand. I apologize. Commissioner Lopez.
No worries. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make brief comments here before the motion and acknowledge, like everyone else, has the importance of a project like this, especially around the context that we're living under here in California with the Groundwater Sustainability Agency requirements. We haven't really experienced those yet, but they are coming. In the next 48 months in California, water is going to get, if it was possible, even more political. And I think solutions like the one being proposed today, if it is able to pan out, are going to be a big part of offsetting the impact to our aquifers inland and in terms of addressing saltwater intrusion in regions like mine. And so as I look at the number, the 13,000, I just wanted to share context in that it takes 325,000 gallons to make an acre foot. The average home uses an acre foot a year. So if this project was successful and ran for 365 days, it would only produce enough water under this pilot model for 14 and a half homes in a whole year. So know that that's the scale we're talking about. I hear some of the fear around, is this going to induce growth? But the reality that we're facing is that we need to offset some of our current use and build the resilience. So for those reasons, I'm willing to support this and ready to see this hopefully be successful in a way that brings long-term change to not just the North Coast, but all of California in a way that is reducing our energy consumption and producing solutions for those groundwater sustainability act challenges that we have coming on the forefront. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity and forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks, and I think the community of Fort Bragg should be proud of themselves all working together. I just want to point out there's just so many people in that community just doing it. So I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 9-25-0512 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote.
Is there a second? Thank you. It's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Kelly. They're asking for a yes vote. May we have a roll call, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Escalante.
I have to abstain.
Abstains.
I missed the beginning of the presentation. So.
Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Aye.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nadoff.
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Aye.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 11 yes with 1 abstention.
Great, thank you. The motion carries. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, please. Everyone be back at 5 minutes to 11. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Now that brings us to item 8B and 9A. Mr. Teufel.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. Items 8B and 9A are for a consistency certification and a CDP application by Pacific Gas and Electric for extended operation of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. Because this item was continued from last month, we'll be providing an abbreviated presentation rather than covering all of the same content again. Our main focus will be on the changes made over the last several weeks to the project's proposed mitigation package. If we could have the staff presentation brought up too, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I also want to note that 2 addenda were posted for this item on Friday of last week and Tuesday of this week to reflect an addition to PG&E's mitigation proposal and to provide further refinement of the staff recommendation and responses to written comments that we received. Those comments are provided in 3 correspondence files posted to the online agenda, including one posted yesterday that includes comments submitted after last week's deadline. Next slide, please. Finally, before we begin, I also wanted to note that we have one further small addition to the staff recommendation requested by the attorney for HomeFed LLC, the leaseholder for the Wild Cherry Canyon properties. This addition is to the end of recommended special condition 2.3F and emphasizes the rights provided through that lease. Next slide, please. With that, I'd like to orient everyone again to the focus of this proposed project, the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, located in coastal San Luis Obispo County between the communities of Los Osos and Avila Beach and directly adjacent to Montaña de Oro State Park. The plant is located within a landscape of more than 12,000 acres, owned or controlled by PG&E and its subsidiary, Eureka Energy Company. These lands are shown on this slide and are comprised of 4 main areas. The roughly 700-acre parcel P, on which the plant and its ancillary facilities are located. The roughly 4,600-acre North Ranch property, owned by PG&E. The roughly 5,000-acre South Ranch property, owned by Eureka Energy. And the approximately 2,400-acre Wild Cherry Canyon property, owned by Eureka and leased by a third party, HomeFed LLC. The coastal zone boundary is shown in this slide by the blue line. Next slide, please. The proposed project includes the extended operations of the 2 units of the power plant, which involves continued use of up to 2.5 billion gallons per day of seawater in a once-through cooling system, as well as associated activities, including inspections, testing, and maintenance work. Next slide, please. Because Diablo Canyon is a nuclear power plant, the radiological safety aspects of its operations and those associated with on-site storage of spent fuel fall within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC. The state and commission is therefore precluded from imposing regulatory requirements concerning radiation hazards and nuclear safety. The commission may, however, analyze concerns related to conformity of the project with the applicable policies of the Coastal Act, such as seismic risks from a structural integrity standpoint, which is discussed in the staff report. Next slide, please. This slide provides a brief overview of operations at the plant. Excuse me. The 2 reactor units began operating in the mid-1980s and were originally licensed to operate by the NRC until 2024 and 2025. In 2016, PG&E announced a proposal to cease operations of the plant. But in 2022, during the planning process for decommissioning, Senate Bill 846 was enacted, calling for extension of the plant's operations for up to 5 years beyond the current license terms, or until 2029 and 2030. The California Public Utilities Commission provided its conditional approval of that 5-year extension in 2023, and it's the focus of the coastal development permit before you today. However, the plant also needs licenses from NRC, which are subject to federal consistency review by this commission. PG&E's license renewal request to the NRC is for 20 years, the standard term for such licenses, or until 2044 and 2025. This is why the Coastal Commission is also being asked to consider PG&E's consistency certification for 20 more years of operations. Concurrence with that consistency certification would allow the NRC to approve PG&E's license renewal applications. However, before the plant could operate beyond the 5 additional years approved by the state legislature and CPUC, further legislative and state regulatory action would be needed. Another bill would need to be passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, and the PUC, Coastal Commission, State Lands Commission, and Regional Water Quality Control Board would need to provide approvals. Next slide, please. As noted earlier, the power plant's cooling system uses up to about 2.5 billion gallons of seawater per day. This represents the single most significant coastal resource impact of the proposed project, because along with the seawater, billions of the small marine organisms, larvae, and eggs that make up the base of the ocean's food web are also entrained. Over a year, this loss of marine productivity is roughly equal to that produced by all the organisms within about 14 square miles, or 93,060 acres of ocean habitat. Next slide, please. Commission staff calculated this scale of impact using the methods currently used by state agencies and considered best available science. Commission staff also shared these methods and results with technical experts in the field who found that this estimate was reasonable. It is not feasible for the plant to avoid or reduce this impact by using a different cooling method, so the impact must be mitigated. Most mitigation for other entrainment projects in California has involved doing various forms of marine or estuarine habitat creation or restoration. However, these methods are unavailable or impractical to use for this project, especially at the large scale that would be needed. Instead, PG&E has proposed a different mitigation approach, which would be out of kind and require significant time to fully realize, but would nonetheless offset the project's effects and benefit the nearby ocean, waters, and species. Next slide, please. At last month's commission meeting, elected officials, Native American tribes, various organizations, members of the public, and coastal commissioners expressed concerns that the mitigation proposed by PG&E that PG&E had put forward at that time would not sufficiently offset the project's adverse impacts to coastal resources. The commission then voted to continue its consideration of the project to this meeting in order to provide time for commission staff and PG&E to reevaluate what mitigation could feasibly be provided. Commission staff have held multiple meetings with PG&E over the past few weeks, and in response, PG&E significantly revised and augmented its mitigation proposal. Based on the conversations we've had with them, we can say that PG&E took seriously the feedback provided by the commission last month and developed creative means of expanding its proposed mitigation and overcoming a range of feasibility constraints, particularly those related to ownership of the South Ranch and Wild Cherry Canyon properties, resting not with PG&E directly, but with its subsidiary. For the 5-year operations that would be covered by the coastal development permit, PG&E proposes the following. First, establishment of a conservation easement over 4,500 acres of PG&E's North Ranch properties, which is all of the North Ranch with the exception of approximately 100 acres that PG&E would retain to facilitate plant operations. Second, PG&E would make efforts to dedicate fee title ownership of those North Ranch properties to a public agency. Third, establishment of easements for all 25 miles of proposed multi-use public access trails across the property, including trails that would connect Montana de Oro State Park to Port San Luis. Fourth, a $10 million endowment for design, planning, construction, and maintenance of those trails. Fifth, a sale option for fee title to the Wild Cherry Canyon properties by a state agency or nonprofit land conservation organization that is also able to obtain an agreement to secure the leasehold interest in those properties from HomeFed. And sixth, a prohibition on the sale of the South Ranch properties until 2035, other than for conservation purposes. These 6 elements would provide a pathway to the permanent conservation of nearly all of the 12,000 acres of the Diablo Canyon lands in order to offset the project's effects on marine life. It would also provide 25 miles of easements for public access trails and $10 million in funding to offset adverse impacts on coastal access and recreation associated with the continuation of the plant security zone. I also wanted to note that one of the concerns raised during last month's meeting that Commission staff heavily considered when discussing the need for the expanded mitigation proposal with PG&E was that the prior proposal relied too heavily on the right of first refusal approach rather than direct conservation. This is a major reason PG&E has increased the conservation easement proposed for North Ranch from the 1,100 acres originally put forward to now cover 4,500 acres. This is the full area of PG&E owned Diablo Canyon lands that is not used for operation of the power plant. This is a significant change in that it provides nearly 4 times more land that would be immediately and directly protected in perpetuity. Next slide, please. If the state legislature acts to allow the power plant to operate beyond October of 2030 and the PUC approves its authorization, this pathway would become more secure. PG&E would expand an existing deed restriction on South Ranch to cover fully half of that 5,000 acre property and would implement a right of first refusal for the South Ranch and Wild Cherry Canyon properties if they have not already been acquired and conserved by public agencies or nonprofit land conservation organizations, including those of California Native American tribes. For South Ranch, the right of first refusal would be offered first to a government agency, and if no agency exercises it, then to land conservation organizations, including those of California Native American tribes. As I noted earlier, one of the major changes to PG&E's mitigation proposal was the expanded use of direct conservation through a conservation easement rather than a right of first refusal approach. However, the right of first refusal approach remains an important component of the proposal for the lands that are not owned by PG&E, but rather by its affiliate, Eureka Energy. A key consideration for PG&E's continued and expanded use of the right of first refusal approach was that it is a way to ensure that potential costs to ratepayers are minimized. As we heard last month, PG&E would need to compensate Eureka Energy for conservation of its South Ranch and Wild Cherry Canyon properties. The right of first refusal for these properties would allow Eureka to receive full market value for the title to the properties, and thus minimize the compensation PG&E would have to provide to Eureka. However, to help maximize the conservation outcome of this right of first refusal tool, the condition staff is recommending to implement it on South Ranch includes a provision that if there is an exercise of the right of first refusal, a conservation easement would be required as part of the purchase. We believe this approach appropriately balances conservation needs with potential costs to ratepayers. As a final point on PG&E's mitigation proposal, I also wanted to note that the Phase 2 provisions are included in the consistency certification under consideration today for the 20-year NRC license term. But PG&E would also be required to seek an amendment to its coastal development permit, if one is approved today, since that CDP is only proposed to cover operations through October of 2030. Next slide, please. The Diablo Canyon area is the ancestral home of the Chumash people. The Chumash were one of the most populous and socially complex indigenous groups in California. The evidence of the history of Chumash habitation on the Diablo Canyon lands has been found at several sites on the lands, including near the power plant and on areas of South Ranch. Although operations at the plant would continue to use existing facilities and no new construction involving ground disturbance or excavation is proposed, Commission staff was provided with a list of tribes with potential cultural connection to the project area by the Native American Heritage Commission and implemented the Commission's tribal consultation policy as part of its review of the project. This involves sending out invitations to consult on 4 occasions over the past 18 months, as well as 5 formal consultations with 3 tribes: the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation, the Yaktichu-Tichu Yaktahini, and the Northern Chumash Tribal Council. Summaries of those consultations were prepared and provided to the tribes for review and approval and are included in the staff report and addendum posted earlier this week. Although we were not able to implement all of the requests made during these consultations, we're deeply thankful for the time and knowledge each of these tribes shared with us, and we included a range of provisions in the recommended special conditions as a direct result. These provisions include specific requirements for tribal access to the properties proposed to be covered by conservation easements and deed restrictions in order to ensure that tribal members can use the lands for tribal gatherings, ceremonies, and traditional uses. Additionally, tribal organizations are also provided with opportunities to acquire the conservation easement on North Ranch and title to South Ranch through the proposed right of first refusal and conservation easement conditions. Further, the permanent protection of the Diablo Canyon lands that would be facilitated through the proposed mitigation would have the added benefit of prohibiting development on Diablo Canyon lands that could adversely affect tribal cultural resources. Next slide, please. The Diablo Canyon power plant is considered coastal dependent due to its reliance on seawater for cooling, and its operations require that it be sited on or adjacent to the coast in order to function. The proposed relicensing would allow for continued operation of this coastal dependent industrial facility at an existing disturbed location. As discussed in Section D of the staff report, it is infeasible for PG&E to avoid or minimize impacts to marine resources through use of alternative cooling methods. So approval of the proposed relicensing would involve continued use of the seawater cooling system. However, the ongoing use of that system does not allow the plant to, quote, maintain, unquote, biological resources or, quote, sustain the biological productivity of coastal waters, unquote, as is required by Coastal Act Section 30230. Neither does its use of seawater conform to the requirements that the adverse effects of entrainment be minimized, as is required by Coastal Act Section 30231. Nevertheless, because the plant is a coastal dependent industrial facility, the Commission may apply Section 30260 to, quote unquote, override these inconsistencies and approve the project, provided it meets the 4 tests of Section 30260 shown on this slide. As discussed in Section E of the staff report, staff believes that the project as conditioned meets these tests. These conditions include Special Condition 18 to help address the timing disconnect between the 20-year operating term under consideration by the NRC and the 5-year term approved by the CPUC. Special Conditions 1 through 3 to memorialize and implement PG&E's mitigation proposal and ensure conservation of the Diablo Canyon lands. And the remaining special conditions meant to allow PG&E's proposed development to conform to other coastal act policies regarding coastal access, water quality, and protection of biological resources. With these conditions, staff recommends the Commission approve the requested coastal development permit and concur with PG&E's consistency certification. The motion and resolution can be found starting on page 14 of the staff report. And I'd also like to note that an array of the Commission's technical staff contributed to the review of this project, as you saw last month. These staff include Senior Staff Attorney Sarah Smiley, our Engineering Geologist Philip Johnson, Supervising Ecologist Dr. Lauren Garcia, and Senior Environmental Scientist Wesley Horn and Tom Lester. We have these staff online and in person today and available for questions. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I will ask my fellow commissioners to report their ex partes. Who'd like to begin? Commissioner Notoff.
Yes, I filed on, it's on file, the two ex partes I had. I met with, I had a phone call with Senator Laird on Monday of this week, and I also was on the phone with Assembly Member Addis yesterday. Both were reiterating the points that are made in the letters that they've written to the Commission that are on file. And then yesterday, when Senator Laird arrived in Imperial Beach, I spoke to them as well, again, around the issues that are articulated in his letter on file.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've got a couple to report. I met with Supervisor Bruce Gibson of San Luis Obispo on the 11th in San Jose at the Convention Center while we were both at the CSAC conference. We mainly spoke about Senator Laird's letter and some of the movement that was happening around that particular letter and some of its impacts. And then I also had the opportunity on the 11th about at 2:30 p.m. to meet with Tyson Smith, Tom Jones, and Josh Harmon of PG&E by Zoom. Also on that call was my staff, Priscilla Barba. And then yesterday, I've not yet had a chance to submit this one, but last night at about 5:30 p.m., I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Assemblywoman Dawn Addis via phone, where she reiterated her support for the request within the Laird letter and also pointed out that her own communications had some slightly different requests, but very much in line. And with that, that concludes my ex parte. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
Madam Chair, I just need to report that I had multiple communications attempting to schedule a meeting with PG&E representatives. Those were all canceled as a result of my mobility challenge.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Chair. And I had a very short, maybe 7 minutes long phone call with Supervisor Bruce Gibson on the 14th of last month at 4 p.m. He was grateful for sort of our consideration of their concerns last month and was looking forward to our discussion this month and the work in between. So he just made himself available if I had any questions as we got closer to the date. We haven't spoken aside from hello today since. On the 8th at 11 a.m. I had a Zoom for 15 minutes with Mr. Tom Jones, Senior Director of PG&E, Tyson Smith, Managing Counsel, and Josh Harmon, he's state agency rep. And they said that they had good conversations with staff regarding mitigations, that they had aligned goals to preserve that part of the California coast. They went through some of the details in their letter about their new proposal of how to front load 4,500 acres, talking about doubling the amount of money that we're having very productive conversations with Senator Laird and his staff. They said they were very supportive of, the staff and recommendation, and they're very excited about this outcome. And this morning, I also had a short 15-minute in-person meeting with Jeremy Frankel, staff attorney for Environmental Defense Center, also representing Mothers for Peace. He said there's no need for, they don't think there's a need for a 5 or 20-year extension, but this plan saying that we're now working on a 20-year timeline. He finds that quite they find that quite problematic, and they said that had been having conversations with some of the other stakeholders, but they also disagree that mitigation proposal should be in 2 phases. They would like for all of it to be at once. They consider that there's legal obligation to do the most feasible mitigations now, that this is a unique generational opportunity to preserve the North, South Range, and Wildfire Canyon. So they urge us to seize this opportunity and require all the mitigation now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
Earlier this year, when we were at our meeting in Pismo Beach, I toured the Diablo Canyon Power Plant with Tom Jones, representative of PG&E, and no ex partes other than that. Thank you. And we did not discuss specifically this at all. It was just a tour of the facility to get a better understanding of the geography and different boundary lines and the different components of the facility.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 to report. I had a conversation with Bruce Gibson on the 2nd of December, who expressed his support for Senator Laird's proposal. And I also received a note this morning from Jason Lyles, who also expressed his support for Senator Laird's proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
As I mentioned last month, I was on that tour with Commissioner Kelly.
Okay. Commissioner Lowenberg.
I had a conversation with Senator Laird about 2 weeks ago, and that's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado, do you have additional ex partes? No. Okay.
No, I apologize.
Thank you.
I forgot to lower my hand.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
All right, I have an on file a description of my communication on Microsoft Teams on December 4th, 2025 with Josh Harmon, State Agency Representative for PG&E, Tyson Smith, Managing Counsel, and Thomas Jones, Senior Director. As I said, that's on file. I also had additional telephone call with Tom Jones on Tuesday, December 9th. I also had a text exchange with him, as well as a text exchange with Senator Laird on Tuesday, December 9th. Wednesday, December 10th, I had further text communications with Tom Jones, as well as Senator Laird. And in addition, I had a meeting with Senator Laird in person last night. And all of those conversations are very similar to what is reflected in my attached descriptive narrative of the ex parte. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, I'll go through my ex partes. On December 4th via Teams, I had a brief meeting with PG&E team, Josh Harmon, Tyson Smith, Tom Jones, where they just described to me the changes as a result of our last hearing. I then, also on December 4th, had a brief meeting with Linda Kropp and Jeremy Frankel of EDC, representing Mothers for Peace, where they spoke to me about their continued belief that this, the ongoing operation of the plant is not necessary at all, and then specifically that the consistency determination should not be approved. I spoke in person with Senator Laird last night regarding his letter and his view on how these revisions have evolved. This morning, I spoke with Tom Jones via phone Again, just similar to all the other communications that have been reported, discussing the updates to the proposal. This morning, I also spoke in person with Supervisor Bruce Gibson very briefly, where he indicated his just continued concern around the South Ranch piece in particular, but also gratitude that things have moved forward in so many other ways. And then finally, I received a text message, I think this morning or last night, from Supervisor Dawn Ortiz-Legg, indicating her support for the staff recommendation. Okay, that's it. Seeing no other ex partes, I'll turn it over to Chris.
All right, so starting off, we have the applicant, Tom Jones, and their presentation from PG&E.
Good morning, Chairman Harmon, members of the Commission. Tom Jones representing PG&E. I'm the Senior Director of Regulatory and Environmental Matters for our nuclear assets. With me today, I have members of my environmental team and legal team, should questions go to that level of detail. But I'm really proud to be here today and report on the significant collaboration that has occurred in the last 30 days with Senator Laird, with many other stakeholders, including the Port San Luis Harbor District, the County of San Luis Obispo, the Lighthouse Keepers, the YTT. You're going to hear from all of them today. And that collaboration that resulted in this refined, enhanced mitigation package, I want to assure you it doesn't stop today. As a utility, we're really good at projects, and once we have direction from the Commission, we're going to execute those projects really quickly. So I really want you to understand our commitment to that collaboration. That process doesn't end at the dais today, but continues throughout the life of this project. And speaking of Senator Laird, that collaboration has led to 3 additional items that I'd like to bring to folks' attention today. One is an enhancement of condition 1.1 on the North Ranch. He's going to talk about it in more detail, but that would be to add tribal interest and conservation groups to that condition as well. It currently is silent on that. And then we want to modify condition 2.1b, which currently has the first right of refusal periods at about 180 days. We want to extend that to 18 months so that it gives the state agencies 2 budget cycles to act. 180 days would be pretty quick for the agencies to move ahead. So we think that's a more appropriate alignment of time. And the second component of that had the same 180-day provisions for NGOs. We suggest they be mirrored and that be also 18 months. So it gives a more of a 3-year window there. And then finally, there's a durable provision that I want to talk about in more detail in a few slides, which is the no sale provision. And we think modifying that date from 2035 to 2040 in condition 2.1a gives the executive director and the commission more time to make these conditions effective. And I'll talk about that in the next slide or two. And then So background, we went into great detail on the background last time, but the 2 issues before us, the consistency determination is for 20 years before this commission. That's the NRC's process and reflects what's in our license application before the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And then, of course, staff's report was quite accurate on the CDP before you. And just a reminder that we're here because the state needed the energy and the legislature and Governor opined on this. I've had several subsequent commissions, the Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, that Diablo Canyon is needed. So with that, we have the mitigation that is now in scale, but we heard your feedback loud and clear, and it's significantly front-loaded and different, and I'm going to graphically show that to you in just a second, though I do think the staff report does quite a good job of going over it. It's also helpful if I go the right way with the PowerPoint. I wanted to show you this. So this slide looks very similar to the staff's, but it's different. This action for the same impacts had been before this commission once before, and it was on the steam generator replacement. And that was for 11 years of operations at that time. License renewal wasn't yet contemplated. And so when you look at the acreage for conservation, the public access and the funding, and then you look at it on an annual basis, this is about 8 times larger than the previous mitigation required from the commission for the same impacts for the operation at the same facility at the same location. So we think it's significant. And when you look at it, it's really monumental, the opportunity that's before the commission today. This collaboration has led to the chance to preserve these 14 miles of coastline. And if you give me the grace of about 500 yards, it's the same distance from this conference room to the San Diego airport. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of property and the opportunity before us to have that conservation go forward. So everything to the north, we made it really simple. The dark green is all in phase one. That's the 4,500 acres. And staff discussed there's 100 acres that isn't in North Ranch. We don't consider that North Ranch. Here's the issue. There's a strangely shaped parcel. It looks like a bagpipe or a hot water bottle. Part of it is in the license boundary for the facility regulated by the NRC. The bulk of it is not. That's that 100-acre delta that staff had referenced. So what you see on this map in the purple shaded area, that is the Part 50 license boundary. And for public access that I'll get to on the next slide, there are a couple areas that would be of security concern for us adjacent to some sensitive equipment, and we don't talk much more about it. Those areas will be conserved, but we're requesting that public access not go there because it creates some operational and security concerns for us that the NRC could be difficult for us on a license amendment request to enable these conditions to move forward. The second part, and new to this agreement, and I also wanted to thank, and I might have left them out of my opening remarks, and I apologize, Bob, if I did, is HomeFed's cooperation. The lawsuit has been resigned, and that is settled. They have the surface rights for the next 140 years. They have expressed to us a willingness for a fair market value for the conservation on their leased interest, which is the bulk of the value of the property, and we support a contemporaneous fee title transfer to a conservation group. So we weren't there last time because of the ongoing litigation, but the parties have got together. So as long as their rights are recognized, and we support staff's recommendation for that sentence add today to condition 2.3, that's an appropriate way to keep the collaboration moving forward in the productive way to try to conserve Wild Cherry Canyon that wasn't on the table before, and it wasn't tenable before because of other things that have subsequently curtailed, most notably the litigation. Here's the public access. It's all in phase one now. Depending on the alignment, it's between 23 and 25 miles of new trails with new loop systems on north and south, which is how we anticipate the bulk of folks to enjoy the properties. However, the Trans Diablo Lands Trail is over 20 miles length on the proposed alignments. And so there is a proposed campground, a primitive campground in the middle of that. It's outside of the coastal zone, but it has magnificent coastal views down this canyon. And we think we modeled it after the Catalina Trail system is an appropriate and effective and durable model system. There's going to be change management required with that. And the south is more complex than the north. We've had state parks out on the land several times since this has been discussed, and they're moving forward with their evaluation of that. On the south, there's just more visiting parking demands. So the close collaboration with the Port Harbor District, and I think you've heard from them, is going to be essential to make that successful. There's a notion later on to realign the trailhead. We can operate the trail with the current trailhead, but it would be an enhancement to reduce passenger hiker conflict on a one-lane road out to the lighthouse, since they're doing a lot more events. But the conditions take care of that. We'll be sure to, and the executive director has the ultimate authority. But we've been very successful in running these trails for over 30 years and will continue to do so. So in summary, the enhanced mitigation package is significant. I want to again thank Senator Laird for his leadership in bringing parties together. It front loads land conservation. It adds Wild Cherry Canyon to the mitigation package. I won't train the slide, but it also doubles those conservation and access funding immediately. So I think we have the path ahead. Happy to answer any questions that commissioners might have. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, and we'll reserve the rest of your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have elected officials and tribal speakers. We'll start with Senator John Laird, who is here in person. Following that will be Assembly Member Don Addis, and then Chair Mona Olivas Tucker of the Yaktitutu Yaktilhini. John Laird, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm hoping to go just a couple minutes over the 2 minutes to be able to frame this entire issue. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to say a few words, and you know a lot already, but Senate Bill 846 basically extended the life of Diablo Canyon's plant for 5 years, but it had a number of other conditions, and 2 of them were making sure that the right of the Coastal Commission regulatorily was not overridden in this process. There was a 6-month time frame put on it after completed application. But the second item of relevance is that it prioritized the conservation of the 12,000 acres of land surrounding it. At your November meeting, every commissioner seemed to signal support for a comprehensive mitigation package, and I really appreciate that. And that pushed us to be able to have major conversations on a different package that is in front of you today, and it is the mitigation package. I want to thank the staff and PG&E and everyone else that engaged in the conversations that led to this major movement. And as been described, the mitigation issues really fall into 5 different subjects. The first one is North Ranch, which you heard. I strongly support the recommendation. I think the 100-acre buffer, which would be necessary for decommissioning of the plant and related activities, is appropriate. And I hope there's a tweak. This is the one place I hope there's a tweak that recognizes tribal entities among the recipient groups for the North Ranch. The second issue is the amount of trail land, which was increased from roughly 10 miles to 25 miles. I think that's a great addition. I support that. The third one is the amount of money set aside for the trail development nearly doubled. It is $10 million. I strongly support that. And the fourth issue is Wild Cherry Canyon. And it is hard for a layperson to understand this, but there's a leasehold interest, and the leasehold interest and a path for conservation on that was clearly in your recommendation. But the revision is that the underlying land was not necessarily the ability to conserve that or come to that, didn't line up with buying out the leasehold interest. And if you're a state agency that might want to invest in this, you would want to know the underlying land is under control as well as the leasehold interest. And the language that's in front of you merges those two interests and aligns them so that you could move together. And I strongly support that. The fifth issue is the one on South Ranch that is difficult. Of the roughly 5,000 acres there, 1,200 has already been conserved based on the mitigation for the steam generator, and that easement has been recorded. This is about the remaining land in the South Ranch. And the proposal is really, and you heard an amendment to the proposal in the PG&E presentation, the proposal is really to keep this land from being sold for 10 years or maybe 15. And allowing for enough time to raise the money to do the purchase. My letter laid out a different proposal for this and a more direct level of conservation. I still obviously would prefer that. I do not think PG&E would agree to it. I think that's just where we are at this point. And I could joke because they did say that to me. They wouldn't agree to 2 previous things that they later agreed to. But I think in this instance, it's real. I think we have finally reached the point where they wouldn't agree. So having said that, if there is 10 years or 15 years and an additional up to 3 years to gather the money, it basically gives me and other advocates the time to figure out how we are going to conserve this land in perpetuity. And so that would be my goal. And then lastly, I want to talk about 3 issues that are sort of related that will come up and give you the context. And the first one is that PG&E has paid a unitary tax on the 40 years. And it's basically a revenue source that goes to the local school districts, local jurisdictions to compensate for various impacts and other things. And that will be severely downsized because it was tied this year, because it was tied to the 40 years for which it was licensed. This will come up probably in testimony because some people are very concerned about it. I am committed to finding a legislative fix and introducing it this year to address that issue. And I don't have the path yet, but I've been working with the Board of Equalization and the governor's office, and we're talking to PG and other people. We hope to do it. Secondly, it was mentioned that there's $40 million available for Wild Cherry Canyon. That is in the budget. It has been in the budget for 2 years, and there was a commitment for, I think it was $155 million that was part of Senate Bill 846. And so some of it has already gone for planning on Parcel P and the Coastal Conservancy planning. 40 million has been appropriated for Wild Cherry Canyon, and 110 million then is remaining. So some people express concern about South Ranch and the cost, saying this could fall on the ratepayers. There's actually money available, and that's another reason why it pressures the timeliness. This will not be there forever. The Wild Cherry money, I think, is there till 2029. The 110 is not forever. And so this will not fall to the ratepayers, but this is something that we have to get deals together to exercise and be able to spend. And then lastly, I just want to reiterate that Senate Bill 846 authorized from the state level the extension for 5 years. There has been no state action to extend it past 5 years. If there is a desire on anybody's part, PG&E, the governor, legislators, to extend it, it still requires legislative action and the governor's signature, and that has not happened yet. And I want to just make sure that that is understood, and it's an important nuance given the fact that some things have been recommended for different time frames in this package. So I really appreciate your consideration. I appreciate the attention to this. I appreciate the willingness of people to talk about this. I appreciate the movement that came from the first proposal. That is substantial. And if what comes out of this is a preservation or path to preservation for 8,000 acres of land, that is a monumental victory. And while I'm committed to getting the rest of it done whenever the appropriate point is, this is remarkable progress, and I think generations of people will thank us for the action that I hope you take later today. So I will be here in case there's any other way I can help. I appreciate the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Next, Assembly Member Don Addis.
Well, good morning. It's still morning, I'd say. But number one, let me just say good morning, Chair Harmon and commissioners. And I want to say a deep, heartfelt thank you to staff, as well as PG&E and Senator Laird, who I know was just here in San Luis Obispo and drove a great distance to get down to you, as well as a number of local people who are speaking up. Most importantly, to each of you, I know you've put a lot of time and effort into this. I'll repeat a little bit of what I said at your last meeting and then share some new information. So as you know, I represent 200 miles of California's most pristine coastline along the Central Coast. Within that are the lands of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, otherwise known as the Diablo lands. And for close to 25 years, I've lived in Morro Bay. I'm the only current state legislator that lives within one of the 12 zones that would be evacuated should there be a major emergency at Diablo Canyon. I'm a former government elected here in Morro Bay and SO County, and I'm also a teacher and a mom. And so I've had a very up close and personal view to the operations of Diablo Canyon over the years. And I'd say I have a very boots on the ground perspective around the challenges as well as the benefits of living near an operational nuclear power plant. And I want to be clear, I wasn't in the legislature for 846, and I don't want to be perceived as what some would call Monday morning quarterbacking or criticizing a deal that was done before I was able to be part of it. But what I will say is that under 846, many people feared that local communities would lose out on full and fair mitigation that they deserve. And so I think today is a real opportunity to restore accountability and to restore trust when it comes to potential continued operations of the nuclear power plant. And it is my hope that that mitigation, it continues to be my hope that that mitigation will align with what SLO County voters asked for overwhelmingly, which is the 12,000 acres of untouched coastal lands. And, you know, Senator Laird mentioned this 40 million. We successfully fought for that to be allocated during hard budget times. I want to compliment PG&E and staff for being able to come to a good place on Wild Cherry Canyon. That was critically important, and that funding will run out. So I want to say thank you for that. On the North Ranch, I'll speak to, I want to say thank you for the updated enhanced mitigation that we just heard about from Tom Jones, as well as the publicly accessible trails and funding for long-term management. Again, a thank you from me for the enhanced mitigation. I want to talk a little bit about South Ranch, though, because I would say I probably differ from many people in the room in terms of thinking this is the best we can do on South Ranch. I am here today to continue to urge protection of the entire South Ranch immediately, prior to any kind of negotiation, prior to going past 2030, because I don't believe that SB 846 mitigation should be contingent on future decisions regarding the plant's operation. I believe what was said at the last meeting is that assertions around devaluing the property are conjecture, and we should treat them as conjecture, not make these kinds of decisions based on conjecture. I also don't believe that review by the CPUC should be a disqualifier for mitigation today. And I'll say this when we talk about affordability. With the extension to 2030, we need to remember that PG&E will be operating the power plant for 5 years tax-free. That's the way it stands today. That's the information that you have today as you make your decision. On top of that, PG&E has a $1.4 billion forgivable loan. They were just allotted up to close to $800 million for continued operation from the CPUC, and we've had numerous rate increases over the past number of years. And then Senator Laird mentioned the 846, the $110 million that still remains for the goals of full conservation. So I would suggest that given the way Californians have already paid more than their fair share to support PG&E and the operations of Diablo, there's no real reason that PG&E should be leveraging today's mitigation to further burden California ratepayers or to put a pause on conserving the full 12,000 acres. So I would suggest that the commission is its own body. You don't have to do exactly what they say. I know you know that, and I just appreciate it and would ask that you push harder on the South Ranch. I believe the time really is now for the immediate full conservation of the 12,000 lands and to bring accountability and trust back for the voters of San Luis Obispo County. So thank you so much, and I appreciate the extra time on the clock.
Thank you. Next will be Mona Olivas Tucker, followed by representatives from the coastal band of the Chumash Nation, and then we'll head over to supervisors, council members, and mayors. So next, Chair Mona Olivas Tucker. Sorry.
Good morning, Commission and staff. My name is Mona Olivas Tucker, Tribal Chair of Yaktichu Tichu Yaktalhini, Northern Chumash Tribe, San Luis Obispo County. We're also referred to as YTT. I want to express our tribe's opposition to both the process and substance of the staff recommendations before this commission today. YTT has been definitively established as the indigenous people of this territory. We have family stories, archaeological, genealogical, and anthropological evidence to substantiate our claim. At the last meeting, a speaker claimed it was, and I quote, deeply disrespectful for outsiders to scrutinize our lineage, end of quote. I disagree entirely, and instead I welcome scrutiny of my lineage. For this commission and state agencies, especially in matters involving tribal land return, asking these questions is not only appropriate, it's necessary. Myself and my entire tribe, we're proud and grateful to our ancestors, and we have no reason to hide their identities. Despite our unique connection to the Petro Coast, this commission has engaged in inadequate tribal consultation with YTT. We were given no opportunity to consult on the appropriate mitigation for the coastal development permit. We found out about the CDP mitigation through word of mouth the day before the November staff report was released. But before I go further, I also want to say that commission staff has been generous in their time in speaking with us. We haven't come to agreement on many things, but they have been willing to meet with us on several occasions. When YTT attempted to provide input, including the direct right of first refusal for South Ranch to the lineal descendant tribe, which is YTT, and to remove barriers to our land acquisition, commission staff refused to incorporate these edits and chose to prioritize other stakeholder interests. This violates your own tribal consultation policy. The substance of the proposed mitigation is also flawed. The proposed mitigation violates SB 846 language and infringes on duties that the legislation gave to another agency. SB 846 tasked the Public Utilities Commission with determining the disposition of Diablo Canyon Power Plant real property in consultation with appropriate California Native American tribes. Yet this commission's proposed mitigation attempts to undo this authority and additionally made no mention whatsoever of the CPUC tribal land transfer policy that applies to North Ranch. The proposed mitigation fails to prioritize tribal land back efforts and instead places barriers between YTT and Diablo lands. As our tribe has previously proposed, YTT should be allowed to acquire fee title to the land and work with our partners, the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County, to create an appropriate conservation easement that protects the environment, the cultural resources, and provides for managed public access. There can be no greater conservator than the YTT tribe. We request that you reject staff's proposed mitigations, ensure that all Diablo land disposition decisions are left to the Public Utilities Commission, and that as the legislature intended, and require staff to develop new mitigation in full consultation with YTT tribe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have representatives from the coastal band of the Chumash Nation. We had 4 signups, Mati Waya, Michael Kusarate, Deanna Dart, and Teresa Romero. Mati Waya and Teresa Romero, we're not seeing them in the Zoom meeting. If you are there, please raise your hand so we can find you. We do have Michael Kusarate and Deanna Dart on Zoom. So Michael, go ahead.
Can we ask Chris for them to indicate how long they need as a group? So we can just.
Yes, Mike.
At this point, I would say that about 4 minutes each would be appreciated.
Director Hackelbridge, were you gonna? I was gonna suggest 3 minutes a person if that's doable for you.
I'll do the best I can.
Thank you very much.
My name is Michael Kuss, elected vice chair of the Coastal Band of Chumash Nation. If you want to learn more about our tribe, I encourage the commission to go to coastalband.org to learn more about us. Thank you, staff and commissioners, for providing the time from some of my tribal leadership to speak here today. Thank you for all of your hard work and your efforts to conserve the Diablo lands and coastal waters. Last month during the public comment, I told you that Coastal Band are the people and the only tribe that were Diablo Canyon to protect our buried ancestors as they were removed from their graves to make room for the construction of the nuclear power plant. Later, over a 4-year period, I led solstice ceremonies with our people in the shadow of the nuclear containment structures, praying that there would be no nuclear accidents and that someday that place would be returned to its natural state of peace and beauty once the plant was gone. Allow me to add that my tribe includes people from throughout our traditional territory, including the tri-counties of the Central Coast, not just a single village or a locale, not just a single extended family. Using myself as an example of our membership, the Chumash side of my family is fully documented from San Luis Obispo. My family was part of the community of Chumash people who lived in Lopez Canyon, now Lopez Lake, in the remote upper Arroyo Grande Valley, one of the only places where indigenous people could homestead in San Luis Obispo County in the late 1800s. I point this out because all of what I said proves that my tribe's ancient historical cultural affiliation in lands and waters around Diablo Canyon, which means that you have a legal responsibility to include my tribe and our ancestors, or our members, in the terms, conditions, and mitigations you will make concerning the disposition of the properties at Diablo. But you also have moral responsibility to all the Chumash people in these decisions. Over 90% of the original population of Native California people died during the colonial period. We were like floating in the sea after a ship sinks, with families and isolated individuals trying to find ways to survive in a hostile environment. And we did, though it was invisible and underground, largely speaking. Think about this. It wasn't even until the 1970s that your textbook stopped saying that the Chumash were extinct. Prejudice, discrimination, and racism made it dangerous to openly identify as indigenous in San Luis Obispo County. Commissioners, it's not just a legally correct decision to ensure that all Chumash people are included in your decisions, but it is the just and moral thing to do. If you wish to aid all of the Chumash people, all of the families, and all of the tribes in their ongoing struggle to recover and rebuild, now with the tribes present today, but also for those that may form in the future, then you must be as inclusive and expansive as possible. You must place terms, conditions, and mitigations that will allow all of our people to, engage in ongoing struggle and be successful to reestablish our communities. Finally, Coastal Band is opposed to the 5-year extension for operating the nuclear power plant. But should the 5-year extension be approved, we support staff's recommendations for conservation and mitigations on the Diablo lands. We do not believe that the staff's recommendations are adequate to ensure conservation and restoration of the marine resources that have been severely impacted during the operation of the plant. So we encourage staff and the commission to address that, especially the marine resources offshore. That concludes my statement. And again, thank you very much, Coastal Commission, for offering me a chance to speak today.
Thank you. Next will be Deanna Dart.
Haku Haku Shumawish Tipa Shumawish. I'm Dr. Dina Dart, legal liaison for the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation. I appreciate having time to speak today. I want to applaud the tribal folks who have gone before me and their professional way that they've presented themselves. I'm struck by the irony in which we're conducting this business that relates to the devastation of this particular place and the colonial impacts that we're sort of reeling from. And so I just want to invite everyone here to just recognize in this moment the sort of scraps that we're having to fight for. Having a say in these lands that have already been so disturbed and devastated by not only colonial impacts, but then extractive industry and our relatives in the ocean that have suffered at the hands of this work, this energy work. We're here really to advocate for the land, right? But also to advocate for a place, a healthier, balanced place to raise our children and to be able to be close to the land and continue our cultural practices. there shouldn't be a recommendation at all on the table to limit the number or the particular people of Chumash descent that should have access to this place. And I'll echo my cousin Michael's comments that to do so would continue this colonial legacy, right? And all Chumash people should have access to whatever recommendations the Coastal Commission is putting forward to garner access to Chumash people should be granted to all Chumash people. And to do something other than that would just be to further a colonial agenda that doesn't serve us in the long run. I've just been reviewing the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we have the right to assert ourselves and our indigeneity however we see fit. But to Michael's point, we have a huge part of our membership have indigenous ties to that area, and we were the first people, and Michael and I spoke this morning about the first people who were involved in mitigation 40 years ago. And the Coastal Band was really the first active group of Native people to protect and preserve sacred sites and cemeteries along the coast. And many of the tribes that exist now branched off from the Coastal Band. So it's just important. And this is my number one assertion for recommendations. I just wanted to say too, and I'll wrap up, is that the assembly members and senators that spoke today, bless them for their good recommendations. But I would also say that those folks have authority to represent the voters of California, and there's no one officially representing us except us. And so just giving voice to the irony of the power differential here, and saying that with every decision that is made, consultation with all of the tribes that are associated to that place is key and necessary. And I'll make room for our tribal chairman, Monty. Thank you so much for all of the work that Coastal Commission does as advocates for our work.
Thank you. Mateo. I believe you're still muted.
Okay, sorry. Thank you about that. My name is Mateo, Tribal Chair of Coastal Band of Chumash Nation. Thank you, Commissioners, Chair Harmon, for your time today to hear this very important project, Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. Something to be said about Diablo and nuclear. Coastal Band of Chumash Nation monitored this project when it was being built, and the removal of burials and artifacts was very disturbing and painful. A week ago, we reinterred 500 burials. It's almost like the Jewish Holocaust, very disturbing. We honor the villages where our sacred fires kept our ancient relatives safe, healthy, abundant, and providing sustainable lifeway. The Spaniards called us devil worshippers, thus the name Diablo Canyon. The English language is like sorcery. You can manipulate these ways of interpretation and make a lie sound like a truth, or the equation of these numerical percentages of opportunity to approve is brought on by experts that provide this information. Coastal Band of Chumash Nation opposes this project, but supports the conservation and the recovery of natural cultural resources. As you can hear, our community is splintered and shattered. It's like scientific racism or political genocides. This is unceded land. And when you look through the eyes of the ancestors, what we're talking about, of a maritime people, and you find this competitive nature where archaeologists and anthropologists, institutions and university has made a living off of digging our people up and becoming the experts of when we died, how we lived, and who we are. This country was born of violence. This is an opportunity for leadership to bring back the health of this land, the medicine, for healing, for society. It's very disturbing to have to represent your people. You become a target. I'm also the executive director of the Wistoyo Foundation, and we've won many lawsuits fighting to preserve and protect the maritime life. You're talking about 2.5 billion gallons of water that are killing the embryo of a maritime habitat, 14 miles. You have the opportunity to find a way of clean energy, of wind, water, and sun, and get away from these fossil fuels and hazardous, dangerous nuclear substance that are destroying our planet. When you hold the hands of your ancestors, your elders, the wisdom and the knowledge of a song or a dance, or the natural cultural resources that sustain you, we've lost connection to learn how to live with the land. This is not about Indian politics. We're not even Indians. Indians are in India. We're indigenous people of this land, 13,000 years. Our families come from this area. We continue to try to prove our existence by the genealogies. We have them. My second great grandma comes from San Luis Obispo. At a dark age in time when California paid to kill our family and sell our children. Look it up, in the 1800s. My family goes back to the 1700s. And we get challenged all the time because we've learned that colonial divide to hurt one another, to compete with one another. I'm asking you to really dig down deep into your soul. Think of the children unborn. Think of the future of the generation of mothers and fathers of tomorrow. Give them an opportunity to have a chance, their birthright for a healthier planet. We can do all the equations and numericals and be able to provide truth or a reason why to restart or to continue this process. Let's make good choices. And I thank you for your time today. Commissioners, Chair Harmon, for your very important and needed work. Thank you.
Thank you. We aren't seeing Teresa Romero in Zoom. Teresa, if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand. And then after that will be District 2 Supervisor Bruce Gibson, followed by District 3 Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg, Solvang City Council Member Mark Infante, Mayor of Santa Maria Alice Patino, and Mayor of Paso Robles John Hammond. Bruce Gibson, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I did not see on Zoom. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I want to especially thank the Commission for the crystal clear vision of proper mitigation that you laid out at your November meeting, and state that I greatly appreciate the progress that has been made in recent weeks toward that vision. I thank all involved, Senator Laird, PG&E, your staff, everyone who's contributed to the progress made. I would note there that solutions have been found to issues that were considered infeasible, once thought to be infeasible. I'm here today to urge you to take one further step toward accomplishing that vision that you so clearly spoke of in November and fully achieve it. I'm here in strong support of Senator Laird's proposal on the South Ranch. I believe that The right of first refusal moved into the first phase for extension to 2030 is a minor but significantly impactful step that you can take. A couple of a lot of the details are in Senator Laird's letter, and I want to speak to a couple just to reinforce the things that you have already heard. First of all, that right of first refusal in phase one produces a much stronger and meaningful pathway for the inclusion of tribal representatives in the preservation of that South Ranch that is so particularly sacred to them. Second, I align myself with a comment of Assemblymember Addis that the discussion of the impacts on ratepayers is conjecture. It has not been documented whatsoever. And as Senator Laird indicated in his comments, there is $110 million produced in SB 846 in order that would directly affect those land values. So again, I don't see the case that ratepayers are going to be affected if this conservation is done as envisioned. And finally, I've heard discussion that PG&E may be resistant to that because they fear that should the plant be approved for extension beyond 2030, that mitigation opportunities may dry up. And I want to counter that. Having worked for just over 30 years on land conservation in San Luis Obispo County, I can assure your commission that there are numerous opportunities to improve stewardship, to restore habitat, to conserve further lands that have a very clear and direct geographical nexus and a functional nexus. So I would suggest that the application of funding from PG&E for future mitigations could accomplish a great deal that would be appropriate for their extension past 2030. I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, Don Ortiz-Legg.
Good day. Hello, commissioners. Chairwoman Harmon, nice to see everybody. Thanks for all of your efforts. My comments today are in line with the Board of Supervisors majority here in San Luis Obispo County. I am Dawn Ortiz-Legg. I am the board chair currently, and I represent District 3. District 3 is in the picture behind me. So when I speak today, these are the positions that the majority has made. One, we want to thank staff. We want to thank all of your staff. This has been a very arduous and complex negotiation. We want to thank Senator Laird for his leadership. We want to thank PG&E for their working together on all this. You know, we supported staff's recommendations initially. We've continued to support staff's efforts today. The land conservation leading to the mitigation is necessary for plan extension. We support plan extension. We support these mitigation. We look forward to ecotourism. We look forward to working with our tribal communities, particularly the YTT. The San Luis Obispo County has recognized the YTT as original descendants of the Pacho Coast. And we just want to say we support all of these efforts, and we want to thank you for taking the time. You know, the Board of Supervisors is very proud of Diablo Canyon. We're proud of it for being the largest clean carbon-free energy generator in the state. We're proud for it being the largest private employer in the county of San Luis Obispo. We're proud for what it does to stabilize the grid in the state of California. And all of these things come together with your votes today in support of staff. And so with that, I'll let you have your time back, and thank you very much for allowing me to make comment. Good day.
Thank you. Next will be Solvang City Council Member Mark Infante.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. As a city council member and a former mayor in Solvang, we recognize the need for the power that the PG&E puts out. In my professional career, I was a consultant to the nuclear industry. I've visited nuclear facilities all over this country, and after visiting the PG&E facility, I was very impressed by their organization and the way they handle things. I have no doubt in my mind that they can handle these mitigation issues in a way that's acceptable to everybody, and I would like to recommend that that be accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Mayor of Santa Maria, Alice Patino.
Yes, good morning or afternoon. I'm Alice Patino, the mayor of the city of Santa Maria, and I'm here to speak in favor of the continued operations and use of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. I think that the proposed mitigation package being offered appears to satisfy concerns that were brought last month. The number of acres that will be placed under conservation, the number of public trails that will be available, the financial package for the future construction and the maintenance, and the first right of refusal for Native American tribes, and the additional mitigations that were brought forward today. Land conservation, I think, is very important on the coast of California. And I do want to thank the Coastal Commission, and I want to thank the collaboration from all parties for bringing this package together. This took a lot of people and a lot of work to do, and we feel in Santa Maria it is necessary and greatly needed. A thank you and appreciation to the staff for a complete, comprehensive report today and very understandable. And as Senator Laird said, generations of people will also say thank you. And thank you very much today for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And we just got word of a sign up from Violet Sage Walker. Violet, you should be able to unmute. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mateo. Violet Sage Walker with the Northern Chumash Tribal Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. While we generally support the extents of the revised process, we consent to the 5-year extension with conditions mentioned. NCTC has been a part of the decommissioning and mitigation consultation process going back over a decade now. While we support the preservation of the lands around Diablo Canyons, we do not support the inclusion of public access without having developed a robust tribal co-management plan, tribal stewardship program, which includes all tribes culturally affiliated with the lands, including North Ranch, South Ranch, Wild Cherry Canyon. We support the extension with the condition to update the once-through cooling system to meet clean water standards and stop damaging the marine life around Diablo Canyon. We also support expanding the language of state agencies in conservation to include tribal co-management, tribal land trusts as priority for conservation. We also encourage the Diablo Canyon decommissioning reflect the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People that has been adopted by San Luis Obispo County. Also, the CPUC Tribal Lands Transfer Policy and recommendations be incorporated. We support the inclusion of the 4,500 acres of the North Ranch and the easements to the North Ranch open to public agencies with tribal co-management, specifically including all Chumash tribes and members of the Chumash communities who want to participate. We support the $10 million trail development plan with, again, co-management from Chumash and tribal members. We would like to support the Wild Cherry Canyon sale and congratulate the progress that has been made with the Wild Cherry Canyon sale, but also including tribal co-management and involvement. We would also like to encourage that the sale of South Ranch should be publicly made available prior to 2035. In the event that the opportunity arises to conserve the South Ranch, we think that having an arbitrary timeline of 2035 would possibly prohibit funding and prohibit participation from tribal members. The deed restriction on South Ranch, the 1,200 acres, currently is inadequate to involve all interested tribal parties, access land conservation initiatives, including fire mitigation measures, cultural revitalization, and promotion of the newly designated Thank you for your time, and we generally support staff's recommendations.
Thank you. We are missing Mayor of Paso Robles, John Hammond. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand. And if we don't have them, that would conclude our elected officials and tribal members.
Great, thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for that testimony. So I know we've got a lot of members of the public signed up to speak, and we very much look forward to your testimony. Rather than bifurcating it for our lunch break, I'm going to suggest we take lunch now. If we could all please return at 1:10 promptly, we'll get started with hearing from the public. Thank you. Okay, everyone, thanks so much for your patience. Hope you all had a good lunch. We will now go back to public comment, and I'll turn it over to Chris.
All right. Today for public comment, we have 54 speakers signed up. We will start with Jeremy Frankel with the Environmental Defense Center, and they have requested and been approved for a 15-minute presentation.
Let me just test this out really quick. Okay. Okay, ready when you are. So good afternoon and happy holidays to Commissioner Jackson. My name is Jeremy Frankel. I'm an attorney with the Environmental Defense Center, and I'm representing Mothers for Peace. So as explained in our prior presentation, we do maintain that any extension of Diablo is unnecessary, and so we urge you to deny both of PG&E's applications. However, we offer some supplemental comments today to respond to the modified staff report and the revised mitigation package. And specifically, I'd like to address first why the Commission cannot, as a matter of law, approve the 20-year extension sought in the consistency certification. And second, if the Commission proceeds with a 5-year CDP, the Commission must require all feasible mitigation measures, which here means the conservation of all the Diablo Canyon lands, including South Ranch. So just to orient us again really quick, staff is recommending that the Commission concur with PG&E's consistency certification under the override provision. To invoke that provision, the Commission must find, among other things, that the proposal meets the public welfare test, pictured here. And here, that means the Commission must find that there is, 1, a public need for a 20-year extension, and 2, that such an extension outweighs the impacts of an additional 20 years of operations. So now, in passing SB 846, the legislature acknowledged, based on information available at the time, that a 5-year extension of operations may be necessary, but that neither the legislature nor any state agency has ever suggested that continued operation of Diablo is necessary beyond 5 years, let alone through 2045. And in fact, the legislature expressly stated that it anticipates an extension will not be needed for more than 5 years. And there's simply no evidence in the record to support a finding that a 20-year extension is necessary to meet the state's energy demands. And actually, the staff report does not find that a 20-year extension is necessary. It just concludes that a 5-year extension meets the public welfare test. And on the other hand, there is ample evidence that continued operations of Diablo, either for 5 or 20 years, is unnecessary to meet the state's energy demands. As outlined in the expert report that we previously submitted, the most recent data from CEC, the PUC, CAISO, indicates that the state's energy system is actually expected to be over-reliable due to increases in renewable energy and battery storage, that Diablo can be entirely replaced with clean renewable energy from solar, geothermal, and storage, and that Diablo is not needed to achieve the state's carbon-free goals, and in fact, may impair the state's ability to do so by curtailing solar and wind development. So with no evidence in the record that PG&E's proposed 20-year extension is necessary, let alone so necessary that it outweighs the impacts, staggering impacts of 20 more years of operations, the Commission can't, as a matter of law, invoke the override provision to concur with the consistency certification. And doing so would be a substantial departure from what the legislature envisioned with SB 846. And remember, this is really an issue of PG&E's own making. It could have sought a 5-year license renewal consistent with SB 846, and instead it seized on this legislation to apply for a 20-year extension. And the Commission shouldn't, and as explained, it can't facilitate PG&E's power grab. So with the 20-year extension really effectively off the table, the Commission's review here is necessarily narrowed. Consistent with 846, the sole issue before the Commission is really whether to grant a 5-year CDP. And I'd reiterate again that developments in the wake of 846, unforeseen perhaps by the legislature, have rendered Diablo unnecessary. So we would maintain that the CDP should be denied. But in the event the Commission finds a 5-year extension is necessary, we'd just like to address why, again, as a matter of law, the revised mitigation package is inadequate. So let's start by looking at the mitigation proposal that PG&E came back with. So it was originally offering for a 5-year CDP, which you see on the left, which is a smaller conservation easement over North Ranch and a right of first refusal for all 5,000 acres of South Ranch. It would then hold in reserve additional feasible mitigation measures. So a total of 6,600 acres. In its revised proposal, it's now offering 4,500 acres for North Ranch, great, and a purchase option for Wild Cherry Canyon, but that is just 6,700 acres. It's not offering anything for the 5-year CDP for South Ranch. That's another 5,000 acres that it's just holding in reserve. So remember, there's a real possibility that PG&E does not operate past 2030, and probably is the most likely scenario. So anything offered as part of this phase two is really just illusory. PG&E's revised proposal, it shifts some things around, but it's really just a sleight of hand. In reality, there's really little substantive difference in terms of what is actually likely to be conserved. So let's return to the Commission's legal obligations here under the override provision. We touched on the public welfare test earlier, but the other essential finding that the Commission must make is that impacts are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. And again, with this 20-year extension effectively off the table, the Commission's review here is narrow. In considering PG&E's mitigation proposal, the sole question for the Commission becomes, what is the maximum feasible mitigation for a 5-year CDP, irrespective of any possible future extension? So in other words, 20-year extension off the table, the Commission's task is really to identify all feasible mitigation measures and then just include those as conditions of the 5-year CDP. So with that in mind, PG&E's phased approach, which expressly withholds feasible mitigation measures, simply can't be considered maximum feasible mitigation. To satisfy the mandate of the override provision, all feasible mitigation measures must be required now as mitigation for a 5-year extension and can't be withheld for a speculative future extension past 2030. So PG&E has already acknowledged between phase 1 and 2 that conservation of nearly all the Diablo Canyon lands is feasible, but it's still obfuscating when it comes to South Ranch. And remember, PG&E initially represented that the immediate conservation of South Ranch was infeasible. And now it appears to acknowledge that some amount is feasible, but only up to about 1,200 acres, which is really an arbitrary amount. According to PG&E, there's 2 things that apparently stand in the way of a conservation easement over the full South Ranch, and that would be the cost to ratepayers and that any encumbrance would have to be approved supposedly by PUC. But neither are really genuine impediments to conservation. There is no credible evidence that the cost here would be prohibitive. The staff report estimates that an encumbrance over the full property would result in a loss of value between $16 and $21 million. But there's a couple issues to start with that calculation. And the first is that this property hasn't actually been appraised. So staff points to a $48 million valuation, but there's really nothing to support that valuation. And then secondly, staff estimates a 30 to 40% depreciation in value from a conservation easement. But I think that ignores the many encumbrances that are already on this property. 1,200 acres, so a quarter of it basically, is already deed restricted. And it's zoned agricultural on top of that. So it can't be used for residential development. It can't be used for commercial development. And as long as any encumbrance allows some amount of sustainable agriculture, which is something that the SLO County voters approved and the decommissioning engagement panel as well, it's unclear why there would be really much, if any, depreciation in value. But even putting that aside, and we assume that staff's estimate is correct, the $16 to $20 million, there's still $110 million left in that SB 846 fund, which you heard about earlier, specifically for land conservation. And importantly, that is excluding the $40 million already allotted for Wild Cherry Canyon. So second, well, that is more than enough to cover the cost of that $16 to $20 million potential loss in valuation. So second thing PG&E says is they need approval from PUC. It's hard to see the agency withholding that approval, especially considering funds exist to cover the cost to any ratepayers. So it's very likely feasible to conserve immediately all 5,000 acres of South Ranch, either by way of conservation easement or deed restriction. And we did submit with our comment letter a proposed alternative condition for South Ranch that accounts for the potential uncertainty here. And it proposes first requiring PG&E to pursue full conservation easement of South Branch or deed restriction, but if that proves infeasible, then requiring the partial deed restriction that they've proposed, although everything again in phase one. So in sum, just want to conclude with there's really no evidence, again, none in the record, that Diablo is needed for an additional 20 years. And as we previously explained, developments in the wake of 846 have rendered any extension of Diablo unnecessary, either for 5 or 20 years. So again, we'd urge the Commission to deny both of PG&E's applications, but if the Commission sees fit to entertain the 5-year CDP, it must require as mitigation the immediate conservation of all Diablo Canyon lands, including the South Ranch. And so logistically, that would require 2 basic edits to the proposal. The first being taking everything earmarked for phase 2 and putting it in phase 1, and then amending that condition regarding the South Ranch to require full conservation easement. And again, we submitted a proposed alternative for you to consider. So with that, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I will also note that we do have Linda Kropp online and available for rebuttal and/or questions. Linda Kropp is also with the Environmental Defense Center. All right, moving on, we have 54 speakers. We will start with those in the room. First, we have Julia Chun here with the California Coastal Protection Network on behalf of Susan Jordan. Following that will be Mitch Silverstein, Rick Hernandez, and Gary Rugeroni.
Good afternoon. I'm reading this on behalf of Susan Jordan. Dear Commissioners, I apologize that I cannot be there to testify in person today. I offer the following 2 observations on behalf of CCPN, Environment California, and NRDC. First, we're pleased that PG&E and staff have worked together to expand the mitigation for the extensive harm caused by the continued operation of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, though the mitigation proposal still remains insufficient. Second, we support EDC's recommendation that the Commission deny the permit and the consistency determination. But if the Commission decides to approve both, we strongly urge that you to follow the mitigation outlined in both Senator Laird and Assemblymember Addis's letters, with one important distinction: that the conservation easement over the South Ranch portion be recorded within the term of the 5-year CDP, as Assemblymember Addis has explicitly requested. As someone who witnessed PG&E's refusal to agree to any additional mitigation at the last hearing, I want to emphasize why I believe it's critical that the conservation easement be required now. This conservation easement is essential to meet the legally required maximum feasible mitigation standard for the industrial override provision that the Commission is relying on to approve the extension. If it's legally feasible in Phase 2, it's feasible now. Next, the argument that PG&E needs to hold back this conservation easement so they have mitigation to offer later seems disingenuous. I feel quite confident that the powers that be will be able to find suitable additional mitigation if and when the power plant's operation life is extended by the legislature. Finally, I'm troubled by the threat that the financial burden will fall on PG&E ratepayers. As Senator Laird points out, there are funds required by SB 846 that can be used to help address this potential impact. But also I question whether this decision to burden ratepayers rather than shareholders lies in part with PG&E itself. In closing, CCPN, Environment California, and RDC believe the time to require maximum compensatory mitigation is now, while the bird lies in your hand and not in the proverbial bush at some point in the future. The people of California deserve certainty now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Silverstein, Rick Hernandez, Gary Rugeroni.
Chair Harmon and Commissioners, Mitch Silverstein with Surfrider Foundation. Last month, you stood with coastal advocates demanding that PG&E fully conserve the Diablo Canyon lands before approving extended operations. Thank you for that leadership. PG&E has improved its proposal, including new Wild Cherry Canyon purchase option, but it still falls short of what the Coastal Act requires. The staff report itself acknowledges that the mitigation cannot achieve consistency with the Coastal Act sections that protect marine biological productivity. DCPP's cooling system processes 2.5 billion gallons daily and training marine life equal to what's found in 14 square miles of nearshore waters. Even with expanded North Ranch conservation, decades of land protection would be needed to offset just 5 years of operations. We support Senator Laird's recommendations as a starting point with a few enhancements. First, we agree with EDC and others that if approved, the mitigation package should be 100% tied to a 5-year CDP. Second, Wild Cherry Canyon. We appreciate PG&E's new purchase option, allowing immediate acquisition if a buyer also secures the lease. It's a significant improvement, but we urge the Commission to require that this happen immediately, not just create an option that eventually expires. The $40 million in state coastal conservancy funds and 2029 lease expiration create urgency for action now, not justification for delay. Third, South Ranch. We urge full conservation protection now for all 5,000 acres, not just a purchase option. As Senator Laird and others stated, $110 million in SB 846 funding remains available and can be put toward purchase to avoid costs being passed to ratepayers. These distinctions matter. Conservation easements provide immediate binding protection. Purchase options create only contingent opportunities that may never materialize. These coastal watersheds flow directly into marine protected areas. Without binding protections now, future development could degrade the very marine resources we're trying to protect. We also urge at minimum equal priority for tribal entities and any land transfers, not subordinate status after government agencies. The Commission has authority to require adequate mitigation. We urge you to exercise it by requiring binding conservation protections now across all Diablo Canyon lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Hernandez, Gary Rugeroni, Taryn Collins.
Thank you, Commissioners, today for your time and consideration. My name is Rick Hernandez. I'm a docent since 1987 on the Pacho Coast Trail. When we're looking at these issues today, I want to focus on the fact that these large, great new land conservation easements, the new trails that are being offered, we need to remember the past. And the past starts with Peter Douglas. Peter Douglas was the commissioner for 26 years. He was a co-author on Prop 20, which created the Coastal Commission. He also co-authored the Coastal Act in 1976. In 1992, Peter Douglas appointed the Nature Conservancy to establish and begin a managed access trail that would provide open space and for public access on these lands. The trail alignment that was proposed has a specific need, it has specific points, and has very areas that people can discuss about the history, about the geology, about the cultural background, biology of the area. These points were specifically put into that design. And very important, as we look at the future that we're going through right now, There are some management issues with the trail, the way it's being managed now. There's others in my group that will talk about those specifically. We need to look at the fact that the Coast Guard Road, which was an issue, has quite a few of those points of interest, those interpretive points. And there are, if there's an issue with safety on there, there are very many ways that we can simply address those. I was a little sad to see that the Coast Guard Road might be an issue to be taken out. That's why the realignment was considered. So I urge and request that the Coast Guard Road be kept in there and that the alignment stay in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gary Ruggiero, Taryn Collins, Scott Buckles.
Commissioners and staff, my name is Gary Ruggiero. I'm Pacho Coast Trail docent for the last 14 years, Point St. Louis Lighthouse docent for the last 12 years, and I'm on the Point St. Louis Lighthouse Board of Directors. I'm here to raise a significant issue. The Pacho Coast Trail is more than just a hiking trail. It was specifically established as a destination, a trail to lead to a destination, the historic lighthouse, National Register of Historic Places. It's required by PG&E that we have at least 2 docents on the trail. That's been a requirement for a long time. Recently, PG&E changed that and made it 2 docents for every 6 people. Huge increase in the number of docents. That was actually, we believe, a violation of the implementation plan that was created for the Pacho Coast Trail. PG&E requires reservations for the trail. We support that. They have an online reservation system. That online reservation system cuts off the registrations 2 days before the actual date of the trail. That means a lot of people who want to go on the trail are not able to get onto it. They don't allow walk-ons anymore. Now, it used to be that they had a reservation system. You could actually sign up all the way to the day of the hike, and they allowed walk-ons as long as there were enough docents. That worked really well. Now we've reduced it to a point where we're eliminating a lot of access out on the trail. Special hikes are a big part of the Pacho Coast Trail. We have a lot of groups that want to hike. As a big group, we try to set up that and accommodate that. PG&E requires at least 2 weeks advance notice before they'll approve a special hike. And they put a bunch of very restricting conditions on it. Often our requests for a special hike are denied by PG&E. Okay. We have many other suggestions. We hope that the Pacho Coast Trail and the Lighthouse can be part of the implementation plan when that's being considered. We have a lot of things we can bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Taryn Collins, Scott Buckles, Alyssa Buckles.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Taryn Collins. I'm an attorney in Pismo Beach, and I have a long history of advocating on behalf of public coastal access. Today, I speak as a member of the board of the Point San Luis Lighthouse Keepers, and we're very concerned about the possibility proposed in the staff report that allowing the alignment of the Pacho Coast Trail to be modified. This proposed realignment would end the successfully managed access program, which for decades has protected the sensitive resources, including the lighthouse, in its remote location. It also would take away 2 miles, 2 of the most beautiful scenic miles of that trail, 54% of the trail, and we don't want to lose that. I want to point out that there was a managed access trail program that Peter Douglas helped create. It's the managed access on this trail protects the lighthouse and other sensitive resources. We ask that you make 3 modifications to the conditions of approval. 1, preserve the existing Pacho Coast Trail alignment. 2, preserve the existing operational agreement. 3, require PG&E to work with the lighthouse and your staff to transfer the responsibility for trail management as interim trail manager to the lighthouse keepers. I spoke for a moment with Tom Jones from PG&E this morning. They are not opposed to this. They don't want to be in the trail management business, and it's been causing problems. So we really appreciate your attention to this, and we invite all of you and your families and staff and your families to come out and take a hike. Check out the lighthouse. We'd really like to host you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Scott Buchholz, Alyssa Buchholz, and then Bart Ziegler. Scott, go ahead. They're pulling up your presentation.
They're bringing up a slide. Great. Well, hi there. Thanks. I'm Scott Buchholz. It's a pleasure to be here, and I kind of wanted to talk about that coastal trail. And I wanted to give you an idea of what it looks like from the top at first. So everything you've heard so far is from that trailhead at the top right down to the lighthouse. But the Pacho Coast Trail goes further out to Rattlesnake Canyon. The catch is we're only allowed to do that once a month. That's a PG&E restriction. Furthermore, I wanted to give you a view of what Taryn was talking about with the loss of the trail. We have a zoomed in view on the bottom left. Everything in blue disappears. That would go away. The yellow is what's currently proposed, and I just wanted to show you where that trailhead starts with this dolphin. Okay, this is the Exhibit 5 from PG&E attachment to the staff report, and if we zoom in a little bit on the top, you can kind of see that that whole section isn't really covered well. There's 2 black dots. They've already decided to use the modified Pacho Coast Trail and retire it. That's their own documentation. Again, everything in blue in the bottom left disappears for the public. What does that look like? We can't take you out there, so let's do it virtually. This is where they start. This was yesterday before we drove down here. And it's beautiful off-road. When they finally get to their location, this is where that trailhead is. You'll notice it's not really on their property anymore. We're past it. That stairwell points towards PG&E, probably should point towards Avila Beach. And then as you go a little bit further, something magical happens. Something we're all used to on the left is single file. When you get to the road, which isn't much of a road, everyone can expand and break out. That's where these interpretation sites are. And that's what we get to share from like Peter Douglas and others who set this up. The kids that we bring out here are all walks of life. Our favorite are 4th graders, but I'll leave this with you. And thanks so much for letting us be here today.
Thank you. Next, Alyssa Buchholz, Bart Ziegler, David Wiseman.
Bart Ziegler?
Alyssa Buchholz is next.
Hello, Commissioners. It's good to be here today. I wanted to talk to you guys about the age restriction on the trail. I always thought it would be good for younger kids to go on there because when I first went on the trail, I learned so many new things I never knew about before. There was this plant called coyote bush on there. There's 2 different types. There's one that has like little flowers on it, and then there's one that's just plants. I thought it was really cool. And I feel like younger students would like to get, or not students, sorry, kids, would probably get a chance to learn about that. And I have a little friend who's 7 years old. He was really excited that I was going to be here in San Diego. And he's always been wanting to go with me to the lighthouse so we could see the sights there and the dolphins, he said. He's really sweet. He likes going on bike rides with me. But yeah, I just want him to come with me on the lighthouse, but I have to wait, I don't know how many years. A few years though. And yeah, I feel like it'd be a good chance for younger kids to be able to try to go on the hike. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Bart Ziegler, David Weisman, Carl Wirtz.
A Yale history professor once told me that we need to protect our institutions, Timothy Snyder. And I want to thank you for being an institution to protect the coastline. So this is the first. And then also, I'm Bart Ziegler. I'm the president of the Samuel Lawrence Foundation. And we're in full support of the Mothers for Peace actions. I say this in honor and in memory of Daniel Hirsch, who schooled us in the seismic activity surrounding the plant, and also Digby McDonald from Berkeley Material Science, who had about 2.5 letters after his name, who said that Diablo is the second most embrittled reactor vessel in the nation. I urge you to deny the consistency certification and coastal development permit for Diablo Canyon, 5 and 20 years extensions. The record shows that those operations are inconsistent with the Coastal Act protections for marine life, coastal hazards, and public resources. First, the one through cooling system caused large-scale ongoing biological loss. Diablo Canyon circulates 2.5 billion gallons of seawater daily. State assessments estimate over 1.5 billion fish larvae and countless plankton are killed annually through the entrainment and impingement. The thermal plume alters the nearby seashore ecology. Second, the proposed mitigation is scientifically mismatched. Land conservation does not mitigate marine mortality. The State Water Board's OTC policy emphasizes direct or in-kind marine mitigation, intake modification, habitat restoration, artificial reefs, or fine mesh screens. None are meaningfully proposed here. Increasing land acreage does not change the fact that coastal waters will continue to be biologically depleted every day the OTC operates. Third, the statutory need for Diablo Canyon is no longer clear. SB 846 requires that the operations continue only if the power is necessary for reliability. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you. David Weissman, Carl Wirtz, Robert Shoecraft.
Good afternoon, David Weissman, Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. The revised staff report recycles misleading and inaccurate information from PG&E concerning the feasibility of a conservation easement for the entire 5,000 acres South Ranch. I direct you to our written comments for a full description of the CPUC and tax ramifications. Suffice to say that PG&E's characterization of a South Ranch conservation easement as, quote, financially burdensome and cost prohibitive to the utilities customers who would pay the full cost for the encumbrance and rates, is misleading and fails to reflect that SB 846 spreads the environmental mitigation costs statewide to all CPUC jurisdictional load-serving entities and not only PG&E's customers. PG&E's two-phase mitigation proposal unlawfully dilutes the already insufficient mitigation of the 2025 to 2030 impacts even further by attempting to credit the same mitigation measure impacts out to 2045. This absurdity becomes clearer in the staff report's Table 2, quantifying, quote, the years to reach full mitigation. PG&E's approach would extend this net zero point to between 99 and 157 years. How absurd is stretching this biological payback time? Well, the Social Security Administration's actuarial tables project Governor Newsom's remaining life expectancy at 24.9 years. Using your staff's estimates, it would therefore be Governor Newsom's great-great-great-great-grandchildren who might be the first to enjoy the mitigated waters of the Pacific near Diablo. You have until April 15th to take final action. Clearly, meeting this moment requires a higher expectation of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Wirtz, Robert Shoecraft, Daryl Gale.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I'm Carl Wirtz of Fish and Transition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We support the proposed mitigation package and staff's recommendation, but also believe Diablo Canyon's hypothetical impacts to marine life are severely overstated and aren't supported by empirical evidence. Rather than address staff's recommendation point by point, I have some video evidence to share. Though it's produced by PG&E, I'm here on my own volition, not on their behalf. In it, you'll see why the plant is not destroying sea life, but serving as a sanctuary for it.
Diablo Cove, located in the Pacific Ocean, is directly adjacent on the shoreline to Diablo Canyon Power Plant. As part of its operations, it discharges warmer water into the ocean. In this video, we're going to take a look at its effects on the marine environment. As in any dynamic marine environment, there are changes within the cove, as it is affected not only by the plant's discharge, but through natural phenomena such as El Nino and winter storm events. Federal and state regulations limit the water temperature to no warmer than 22 degrees Fahrenheit than incoming seawater. The discharge from the plant has never exceeded that limitation, and our team of highly qualified divers and marine biologists find the water in the cove typically about 10% below the requirement of 22 degrees. For this reason, within Diablo Cove, the biomass has remained the same. However, there is a greater occurrence of warm water-loving species, coexisting with cold water-loving species, such as copper rockfish, yellowtail, and wolf eels. The presence of great whites has also been increasing in the cove, and the tide pools along the shoreline are alive with anemones, mussels, barnacles, and abalone. Through what has become the longest-running marine biological study in the United States, PG&E has performed extensive monitoring in Diablo Cove and the shoreline at its dozens of control stations since 1976, beginning 8 years prior to plant operation. Quarterly intertidal sampling is also conducted, counting invertebrates and checking the percentage of algae cover. These studies are also shared with regulators. Additionally, a 1 nautical mile exclusion area acts as a de facto marine preserve for animals such as the federally protected black abalone and southern sea otters. Once the power plant ceases operating and transitions to decommissioning, our marine scientists expect warmer water fish will move south and colder water fish will either stay or move in.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Shoecraft, Daryl Gale, Fraser Haney.
Good afternoon, Chairman Harmon. I'm one of many people trying to get over a bad cold, and the rest of the commissioners. I'm Robert Shoecraft. I'm an attorney for Home Fed Corporation. Home Fed, as you know, is a development company. It is the lessee under the 1968 lease of Wild Cherry Canyon. We have a judicially confirmed right to develop Wild Cherry Canyon for any lawful purpose for the next 141 years. PG&E's package does not include any offer or assurance that Wild Cherry Canyon will not be developed for any lawful use. We appreciate staff's additions in section 2.3 and also the language that was offered by Mr. Tufeld this morning to make it clear that our lease rights are not being impacted by any of the mitigation measures that are being proposed here. To be clear, Home Fed's leasehold interest through December 25th, 2166 will not be subject to a conservation easement, will not be subject to a deed restriction, will not be subject to an option to sell to a state agency or a right of first refusal. Having said this, as we advised in our letter to the Commission and to and to PG&E, Home Fed is a willing seller, and we have an interest in selling this property for a fair appraised price. Senator Laird made it very clear today that among the budgets from Senate Bill 846, $40 million was set aside for the acquisition of Wild Cherry Canyon. Despite this, Home Fed, having been a willing seller for many, many years, for decades, no one has ever come forward and made us an offer to this very day. Home Fed is open to discussions, and we would appreciate any offer from from PG&E. I would also advise the Commission that an appraisal has been performed of our leasehold rights, and as of October 26, 2020, our leasehold rights were valued at $39 million. PG&E did not dispute this appraisal in any of the litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Daryl Gale, Fraser Haney, and Peter Anderson.
I'm Daryl Gale. You must deny the consistency certification and the coastal development permits. Don't radiate my favorite beautiful historical city in Northern California, San Luis Obispo. And how does this, I can't wrap my head around it, 45 8,000 acres, 12,000 acres, all this land mitigation stuff. I don't get it. How does it save the fish larvae and their microscopic friends who have been cooked in daily, hourly hot water releases for 40 years, thanks to PG&E? Somebody explain to me how that land mitigation works for marine life. I don't understand. PG&E doesn't have a good reputation in the rest of California for being careful regarding transmission lines or maintaining equipment. Fires anyone? But damn, they have great PR, especially in Northern California. We know what's going on, especially in regards to candidate Newsom. Don't do it.
Thank you, Fraser Haney, Peter Anderson, and then we have our Zoom speakers.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and members of the Commission. My name is Fraser Haney. I'm the Executive Director for the Wildlands Conservancy, and I wanted to speak today specifically about Wild Cherry Canyon. The Wildlands Conservancy manages California's largest nature preserve system, which is open to the public daily for free. Places like the Wind Wolves Preserve or the Jenner Headlands Preserve. We recently worked with the Commission to open the Estero Americano Coast Preserve to the public. And we've had other efforts with the Commission in the past. More recently, too, we've worked on the acquisition of the Reyna Creek Preserve with the Esalen Tribe of Monterey County, something that Senator Laird supported. Thank you very much, Senator. And we stand here today also to let you know we're in support of the staff recommendation for Wild Cherry Canyon, just specifically that part of the staff recommendation. And I think that the conservation of Wild Cherry Canyon, public access to Wild Cherry Canyon, tribal access, and a priority on tribal collaborative management represents real value to the California coast and to the people of California. And we stand ready to work with all the stakeholders locally, the tribes, HomeFed, PG&E, elected officials, to acquire Wild Cherry Canyon and steward it for a long term. And make sure it's open to the public. So thank you for your time and consideration today, and look forward to seeing how this turns out.
Thank you. Peter Anderson. And then after that, our first Zoom speakers will be Madison Schroeder, Jill Zamek, and Gary Kirkland. Peter Anderson.
Good afternoon. I have great respect for the Coastal Commission. You do wonderful work, and I hope you'll do wonderful work on this occasion. I wish we were denying the permit for Diablo Canyon to operate at all. It is the craziest and most dangerous way to boil water in the world. And I understand that approval of a 5-year permit is a fait accompli, so let's talk about the mitigation measures that are so important. First of all, Sierra Club wants the strongest conservation measures currently for all 12,000 acres in the vicinity. Secondly, we want a conservation easement on all of South Ranch in Phase 1, not delayed, but right away in Phase 1. We want the conservation plan for Wild Cherry Canyon outlined in Senator Laird's recent letter to be implemented. We want marine estuary and wetland restoration. It is premature to say that Morro Bay is already protected. Some additional protections could be adopted. But we also believe that Diablo Canyon represents a threat to the entire California coast, and that you could do mitigation almost anywhere up and down the coast. It doesn't have to be delayed until you can find local mitigation. Finally, we believe very strongly in only extending these protections for 5 years. There's no rationale, not cost, no lack of electricity or anything else, to extend this warrant beyond 5 years. And likewise, you should have the strongest mitigations possible prior to the 2030 timeline. I was the co-author of the Sierra Club report on nuclear waste, 140-page document, and I can tell you that it's one of the most dangerous technologies that humans have ever invented, but at least mitigate for it to the extent possible. Thanks for your attention.
All right, thank you. And we did have one more in person, Colleen Cochran. We moved you to Zoom accidentally because we saw that you were logged on Zoom. So
I logged on this morning, but been here for a bit. Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Colleen Cochran. I am a current student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography studying climate science and policy. I've also been working in climate for over a decade, and I work with global organizations on their climate risk and strategy. My comments today focus on the need for a climate risk analysis that aligns with California's evolving climate governance frameworks and on the urgent need for mitigation proportional to the ecological harm caused by the facility's once-through cooling system. California's SB 261 requires large companies, including PG&E, to assess and disclose material physical climate risks using forward-looking scenario-based approaches. PG&E's own climate strategy report in 2022 states that the company evaluates compound hazards and pursues nature-positive strategies, including ecosystem restoration. However, I do not believe these commitments are fully represented in the application before the Commission. As the staff report indicates, PG&E has not provided a comprehensive climate hazard analysis for Diablo Canyon. I urge this Commission to consider how this emerging climate risk landscape of SB 261 intersects not only with the Diablo Canyon permit, but with other corporate sites that come before this body. Aligning the Commission's expectation with climate risk frameworks that companies are already adopting will reduce confusion, lower compliance burdens, and advance consistent science-based environmental protections. To my next point, as we've heard from others and from the staff presentation this morning, ecological harm is discrete, ongoing, and biologically significant, particularly for nearshore productivity, forage species, and trophic dynamics. The mitigation package, as we again have heard, largely centers on upland conservation and public access. And while this is incredibly important, there is no dedicated funding to marine or nearshore ecosystem restoration tied to actual mitigation and meaningful and proportional to the harms as required by the Coastal Act. Thank you. I just in closing, therefore, would like to propose for a complete scenario-based climate hazard assessment and mitigation that is proportional to the harms and focused on marine restoration. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris, before we move to Zoom, I just want to make an announcement for everyone who's waiting to speak. We're going to take 30 more minutes of 2-minute comments, and then we'll be switching to 1 minute because we want to make sure that we hear from everyone. So if you could be as focused as possible in your comments and allow us to hear from everybody, we'd really appreciate it. So we'll go down to 1 minute at 2:40. Thank you.
thank you. I'll just note that we have about 37 people signed up to speak on Zoom. For those speaking on Zoom, I'm just going to give a recap or a breakdown of our procedures just so things run smoothly. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, and this may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. And then when we prompt you to be moved to a panelist, please accept so things go smoothly. So first up, again, Madison Schroeder, Jill Zamek, and Gary Kirkland. Madison Schroeder, go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Madison Schroeder, and I'm here on behalf of Generation Atomic. We are a nonprofit advocating for nuclear power, and many of our volunteers live in California and San Luis Obispo. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of extending Diablo Canyon's operations. I'd like to address 3 key points for your consideration. First, Diablo Canyon represents one of California's largest single sources of carbon-free electricity. The loss of this baseload capacity would create an immediate clean energy deficit. Historical evidence from nuclear closures in other jurisdictions demonstrates that natural gas generation typically increases to fill this gap, even as renewable capacity continues to expand. This outcome would directly undermine California's climate commitments and the coastal health that depends on climate stability. Second, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has conducted a rigorous environmental review that directly addresses the question before you. The NRC's site-specific supplemental environmental impact statement compared continued operations against replacement power alternatives, including both purchased power from existing facilities and a renewables combination with solar, wind, storage, and geothermal. Their analysis found that both replacement alternatives would have environmental impacts in multiple resource areas that exceed those of continued operations. The renewables alternative would require substantial new construction with significant land use, water resource, and ecological impacts. The NRC determined that continued operations would result in small environmental impacts across all resource categories, while replacement alternatives showed potential for moderate or large impacts in several areas. Their conclusion was unambiguous. The environmentally preferred alternative is license renewal. Third, the proposed mitigation package provides substantial and permanent environmental benefits. The conservation easements offer watershed protection and directly benefits marine ecosystems, along with approximately 25 miles of public access trails. Approving the permit through 2045 aligns with California's statutory climate objectives while advancing coastal resource protection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Jill Zamek, Gary Kirkland, and Era Castillo. Gary Kirkland, please accept being promoted to panelist. Gary. Jill Zamek, go ahead.
Hi, I live downwind from dirty and dangerous Diablo Canyon in Arroyo Grande. Construction began in the late 1960s, yet it didn't go online until 1985. This is a very old plant sited in an active earthquake zone. There is no permanent solution for storage of the enormous amount of high-level radioactive waste it continues to generate. Extending the operation prolongs and exacerbates the risk to public safety, and furthermore, the need for its energy is not certain. I urge the Commission to reject PG&E's efforts to extend the life of Diablo Canyon and deny its applications for consistency certification and a coastal development permit. As staff acknowledges, the proposed extension is inconsistent with the Coastal Act policies meant to protect the marine environment. The severity of the detrimental impacts to the ocean due to the once-through cooling system is undisputed, and although I'm in favor of preserving the land when the plant is decommissioned, no amount of land can mitigate 40-plus years of damage. Stop the waivers and concessions, follow the Clean Water Act, and deny these permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gary Kirkland, Ara Castillo, and Bill Woodbridge. Gary Kirkland. Gary, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Okay, now I've unmuted. Hi, it's Gary Kirkland from Atascadero. I'm a biologist. I know that when an organism dies, another one benefits from it. The idea that you can save an environment is absurd if you look at the history of the Earth. When one environment goes away, another one comes with it. Also, you cannot conserve land. Land just stays as it is or it changes. And through the history of the Earth, the land has changed tremendously. And the Earth is still here, humans are still here. Also, based on their prior behavior, if the first settlers, which I call them as a group, because they came here from Siberia, if they get a hold of that land, they're going to put on casinos like they did down in Solvang. That's not preserving the land by even the definition of people who talk on here. You can't conserve land. It's not possible. The land still stays there. Diablo is a huge advantage to the economy of San Luis Obispo in the state of California, and it provides jobs, it provides income, and a steady, reliable source of electricity, which wind and solar do not. And wind and solar are not clean. They provide all kinds of damage to the environment. Anything you do, according to use people, damage the environment. If you change it at any, all you've done is change the environment. So I'm strongly urging the Coastal Commission to not only support the 5-year plan, but urge the legislature to do the 20-year plan to protect a vital resource for the state and the county of San Luis Obispo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Ara Castillo, Bill Woodbridge, and Nadia Kauja. Ara Castillo.
Looks like my video is disabled. I guess that's okay. I'll start now. Oh,
You should be able to start it now. There you go.
thank you. I'm Ara. I live here in SoCal County. For years, this commission has consulted with YTT Northern Chumash leaders, extracting their time and expertise without compensation while state contractors receive million-dollar payouts. For years, you've affirmed your commitment to tribal land return in your own policy documents. And now, when the moment arrives to honor those commitments, things suddenly become complicated. Are they complicated, or do they simply require courage? Staff continues to rely on the NAHC contact list, which is widely known to erroneously list proven pretend Indians and their organizations, including speakers on this topic. That is part of why the list is in the process of being amended now. That is also why Senator Laird, Supervisor Bruce Gibson, and Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg have all publicly expressed their support for YTT and YTT only. If we want to be truly different from the settlers who violently colonized this land in the first place, we can no longer afford the polite racism of bureaucracy. There is no progress without justice. Justice is the foundation. Without justice, everything we build, no matter how well-intentioned, is already broken. And maybe you're okay with this. Maybe you see nothing wrong with protecting the land on paper while excluding and exploiting the people who've protected it for millennia. But if you're not, if you're tired of going along with the status quo, if you feel deep down that you might just be the right person at the right time to do what seemed impossible a moment ago, amend your staff recommendation. It really is that simple. Make land return a binding commitment, not an aspiration for some distant future. Return the land to YTT. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Bill Woodbridge, Nadia Kauja, and Gianna Patchen. Bill Woodbridge.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time today.
You're muted, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for your time. I am in favor of Assemblyperson Addis's comments about making the conservation of especially the South Ranch, but all of the Diablo Canyon conservation immediately, not hung up on something that the gas company may or may not do. I'm very concerned that PG&E pays no taxes to anybody for all of the benefits they get. And yet the taxpayer or the ratepayers' bills continue to go up. That's a quandary. Most concerning is the amount of water, 2.5 billion gallons a day, that is sucked out of the ocean and poured back into the ocean, heating it up. We are creating dead zones along our coast. 14 square miles of overheated, toxic water along this coastal area is not good. It prevents mammals, sea mammals, and fish from living like they should or could or would. On top of that, the amount of water sucked in is killing 1.5 billion fish a year. That is not an ecologically good thing to happen. It needs to stop. The ocean environment is critical. It's been devastated for 40 years. It's continuing to be devastated by this outflush of hot water every day. Please deny these actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia Kauja, Gianna Patchen, and Clint Olivier. Nadia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nadia. I'm a 26-year-old born and raised Californian who will live with the consequences of the decisions made here long after this facility stops operating. I'm urging you to deny the consistency certification and coastal development permit for both the 5 and 20-year extensions at Diablo Canyon. We've already seen the consequences of stranded spent nuclear fuel at San Onofre, sitting on an eroding coastline with no relocation plan. Diablo Canyon risks becoming a second San Onofre, but this time with additional decades of waste production and no credible disposal pathway. Diablo Canyon's OTC system pulls in 2.5 billion gallons of seawater each day, and warm discharge water stresses kelp forests, algae, and fisheries, communities that young Californians value economically, ecologically, and culturally. What concerns me most is that the proposed mitigation is not marine mitigation. California's own cooling policies stress that mitigation for marine harm should reduce or compensate for marine mortality. That has not been proposed. As someone who will inherit both the coastal risks and the waste inventory, I'm asking you to consider what intergenerational equity looks like under the Coastal Act. Extending Diablo Canyon without direct marine mitigation and without a viable long-term waste solution shifts the burden onto Californians who had no voice in the decision that created it. If Diablo Canyon cannot operate without continued unmitigated harm, and if its waste will remain on this coastline indefinitely, then it does not meet the Coastal Act's mandate to protect and restore coastal resources. You are the Coastal Commission. It is your sole job to protect the coast, so please protect it instead of sacrificing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Gianna Patchen, Clint Olivier, and then Julian Lake. Gianna Patchen.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Gianna Patchen, the Sierra Club's Santa Lucia Chapter Coordinator, representing over 4,000 Sierra Club members and supporters here in San Luis Obispo County. Thank you for the staff report revisions. As many others have shared, there are 3 key elements that still need your attention today. 1, marine restoration mitigation requirements. 2, a conservation easement on all of South Ranch. And 3, that all mitigations should be required in Phase 1 within the 5-year CDP timeline. Additionally, we support land back and inclusive tribal access policies for all local tribal groups throughout this process. Today, I'm here to emphasize, in particular, that in-kind marine conservation can and should be part of the mitigation package to bring the project closer to the Coastal Act requirements and shorten the lengthy mitigation timeline. In November, we appreciated Commissioners' questions about marine mitigations, but you received insufficient answers that warrant further discussion. Today, we ask you to push further and give more consideration to marine mitigations that we are not currently seeing in this mitigation package. First of all, any amount of estuarine, wetland, or marine restoration is preferable to none. Second, it's premature to consider Morro Bay estuary as already protected. As long as there are people living near Morro Bay, it will need ongoing conservation efforts. Third, there is no need for marine mitigation to solely focus on the nearest area. Marine restoration can be done both nearby and/or across the California coast. And lastly, the staff report's objection that it would take several years to identify restoration sites is out of place when even the most comprehensive land conservation mitigations will take over 30 years to fully mitigate the 5-year extension. We can look to successful marine restoration examples like the Delta Stewardship Council's 12,000 acres of estuary habitat restoration, as well as many local conservation efforts that need support in face of budget cuts, including in Morro Bay, Point Sal, and Pink Conception. So finally, please ask today, why can't offsite estuary and wetland habitat mitigation be part of this mitigation package? So far, the reasoning we've heard is insufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Clint Olivier, Julian Lake, and then Jack Neff. Clint Olivier.
Good morning. My name is Clint Olivier. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Central Valley Business Federation. At BizFed, we support an all-of-the-above energy strategy here in the Central Valley in California, and Diablo Canyon is a key part of that. It's safe, it's reliable, it's environmentally responsible, as has been proven over and over again, and it produces clean power for millions of Californians. Extending its operations strengthens grid reliability and keeps energy affordable as we continue expanding renewables statewide, especially down here in Kern County. Please approve this extension. It's a smart, balanced step toward California's energy future.
Thank you. Next, Julian Lake, Jack Neff, and then Gene Nelson. Julian Lake.
Hello, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Thank you. On behalf of the Bay Area Council, I am speaking to express our strong support for the approval of the necessary coastal development permits and consistency certification for the continued operation of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant through 2030. As a leading voice for the Bay Area's business and civic community, we recognize Diablo Canyon's critical role in ensuring California's reliable, carbon-free electricity supply as the state works towards its ambitious climate and clean energy goals. We understand the Coastal Commission's review must ensure the protection of California's coastal resources and we believe that the Diablo Canyon Power Plant has taken the appropriate mitigation measures and continues ongoing oversight of the environmental impacts of continued operation. I myself have visited Diablo Canyon and witnessed the ecosystem that has grown in the wake of the plant, which is unique and prosperous. The Bay Area Council has seen this thriving marine ecosystem and respectfully urges the Commission to approve the pending permit applications that allow Diablo Canyon to continue operation as an essential bridge in California's clean energy future. Doing so aligns with the state's climate, economic, and environmental objectives. The Diablo Canyon Power Plant provides 9% of California's clean total energy and 70% of its clean power, removing it at a time when energy demands are exponentially increasing would be a grievous mistake. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jack Neff, Gene Nelson, and Susan Harvey. Jack Neff, you keep declining being promoted in. You won't be able to speak if you keep declining. Jack Neff. And Jack Neff, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you. Chair of the Coastal Commission and board members of the California Coastal Commission, I have asked you to do two things. One is to reject PG&E's application to continue using Diablo Canyon functioning as a nuclear reactor on the California coast in a seismically active area that consumes 2.5 billion gallons of ocean water every day, and also reject the staff recommendation to accept the PG&E's current mitigation that they upped since last month. As PG&E's representative stated earlier this morning, that the mitigation being offered as to the north and south portions and the Cherry Canyon is land mitigation entirely to mitigate the damages that PG&E's reactor, Diablo Canyon reactor, the damage that it does to the ocean, the 2.5 billion gallons of water a day and countless microscopic and tiny sea life that creates a 14 square mile impact zone. And so the mitigation doesn't match up. The mitigation of the land, offering of mitigation of the land, mitigation of land does not remediate the ocean. Diablo Canyon has harmed the ocean and PG&E needs to remediate its damage. Also, there is no mention of remediation of the land. What happens when PG&E pulls out after operating for 40, 50 or more years with their decaying nuclear waste laying around the land?
Thank you. Next, Gene Nelson, Susan Harvey, and then Alice McNally. Gene Nelson.
Chair Harmon and members of the California Coastal Commission, my name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I'm president and senior legal researcher for CGMP. We generally support the staff recommendations regarding extending Diablo Canyon's operations at least until 2045. We're working to help develop the needed state legislation to run to 2045. The plan is seismically rugged, as was demonstrated by the magnitude 6.6 San Simeon earthquake in 2003. We've documented that Diablo Canyon operations are very cost-effective at the high end of operating a hydroelectric dam. Next slide. Next slide. CGMP provided you with a copy of Dr. Seaver Wang's December 3rd Breakthrough Institute analysis showing the overestimation on California Coastal Commission's claims. Next slide. I recently toured the Diablo Canyon, noted the abundant sea life. Next slide. CGMP employs sea lions as an indicator species. These carnivorous marine mammals consume between 15 and 40 pounds of fish and cephalopods per day. Next slide. Here's what they eat. Next slide. So we have Lion Rock here, and this is the largest island in the Diablo Canyon outfall cove at about 4.1 acres. There are sea lions in the lion's haunches. The white color is the dried sea lion waste products accumulated over the years after they have consumed the abundant sea life. Next slide. Here's a close-up of sea lions. Next slide. Here's a thriving sea lion colony with thousands of animals on Lion Rock with Diablo Canyon in the background. There were 1,383 sea lions in 1979. By May 20, there were 7,595 sea lions, a more than five-fold increase in about 40 years. Next slide. Great white sharks are now congregating offshore of Diablo Canyon to consume the abundant sea lions and their young. Surfers, beware. Next slide. We need to protect the cultural heritage of the YTT Northern Chumash and any plan to increase public access to Diablo Canyon land. Keep Diablo Canyon running. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for 3 more speakers at 2 minutes, and then we'll be moving to 1 minute. We still have a large number of people. Next will be Susan Harvey, Alice McNally, and Ben Lippert. Those will be our last 3 at 2 minutes. Susan Harvey.
I'm Susan Harvey, speaking for California Land Watch. We'd like to underscore the wording of Special Condition 19 Federal Consistency Authorization, which the concurrence in the consistency certification authorizes operation till 2024 and 2025, or until the license expiration dates approved by the NRC for the license renewal application, if earlier than such dates. Diablo Canyon clearly is not locked into a 20-year operating period by the NRC licensing process. Our comments cited the precedent from the Indian Point nuclear plant and the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, in which the utility was required by the state agency to file an amended NRC application requesting certification of a final date of operation much earlier than the maximum 20-year period. It is clear at your November meeting and in today's staff report that no amount of mitigation can mitigate for 20 more years of Diablo Canyon's marine impacts on any feasible timescale. Only a restriction of the plant's licensing period to 2030 would make it possible to certify consistency with the CCMP. Alternatively, you could include a condition to the CDP requiring PG&E to include in its renewal license application a request for a 2030 end date that would negate the need for a commission to make a finding of the CCMP consistency. This would also align with the end date for the plant's operation with the dates mandated by SB 846. PG&E can request an NRC licensing term ending in 2030, and the Coastal Commission can require that they do so. We request that you make that condition part of your decision today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Alice McNally, Ben Lippert, and then Randy Altergott. Alice McNally. Alice, you are already in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Extending the operation of Diablo Canyon beyond the end of the licensing period is counter to the Commission's core mission, defined by the Coastal Act to protect the coast and ensure public access. The longer Diablo Canyon is allowed to operate, the longer it will be off limits to the public. No amount of mitigation suggested in the staff report makes this a reality and only enables PG&E to continue operation. The proposed mitigation plan in the staff report is grossly inadequate given the impacts associated with Diablo's continued operations. The energy for Diablo is no longer needed as California's greenhouse gas targets can be met by the significant increase in new renewables. Seismic safety has not been determined Diablo Canyon is built on interconnecting and active earthquake faults. Japan is now on alert and is checking their nuclear plants for earthquake damage as we speak. Plans for the storage of high-level radioactive waste are uncertain. PG&E plans to store accumulated waste in the spent fuel pools, which is significantly more risky than the dry casts. That the commission continued this item on the November meeting gives me hope that you are listening and will not rubber stamp PG&E's operation extensions. Vote no and return all 12,000 acres back to the public as agreed upon and expected for the last 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ben Lippert, Randy Altergott, and then Kyla Detman. Ben Lippert.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. Before I start, I need to point out that it's kind of ridiculous to go so far over time playing a literal advertisement for PG&E, but then you're cutting comments in half for actual people. My name is Ben Lippert. I'm a resident and parent of 2 children in San Luis Obispo. I'll say that as someone who can't text commissioners for ex parte communications, and I don't have this deep experience that the staff and elected officials have, I do really appreciate all the work everyone has put into this proposal. But as an outsider, there feels like kind of an overall air of inevitability to the proceeding. So for me, it's important that that what I say brings a perspective that just hasn't been represented. The staff proposal has specific impacts on the value of land surrounding Diablo Canyon. Our local community, including our schools, rely on property tax revenue from the plant and its surrounding area. And we've already suffered a multi-million-dollar loss of tax revenue despite the plant's ongoing operations. Now, to you, that loss in revenue is really small, it's hyper-local, and I'm sure it doesn't move the needle. And it's not even a rounding error for PG&E, but it matters for our kids. Last night I had band kids that I never met before asking me what they can do because there's a board meeting on Tuesday to make sure they have money to repair their instruments. And I owe it to them to make sure that when you're deciding what adversely affects the public welfare, that they're being considered, at least nominally. And next, as a very just out of practice environmental attorney, I'll say that I really appreciate that the staff worked hard on this recommendation with both PG&E and Senator Laird looking over their shoulders, metaphorically or not. There's kind of inherent absurdity that 1 month ago you had a plan that was, mitigation to the maximum extent feasible, and now we're back. And it's, well, no, this time it's maximum extent feasible. I'll just say that the plan has a lot of hand-wavy language, uncertainty of ratepayers, uncertainty of outcomes, uncertainty of regulatory processes. Mitigations efforts appear to qualify for ESHA, usually qualify, that sort of thing. Again, I don't think this moves the needles, but if you get to judicial review, people much smarter and more experienced than me are going to be poring over this for those kind of reasons. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And repeating again what we earlier, everyone now will have 1 minute to speak. We have a total of 23 signups still. In order to speed things up for us, we will not be moving you in as panelists. We will allow you to speak as an attendee. This also means that you will not be able to turn your camera on. You will just be able to speak. So next is Randy Altergott, Kyla Detman, and then Ryan Afzal. Ryan Altergott, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Randy Altergott. I am a resident of Guadalupe, California, so maybe about 25 miles south of Diablo Canyon. I want to speak in favor of both items on the agenda to continue operation of Diablo Canyon. As a member of kind of an underserved community, I think it's economically in our favor to continue the usage of the power from Diablo Canyon because renewables are going to cost more and it's going to raise our rates. And the rates go up anyway, but it's going to raise them even more. So at least for the time being, I think it's important to keep Diablo Canyon going. And I think the significant progress that your staff and PG&E made on the mitigation also is very helpful. So I am in support and I urge you to be in support also. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyla Detman, Ryan Afzal, and Chris Goldblatt. Kyla Detman.
Hi, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I am Kyla Detman, Executive Director of the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County, our community's regional nonprofit land trust. We've been deeply engaged for several years in thoughtful local planning for the future of the Diablo Canyon lands and are concerned that the recommended special conditions are not consistent with our community's vision. So quickly, for North Ranch, we urge you to at least include conservation organizations and tribes as potential recipients of the proposed offer to dedicate on an equal level with state agencies. I think that is being proposed today, and we agree with that change. For the South Ranch, there is under special condition 2.1, on top of page 22, it still states that government agencies will have the right of first refusal before conservation organizations and tribes, and we urge you to correct that language so that tribes will have the first right of refusal. For Wild Cherry Canyon, we would agree with the modifications to add nonprofit land conservation organizations and local government. And finally, I want to emphasize that it is time to treat YTT Tribe as a project leader and partner and an eligible conservation entity that can and should be relied on to own and steward their ancestral homelands. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last two speakers did a great job condensing their comments down to 1 minute. Next is Ryan Afzal, Chris Goldblatt, Susan Kirks. Ryan Afzal, you should be able to unmute now.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My name is Ryan. I'm a PhD student at Cal studying nuclear engineering. I want to remind the Commission that closure of Diablo Canyon runs a substantial risk of increasing California's use of natural gas, which is a lethal energy source, similar to what happened when San Onofre was shut down a decade ago. Last month and now it has been brought up that Diablo Canyon would need to be replaced with 8 to 12 gigawatts of new solar and battery storage. At the same meeting last month, I believe it was Commissioner Lopez who mentioned the dangerous nature of battery energy storage facilities catching on fire. To expand on that concern, lithium batteries are extremely hazardous in large quantities. When they catch on fire, they are extremely difficult to put out, will continue to burn until their energy is exhausted. As they burn, they emit toxic fluoride and cyanide gas, as well as heavy metals like cobalt that they contain. These chemicals will contaminate our communities who live near these facilities. There's far too little control or regulation of their safety, especially compared with the strict oversight of the NRC. It is an unacceptable risk to Californians to be building dozens of these storage facilities near our communities. I strongly support the staff recommendation and urge the Commission to adopt it. Further, I strongly support the continued operation of Diablo Canyon in the event the license extension is approved by the NRC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chris Goldblatt, Susan Kirks, and then Theodore Ratte. Chris Goldblatt.
Good afternoon, everyone. In March 2023, Fish Reef Project placed 16 sea cave reefs in 37 feet of water in Goleta Bay. The sea caves have been proven to sustain a high-density kelp forest for 2 years now and have created breeding, hiding, and foraging grounds for a large number of marine species and marine mammals. We're asking the Coastal Commission to consider this ready-made in lieu fee mitigation for marine mitigation and to direct the operator to fund $3 million for the expansion of this project, which would pay for permitting and about 25% of the planned 65-acre kelp restoration reef that we're currently working on. This is ideal mitigation, as 65 acres of thriving kelp forest would do very well to bring back a lot of coastal species. And we seek full tribal inclusion. Everyone, please have a look at the project at fishreef.org, and we look forward to working with everybody moving forward on this important initiative to bring back and help ocean life thrive.
Thank you. Next is Susan Kirks, followed by Theodore Ratte, and then Nina Beatty. Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Susan Kirks, conservationist. I align with the EDC presentation and Mothers for Peace. 2.5 billion gallons of seawater extracted for this nuclear power plant, and the loss of sea life are so horrifying. I have thought about this every single day since your last meeting when this agenda item was initially heard. Earlier today, not one elected official mentioned the 2.5 billion gallons of seawater and loss of marine life, but the tribal representatives did mention it in honoring the unceded lands and the ocean and the earth. So I encourage you to please deny this federal consistency determination and deny the permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We had Theodore Ratte, and then he just disappeared. So we will come back to him in a second if he reappears. We'll move on to Nina Beatty, Tom Cunhart, and then Ferreste Bunk. Nina Beatty, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Good afternoon. Nina Beatty from Monterey. Officials are in breach of their contract to close Diablo Canyon, reject the consistency determination in CDP and uphold the contract. Staff admits it doesn't conform to the Coastal Act. It adversely affects public welfare and the mitigation's whitewash. The Commission cannot override Section 30260. How can you allow PG&E to operate this plan in the coastal zone? It's deficient management, homicide conviction, historic safety problems, building defects, et cetera, threaten public safety. PG&E hides a 1970 nuclear accident in Humboldt Bay. Leaders say repeatedly PG&E can't be trusted. Some myths need to be debunked. Diablo is unreliable power. One or both reactors are offline 40% of the time due to unplanned and planned outages. Diablo emits carbon, radioactive carbon-14, bioaccumulates in the environment, absorbed in the bloodstream, and transfers to all bodies' organs, causing cancer. This energy uses carbon in all its phases as well. Diablo is expensive, costly to build, operate, refuel, decommission, etc. The faults cause daily earthquake risk. At least one reactor is embrittled. Over 2.2 billion hot water heats the ocean every day, and the emissions heat the atmosphere. It emits tritium, which is radioactive hydrogen,
Thank you.
which bonds to form radioactive water. Please reject the CDP and the CD and uphold the law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Conhart, Fereste Bunk, and Sabrina 2. Tom, you should be able to unmute now.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I would ask the Coastal Commission to protect all 12,000 acres now in phase one of the mitigation project. I like some of the proposals we've heard about true marine mitigation, because land mitigation is not going to cut it for restoring the marine life. And we can replace nuclear at Diablo Canyon with solar, wind, and storage. The new storage methodologies are sodium iron phosphate, which is not flammable. And so that's a much safer technology. And it's proven it's going to be the largest form of new power generated and built rather across the country this year, as it has for the last several years. And it's cheaper and it's safer for everybody. So I would ask you to please not support the extension.
Thank you. Theodore Rete came back, so we will take you now. You can unmute.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Theodore Ratty. I'm a frequent visitor to the beautiful areas surrounding Diablo Canyon. And I'm also the parent of two amazing daughters, Noelle and Faith. And I'd like to speak specifically toward the Petro Coast Trail aspect. On page 119, there's a proposal about realignment of the Petro Coast Trail. I've had the opportunity to hike on this trail, and I've seen just truly amazing things here on the trail segments, especially the trail segments that are co-located with the not used, not busy, and very safe Coast Guard road that goes to the lighthouse. I would also like to bring my daughters, but due to the overly restrictive requirements, I'm not able to until they reach many years later. So please make these changes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Fereste Bunk, Sabrina 2, and Scott Lathrop. Fereste Bunk.
Hi, thank you. My name is Fereste Bank. I'm with Mothers for Nuclear. We support approval of Diablo's coastal development permit and federal consistency. We appreciate the clarification in the staff report that a future coastal development permit extension can be expedited, considering mitigation for the full NRC term has now been established. We're disappointed that the staff report fails to update their claims of once through cooling harm, despite scientists' comments countering. The 2.5 billions of gallons of seawater that Diablo circulates is the tiniest fraction of the approximately 187 quintillion gallons in the Pacific Ocean and likely reuses water previously cycled through. The entrainment studies also explicitly overestimate harm, while the adult marine populations are obviously consistently thriving. Although we're glad PG&E has been able to show its care for the community by responding to everyone's requests, it is disappointing to see this clean and environmentally friendly resource maligned. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Sabrina 2, Scott Lathrop, and Abigail Harrison. Sabrina 2.
Chair Harmon and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sabrina Tu.
and I'm a graduate student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I want to express my support for Senator Laird's recommendation of the full permanent conservation of all 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands, but echoing what others have already shared, I believe more can and should be done to directly address the harm occurring in the ocean. I encourage the Commission to add ocean-based mitigation into the proposed package, consistent with the scale and nature of the impacts. The staff report notes that the entrainment reduces larval supply and connectivity within nearby MPAs, which is inconsistent with the Coastal Act's requirements and undermines the ecological functions for which the MLPA network was designed for. The loss of billions of early life stages each year has real consequences for fisheries and coastal communities, impacts that land conservation alone cannot mitigate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Scott Lathrop, Abigail Harrison, and Leslie Purcell. Scott Lathrop.
Thank you very much. My name is Scott Lathrop. I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo, California, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on the matters before the Commission. The proposed actions have arised concerns due to current review and approval of items T8B and 9. This proposed linkage seems to only serve to justify the Commission's overreach of authority. The Commission's authority is to conduct a consistency review of the NRC.
All right, thank you. Next is Abigail Harrison, followed by Leslie Purcell and Nancy Okada. Abigail Harrison, you should be able to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail, and I'm a SLO County resident and concerned community member. Whether or not this recommendation is approved or whether or not this power plant is decommissioned tomorrow or 20 years from now, tribal land return to Yaktichu Tichu Yaktilhini should be a priority of the property today. As it's been said over and over, the land is untouched and has been protected. The state of California states tribal land return as a priority. I'd like to speak to a comment made by Supervisor Laird, Representative Ms. Woodruff in last month's meeting saying YTT isn't ready for a land of this scope and size. That is an extremely condescending statement that echoes the words of her forebears, not YTTs. Indigenous people know exactly how to care for and steward their lands. Yaktichu Tichu Yaktilhini has been operating in conservation spaces since time immemorial and are the sole tribal experts of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leslie Purcell, followed by Nancy Okada. Leslie.
Hello, it's Leslie Purcell. I would like to uplift the Mothers of Peace comments, additional conservation of South Ranch, enhancement of kelp forests offshore to mitigate for the marine life damage. I believe that we don't really need this power plant. We have more solar, wind, geothermal, and new battery storage possibilities. So we need a plan also for the radioactive waste. It's not really a clean technology. When you look at uranium mining, processing, transport, the energy costs there, and the radioactive waste, which has no real way to be mitigated. So I would appreciate if you deny the permit consistency or at least just the 5 years. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you. And next is Nancy Okada.
You can hear me, right?
We can hear you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nancy Okada. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I also echo all the environmental comments that have been made by various organizations and the concern about this power plant being continued to operate. And so I would urge you to deny the consistency review. But among some of the more important things I want to reiterate is conservation easements on all of North Ranch. We need that. We need really marine restoration mitigations as well. Dumping all that hot water into the ocean is not very good for it. And we also would like to have the 5-year CDP also include all the mitigations. The other thing is we've been very lucky we haven't had a big earthquake there. And Fukushima was one example that we saw afar. and they recently had a very big earthquake again in the same area. It's only a matter of time. California is sitting on many faults, and I would, that facility is old. Please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to list names that we weren't able to find in our Zoom list. There are a few names that I see on Zoom that are generic names like iPhone and other things. I will also note that we do have a lot of speaker requests that we got after the cutoff time when the item started. If you are one of those people, unfortunately, we will not be able to accept your testimony at this time. I'm going to list off the names that we are unable to find. If you are one of those people, raise your hand in the attendee list. Heidi Harmon, Linda Seeley, Leila Cabugos, Andrew Taylor, Rachel Whalen, Tony Huerta, Kalea Conrad, Vicky Connor, Greg Haskin. Again, if I called your name, please raise your hand. I see one person under the name iPhone. Can you please unmute yourself and state your name?
Hello, this is Leila Cabugos.
Go ahead.
Hi, commissioners. I'm a resident of Oceano. Thank you for hearing my testimony. The theme that I wanted to raise is generally in support of the proposals that Don Addis has introduced, but that really each of the complications to improving the mitigation plan that have been raised by PG&E, there's seems to be a strong case that they are feasible. As expressed by other speakers. So I'm heartened that you have until April 15th to finalize this process. And I just hope that you feel empowered and committed to taking the time to really realizing the community's vision and getting this right now. I don't see a case for leaving anything aside for a phase 2, as that doesn't seem justified by the duration of time that it would take to mitigate the impact of 5 years of operation. So I encourage you. Thank you.
Thank you. I now see Kalea Conrad. Kalea Conrad, you should be able to unmute now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know how to turn on my camera.
You won't be able to at this moment. Just please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My comment today focuses on ensuring that the decommissioning of Diablo Canyon results in lasting measurable benefits for the Central Coast, both on land and offshore. To achieve that, PG&E must commit to strong permanent protections for all 12,000 acres included in Phase 1, beginning with a full conservation easement on the entirety of South Ranch. These lands are some of the most ecologically and culturally significant on the California coast, as you all know, and I urge PG&E to adopt the strongest possible conservation standards to actively support Senator Laird's Wild Cherry Canyon Conservation Plan, which offers once-in-a-lifetime chance to secure these lands for the public and for future stewardship. But conservation has to extend beyond the shoreline to the kelp forests. Once thriving, in 2014 to 2018, the Pacific Coast has lost more than 90% of our kelp forests, and PG&E can play a significant role in restoring some of that crucial habitat to our coastline, especially given the impacts that they've caused over the last several decades. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we have Rachel Whalen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Whalen, the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. We were at the November 6th meeting and are here again today to express our support for PG&E's continued long-term operations at Diablo Canyon. Diablo Canyon provides nearly 10% of California's power and does so without emitting carbon. Losing this source of clean energy generation would threaten grid reliability and hinder the state's ability to meet climate goals. The California Energy Commission has found no existing clean energy resources that can fully replace Diablo's output yet. We cannot meet our current needs for electrification without the carbon-free power of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Nuclear power is a dependable, carbon-free source of power. Diablo Canyon stands as the largest private employer in SLO County and is central to the health and vibrancy of our regional economy. Please approve PG&E's continued operations at Diablo Canyon. Thank you for your time and commitment to California's energy future and environment.
Thank you. And we are still missing Heidi Harmon, Linda Seeley, Andrew Taylor, Tony Huerta, Vicky Connor, and Greg Haskin. Okay, I'm seeing one more hand raised under the name iPhone. Please state your name.
iPhone, you're muted.
Should be able to unmute again. Okay, you're briefly unmuted and muted again. Try again. There you go.
All right now?
Yes, please state your name.
Greg Haskin, representing CoLab, the Coalition of Labor,
Go ahead.
Agriculture, and Business in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County. We are calling to support strongly the staff recommendation and commend both staff and PG&E for working so hard to come up with a very reasonable and practical solution, strong mitigation plans, and it's something that we need desperately. We would encourage the commission to vote yes and move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I am seeing no more hands raised, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much, Chris. I couldn't see the clock, but I do believe the representative from EDC had a few minutes left to rebut, or that they had reserved rather, so, no? Okay.
We generally don't allow rebuttal for public comment.
All right.
From public commenters, but I'm not sure if PG&E had time. I think they
just
did
the
have,
applicant.
right. I think the applicant had 5 minutes for rebuttal, if I remember correctly.
They had 3 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact, if we're being specific.
Well, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, staff, and members of the public, first I'd like to thank everyone for the impressive civility on such a wide-ranging view of opinions in this. So I appreciated today's hearing and the way that everyone conducted themselves. And if this were easy, it would have been on consent, right? So I got a couple points here to go through on rebuttal. So one, I think that we haven't overtly connected, that's good enough from my team, about the power of condition 2.1A and 2.1D. Those two together, with the no sale provision for the 15 years and the executive director's authority to move forward any conservation deal, creates the window of opportunity for the $110 million that Senator Laird had referenced. While SB 846 did call those funds out, they've yet to be appropriated. So this tool provides that at no cost to our consumers to have that opportunity. Moreover, it doesn't prevent anyone, tribal interest or others, from coming forward with an offer on the property today. So that tool, I thought it was a really creative solution that we worked with on staff to affect the goals of conservation, but moreover, for 15 years, you have de facto conservation, plus the trail alignments are going to be running through that property. So I think that's a robust, creative way to achieve the public policy goals that we were looking for. On trails, we've heard a lot about the trails. I really appreciate the input from the lighthouse keepers. I think what good looks like there and great looks like there isn't the focus on the singular access point. We have had concerns and incidents where pedestrians have had to dive into the bushes in some remote areas of that road to avoid vehicular traffic that was going too fast. It's not patrolled, and it's been a real occurrence, and safety is a core value for us. And we can't act unilaterally to move the trailhead. Commission has to approve it through staff, and the other trail case that we're at the trail stairs that we're thinking about require a CDP. We can preserve the current one and hopefully add two, one in the Wild Cherry Canyon area and this other one. So I want to expand and not have an either or moment, but we'll capture that through the trail conditions by working with staff. And that'll include the age limitations. And one of our goals on this new public access is to set the successors up for operating the trails. We're good at running the trails, but we're expensive and clunky and risk averse, right? So we want to set up the successors to run the trails, and we can revisit the age restrictions and those other items. Our ultimate goal while we're still operating is to phase out the docent program and have it be optional, but have the gates be open dawn to dusk with new interpretive signs so that people can get some of that docent experience without having to be led. So I think that we got a lot of movement there, and that's pretty easy to do. So with that, again, I want to come back to the summary. We front-loaded the mitigation. You have the two actions before you today. We think we have a durable, effective mitigation package that lets the commission move forward and then lets us move forward with the regional board and the NRC. The last item I will point out is that while not in this proceeding, SB 846 did over double the mitigation cash payments to the regional board for marine mitigation. Those funds often aren't spent in the area because of how healthy it is. Rather, they move them around California. But that is also, when you look at the context of this issue, we have multiple ways that we're mitigating the impacts to the once-through cooling system, not simply the terrestrial one. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll just clarify that the 3 minutes and 30 seconds was actually left over from Jeremy Frankel's presentation from EDC. We did not have a timer going for the PG&E presentation from Tom Jones.
Okay. Do you have any final thoughts, Mr. Jones?
Yes. We ask for you to call the question today, and we look forward to your action on this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing, and I'll return to our staff, please.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. There was a lot of very thoughtful and comprehensive and wide-ranging comments provided, so I just want to thank the members of the public, the tribes, the elected officials, and organizations for providing all that.
I think we have rebuttal.
This is Linda Kropp with the EDC.
Do we have a rebuttal?
Okay, at the discretion of the chair, Ms. Kropp will have 3 minutes, please.
Sorry, I thought we had some time remaining. I'm Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center on behalf of San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. We just want to make a couple responses. First of all, appreciate the time and consideration of the public comment. So we just wanted to emphasize a couple points we made earlier. First of all, there's been no evidence presented today that all mitigation cannot be required immediately. There's been no demonstration that any conservation of the 12,000 acres is infeasible. And so in accordance with Public Resources Code Section 30260, all mitigation would have to be included if a 5-year permit is approved within those 5 years. We also want to point out that deferring any mitigation is not only illusory, but may just be completely speculative. There's so many hurdles for PG&E to extend operations beyond 2030, as Senator Laird mentioned earlier. And so this is most likely the last opportunity to achieve that mitigation. And as Jeremy showed in his slide presentation, almost half of the mitigation is deferred to phase 2. And that is unacceptable as a practical matter, but again, under the override provision of the Coastal Act. So in closing, we just want to remind the Commission that there is evidence in the record, not only from our energy expert, but from the California Public Utilities Commission, California Energy Commission, and CAISO modeling analyses that shows that there is no need for even a 5-year extension, let alone a 20-year extension. So in closing, we urge denial of both applications. If the Commission decides to go forward with the 5-year permit, we urge the Commission to include all mitigation measures consistent with Section 30260. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite the representative from PG&E back up to have the final word here. A couple of minutes on the clock, please.
Madam Chair, while I greatly respect you, I have no illusion that this is the final word on this matter today. With that, I'll just again remind that I feel that we've arrived at a tremendous mitigation package in a way that's meaningful to execute the Commission's mission, and that we're happy to answer any questions you might have. But I think the record is well established and our position's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will close the public hearing and now turn it back to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. In response to the feedback and requests provided by Senator Laird, tribal representatives, PG&E, and public commenters today, staff would like to make revisions to the recommended special condition 1.1 for implementation of the proposed transfer of the North Ranch properties, and special conditions 2.2 and 2.3 for the purchase option and right of first refusal for the Wild Cherry Canyon properties. These revisions would add nonprofit land conservation organizations, including those of California Native American tribes, to the conditions in the same manner as is already reflected in the right of first refusal condition for South Ranch, Special Condition 2.1. This change would provide tribes with the same acquisition opportunities for all of the Diablo Canyon properties and conservation easement. This change also resolves the inconsistent approach currently in the conditions, which only provide for the transfer of North Ranch and Wild Cherry Canyon right of first refusal to public agencies. In response to the changes to PG&E's mitigation proposal described in his presentation this morning, we're also changing our recommendation to, number 1, revise Special Condition 2.1A to reflect a new termination date for the prohibition of sale from December 31, 2035 to December 31, 2040. And number 2, revise Special Condition 2.1B to change the timeline for both a state entity or a nonprofit land conservation organization, as I said earlier, which would include those of California Native American tribes, to exercise the sale option for South Ranch from 180 days to 18 months. And this would further facilitate the ability to provide secure funding for those purchases. In response to the comments, now I'm going to just kind of jump around on a variety of issues that were raised. In response to the comments that the mitigation proposal would not affect ratepayers, I would note that over the last month, we've had several meetings with staff of the California Public Utilities Commission on this issue, and they have told us unequivocally that ratepayers would be affected. The exact scale of those effects cannot be determined at this time because it hinges heavily on the appraised value of the various properties, particularly South Ranch, and that value is unknown. The best we were able to do on this over the past month was determine the value that the CPUC has assigned and the value used by the Board of Equalization for property taxes. These estimates are in the $30 to $40 million range, but I want to emphasize they are not formal appraisals and thus provide only a rough ballpark of the land's value. Staff were also able to consider recent conservation easements placed on large coastal agricultural properties in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County, and determined that these easements resulted in a reduction in property value ranging from 40 to 50%. While we cannot confirm the cost of a conservation easement on South Ranch properties, this research indicates that it could be substantial. This is a major reason both Commission staff and PG&E are instead proposing a right of first refusal approach combined with a prohibition on sale, except for conservation, for South Ranch, which would minimize effects to ratepayers. A comment was also made that the proposed prohibition on sale of South Ranch before 2040 would prevent the protection of this land. In response, I would call attention to the revision to Special Condition 2.1 included in the second addendum posted earlier this week, which would clarify that the prohibition would not extend to any conservation sale of the property, essentially allowing that conservation sale, as you heard from Mr. Jones just a moment ago, to occur immediately. Another comment was made asserting that the proposed mitigation would only increase from the 6,600 acres offered in November to 6,700 acres offered now. I would note that this simplification of the mitigation proposal does not include all of the elements of that proposal, including the prohibition on sale of South Ranch for the next 15 years I just described. And it also does not recognize that a vast majority of acreage in the prior proposal was through a right of first refusal, and that we heard very clearly from the Commission and members of the public that they were not satisfied with the level of protection that was going to provide. Essentially, last month, the Commission shared its concerns that the strength and certainty of this type of conservation, and that prompted PG&E to replace it with a direct conservation easement instead. That would cover the 4,500 acres. A comment was made that some amount of direct conservation of South Ranch is now recognized to be feasible, but that 1,300 acres was arbitrarily selected. In response, I would note that the 1,300 acres was not arbitrarily selected at all. It was chosen to cover the entirety of that property in the coastal zone. And then also because this acreage aligns with what the California Public Utilities Commission previously found to be feasible and acceptable, when roughly 10 years ago it approved establishment of a roughly 1,200 acre deed restriction on that property. This template to CPUC approval, while it cannot be guaranteed would receive approval again, nevertheless provides us a clear roadmap to approval of a similar approach, and helped inform the current proposal for the 1,290 acre deed restriction that PG&E is proposing. Comments were made requesting the need for a oh, I'm sorry. I can hand it over to our senior attorney for this next part.
Thank you. Comments were made questioning the 20-year license term at issue in the Federal Consistency Review. The scope of the Federal Consistency Review is set by PG&E's application to NRC. That is what comes to us then for review. The application is for the standard 20-year NRC extension term, so that is what is under consideration today. However, staff is recommending Special Condition 19, which would limit the term of the consistency certification concurrence if the CPUC does not authorize operations beyond 2030. I also want to note that if the Commission were to object to PG&E's consistency certification, concurrence, the NRC would not be able to move forward with issuance of the licenses that PG&E has applied for, and continued operations of Diablo Canyon would be uncertain. In response to comments that we cannot concur in the consistency certification because there is no showing that operations are needed for 20 years under the override provision of Section 30260, again, the concurrence is conditioned under Special Condition 19 on the CPUC providing future authorization to PG&E for extended Diablo Canyon operations beyond 2030. Special Condition 19 recognizes that even if NRC approves the 20-year license, the Commission's concurrence lapses if the CPUC does not authorize operations beyond 2030. This condition recognizes the CPUC's role in authorizing any extended operations, and its role and expertise in identifying the need for the project and for grid reliability, and its expertise in estimating energy supply and demand. The CPUC will not allow PG&E to extend operations beyond 2030 if it's not needed, which Special Condition 19 reflects. So our authorization for the consistency certification is in fact tied to the need for the project. In response to comments that the Commission does not have jurisdiction to require mitigation involving Diablo Canyon lands and that only the CPUC has this authority under SB 846, Commission staff notes that there is nothing in SB 846 that preempts the Commission's independent authority to specify mitigation conditions relating to land conservation. We note that the CPUC has its separate and independent authority to review aspects of this proposed project, including how this project may relate to the CPUC's tribal land return policy. Special Condition 16 recognizes the CPUC's independent review authority regarding land transfers and encumbrances, and provides that if CPUC does not approve them, PG&E would need to return to the Commission and apply for an amended CDP. And with that, I will return it to Mr. Teufel. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments were also made requesting all mitigation be provided in Phase 1. Staff's analysis indicates that the proposed mitigation for Phase 1 is appropriate and proportional to the anticipated adverse impacts to marine productivity from the proposed 5 years of operations. Comments were also made that funds are available through SB 846 to remove any cost burden from ratepayers. In response, I would note that it is our understanding that the $110 million described in SB 846 is not currently available. And even if it were, the Commission does not have the ability to mandate those funds be used to offset costs to ratepayers or to reimburse them. Regarding the Lighthouse Road, a request was made to preserve the existing trail alignment. I wanted to clarify that realignment of this trail is not being required, and if it were to be pursued, it would require additional permitting from both SLO County and the Commission. While Special Condition 4 does allow for the existing trail easements to be offered by PG&E to third parties, the intent of this was to establish parameters for such a transfer in order to ensure that existing levels of access and use are preserved and continued by any entity that may be inclined to accept the easements. I would also note that the request from the Lighthouse Keepers to support transfer of trail management to the Lighthouse Keepers organization, that this would be facilitated by that condition, special condition 4, which would give them the ability to acquire and hold that easement. I also want to note that enforcement staff connected with PG&E just this morning about the compliance issues noted regarding the Petro Coast Trail, and PG&E indicated they're willing to work with staff to ensure that they're meeting all of the requirements of the permits and approved management plans and resolve any compliance issues. Regarding the requests to add in-kind mitigation to the overall mitigation package, staff is generally supportive of that, but acknowledges that the very limited nearby opportunities would likely result in relatively small contributions to addressing the plant's adverse impacts. Additionally, we expect that PG&E's ongoing annual payments to the State Water Board's once-through cooling mitigation program will provide some beneficial marine or estuarine habitat restoration opportunities, particularly if the funds are focused on projects within Diablo Canyon source water body, as has been proposed by staff of both the Water Board and the Ocean Protection Council through revisions to an MOU that guides use of those funds. In addition, Commission staff consider the likelihood of success of different alternative mitigation options during its evaluation of PG&E's proposal. Whereas the establishment of a conservation easement or deed restriction would provide an immediate, measurable conservation benefit, implementation of habitat restoration projects, even on smaller scales, brings with it uncertainty as to whether or not necessary performance standards would be met and conservation outcomes achieved. As such, the proposed land conservation tools included in PG&E's mitigation proposal provide a more certain mitigation outcome. That concludes our rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we put up that slide as requested by Vice Chair Hart. And while that's happening, and before I turn to my fellow commissioners, I just want to take the chair's prerogative to make a few starting comments, really to ground us in how far I think we've come. At last month's hearing, I know you all remember the commission engaged deeply with the material. We listened to the public and we gave tough feedback. It was a challenging evening. I think there's really no other way to put it. But what came next in the intervening period is certainly due some accolades today. Both our staff and the team from PG&E went away from that hearing and they put their heads together in a good faith, collaborative way to chart a path forward. They heard this commission, they heard the public, they heard Senator Laird and his colleagues, and they worked in collaboration to move us closer together. The result, this revised proposal that's before us today, is meaningfully responsive to our concerns as we laid them out last month. That said, I do appreciate and want to acknowledge that there are still many different perspectives here. We heard some of them during public comment, and we may yet hear more of them from one another during our deliberations. That's understandable. Diablo Canyon implicates many, many complexities, some of which are within our purview on this body, and many of them are far outside of it. But as to our specific mandate under the Coastal Act and our role and responsibility in the context of this item today, I believe that all of us, this commission, the public, our staff, Senator Laird, PG&E, all of us, through this iterative, collaborative process, have done important work of giving life to the Coastal Act. And for my part, I share the belief, as many who spoke today do, that the increased mitigations will be of significant benefit for the state of California for years to come. So it's with all of that said, and in the sincere hope that we bring that same spirit of collaboration to our deliberations today, that I'm going to turn to my colleagues. By way of management, I've already started a list of speakers. If you want to talk, get my attention or raise your hand if you're on Zoom, and we'll begin with Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I do questions now and then deliberation after questions? Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to, we always say we want to speed things up, but then when it's our turn to talk, we can't help ourselves. But again, tremendous collaboration. I mean, we all left the last meeting going, oh my God, should we have done this? Should we have done that? But we can definitely see now, coming back a month later, that it was worth the time and the delay for everybody to step back, take a deep breath, and let's look at this thing. I'm glad we talked about the trails and the access and the age restriction, because I look at this and I don't understand why it's so restrictive. So I'm glad that we're taking a look at that. I mean, if I could take my kid down to the Grand Canyon and a Half Dome and Zion as a 5-6-year-old, you know, with adult supervision or not, I don't understand why we have those restrictions. So I'm glad that you were here to address that. So thank you. My real question, and forgive me, I'm going to use a football metaphor here. You know, we're in the red zone of conservation right now. You know, we were starting way on the other side of the field, and I say we, as in I truly mean the collective we. It's not us versus them, it is the collective we. I mean, I think we're so close to a historic win for everybody, the land, the people, the future generations. And I believe that protecting all 12,000 acres isn't symbolic. It really is a long overdue act of ecological restitution. And so I'm leading up to a question for. It's like, is this the question? No, it's setting the table, right? Setting the conditions. So after decades of taxpayer-funded benefit, irreversible environmental loss, this is the moment, as a speaker said, the proverbial bird in the hand. We have an opportunity to secure permanent protection for one of California's most ecologically and culturally significant landscapes. So here's the question for Mr. Jones, PG&E, smart people. Help me understand what's standing in the way of finishing the job now, phase 2, and securing a legacy of permanent protections consistent with what I saw as well-reasoned, and I think my colleagues may share this, recommendations laid out by Senator Laird, Assemblywoman Addis, and so many others.
Commissioner, the short answer is it's the end of what we can feasibly do for our consumers. And here's how we got there. We agreed on a mitigation outcome. We did not agree with staff in any way on what the impacts are. We see it on a daily basis. We're there. It's teeming with life. The principal issue here that is before us, the mitigation is derived from the area of production foregone. And the administrative record in this proceeding has quite a range of those differing professional opinions. Staff's is on one side of the spectrum, but it doesn't take into account the actual features of Diablo Canyon. It's more of a generic average. We have much more rocky habitat and more regeneration. So we have our technical experts here to go deeper into that if we wish to, but the mitigation is based on the impacts. We voluntarily came in for what staff would say would work for their calculation on the area of production foregone. We do not support that calculation. It's a fundamental difference between the two parties.
And I certainly appreciate that, and Senator Laird said that you guys were pretty steadfast in your opposition to the whole kit and caboodle. I tend to be, you know, in the spirit of giving, in the spirit of the season. And it's better to give than to receive at times. And again, I'm from Florida. Our education system's not that great, but I don't quite help me understand why you can't. And again, I'm a little slow.
Well,
so
we feel that the action taken by the commission in 2006 for the steam generator, it made the same arguments for the same impacts, and it was 1,200 acres of conservation. I anticipated your question, but I thought it would come from another commissioner. So I went back at lunch, and this is just real for us, right, on how we work as a utility. The consumer price index since 2006 has gone up 68%. This mitigation has gone up 800%, notwithstanding the doubling of the regional water boards. That's significant. It's huge. And this is for us to not challenge the area of production foregone in another venue. So in the spirit of giving, we came a long way and gave a lot. And I wish I had a complimentary hat to yours when we had this discussion. But this is where the buck stops.
No, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the response. I'm not quite there with your explanation.
Okay.
You know, PG&E has benefited from federal taxpayer dollars and state taxpayer dollars, record profits over the last couple of years. And one of my concerns, and maybe this is between you and the smart lawyers, I mean, what protects us in the event of a PG&E sale or, you know, a bankruptcy similar to what happened in 19 or 20, whatever that was?
The California Public Utilities Commission does. So there's a procedure called 851. It refers to the California Public Utilities Code, Section 851. And any asset encumbered by customer funds requires their approval for any type of disposition. So we can't act unilaterally on these things. Moreover, even these encumbrance on the north land will require their subsequent approval. I wish I had in front of me that Venn diagram I shared last time where none of the circles overlap, but it was the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Utilities Commission, State Lands, you, others, and us in the middle. We have more work to do to get this across the finish line. And I would also offer, we heard some other things about the Coastal Zone Management Act consistency determination. It's important. Are you okay? Are you okay? That we have something called a sufficiency determination. And some other public comment today brought up Indian Point, and I want to talk about Indian Point for a second. They did obtain their 20-year license, but states ultimately, when you're a regulated utility, dictate how long you run. But they couldn't come to agreement with their state commissions, and they ran over 5 years without any state approvals in that sufficiency determination. And that's a scenario we're trying to avoid, and I'm not looking to break any records in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. That's all my questions for now. I'll save my comments for later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I have a question for the Home Fed attorney representative. So I believe that there is I heard you say that there was an appraisal done in 2020 that valued the property or the rights, sorry, at $39 million. Then I heard that that appraisal was done not in accordance with or not necessarily something that would be relied upon. I'm not trying to dispute whether any of that. I'm just curious from you, given that 2020 was 5 years ago, and just trying to get a general sense because I'm don't know the specifics of this area. What do you believe? Do you think that appraisal at $39 million would be accurate today, or do you have a different sense of what the value of those rights are?
Well, in anticipation of this, the appraisal was done in connection with the litigation, but it was also done independent of the litigation as well. It was done by an MAI appraiser, Valbridge, Mr. Walt Carney, who actually is certified by the state as a state approved appraiser. And it was a short 157-page appraisal that went through incredible details to come up with the value of our leasehold interest. And that value was, as of I said, October 26th of 2020. It valued our leasehold interest at $39 million. It also went through and valued what the reversionary interest was of the fee interest, PG&E's interest. The reversionary interest of their fee was $8,442. Not very much, given the fact that the lease runs till the year 2166. We have asked our appraiser, the same one, to go back, do an updated appraisal for us. I can also tell you historically, in some of the previous land conservation groups that have approached us, the American Land Conservancy and others, there was an appraisal done by the Dore Group back in the year 2010 that valued the leasehold interest back then at $21 million and change. That deal fell through. Another one almost took place in 2012. Dore updated that appraisal and it came out at I think it was $22,400,000 or something like that. Do I know whether or not the property value has gone up that much between 2020 when Mr. Carney did his last appraisal and what he's going to come up with? No, I'm just a dumb lawyer. Okay, I have no idea. I'm just asking him to do his job, and he will do a very independent job. And I can tell you, we used him as a witness in our trial, And he's not somebody that you can attack. He has his opinions, and those are his opinions, and he believes he's right. So we'll have that appraisal done, and we'll be happy to share it with people.
Is that appraisal already underway?
Yes, we're supposed to be getting it. I think he's got it calendared to try to get it to us by the end of January.
Okay.
That's
And
where he is on it.
great. Can you tell me a little bit about what HomeFed's plans are for this site?
We have, we spent about 4 days of Judge Fetterman's life showing her all of the various different kinds of development plans that we have spent millions of dollars on. We've had charrettes in San Luis Obispo to try to get community support for some of the things that we've done. Ranchettes, some homes, things that people would be proud of. We're a developer. We don't want to go out and just develop things that people think are ugly, but we want to develop things that consumers and the community and everybody would approve. And so, again, we've got this leasehold interest. We are a developer. We are more than pleased to accept an offer if someone comes forth and wants to buy the leasehold interest from us, but we can't wait forever. We've been waiting 20 years for something to happen. And if nothing does happen, we're going to plunk ahead and go to the county and try to get building permits and try to do something, and go through all that process.
Got it.
That's what HomeFed does.
I know sometimes when people buy and sell real estate, you can wait for an offer or you can have an asking price. I'm just curious, has HomeFed put out an asking price of which they would sell their interest for?
What we have told, and it was the letter that we wrote to PG&E, to Mr. Jones, that we sent to him on last Friday on the 5th, we would be willing to consider an offer at a fair appraised value.
Okay, great. So stay tuned is the answer.
That's it. Yes.
Okay.
And if we were very pleased to hear today from Senator Laird that apparently this $40 million has been found and it's in the budget. That seems like that may go a long way. I just can't figure out how to get the $40 million from the budget into somebody's hands so they could stick it in an offer and send it to us.
Understood. And I know you mentioned previously that there had already been millions of funds expended to do the design charrettes and the different processes. And given where you are in the entitlement process, absent from the fact of like this entire, divorce yourself from the reality that is today.
Yes.
If you were to be moving forward with an entitlement process with the county and otherwise, do you have an estimated cost of the expense that HomeFed would have to allocate towards those entitlements, and then a general timeline?
Just to go through trying to get all the entitlements, I know that we advised Judge Fetterman, I think we were something north of $5.5 million that we'd spent already to date, just coming up with stuff. We've got various civil engineers and all manner of experts on it. It's just impossible to say because we'd have to go through the county hearings and who knows what they want to add to it, but that's what HomeFed does. We're not a home builder.
Right.
We're a developing company, and we're in for the long run, and that's what we're good at.
So
there's getting it entitled.
You don't currently have an estimated pro forma of what the estimated entitlement cost would be from here forward?
No, I've got a dozen different pro formas I can give you to show you what all we've planned.
Fair. Totally understand.
There's
Thank
Exhibit
you.
42, 97, and 68 in the
Wow.
civil trial.
You're not just a dumb lawyer, as you said. You have quite the memory. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I did have a quick question, not for you, thank you. And then just a quick question for Mr. Jones regarding, I don't want to dispute the prior comments regarding the mitigation, so I'm just going to leave that parked, but know that I have similar questions. The PG&E's net revenue from this plant annually, do you have a number?
I'm going to have to take a look up and get back to you. What I do know is that the revenues right now are offset against power sales, and those funds go back to the state of California to offset the reoccurring loan. So the reason that there was a forgivable loan in SB 846, this is rather complex, I'll make it short. When the state asked us to turn the ship around and stay open for their energy needs, there wasn't time for the normal rate-making process for the utility. Those take about 18 months, and it's a budget for 3 years at a time. So in 2022 and 2023, there wasn't time to do the normal rate-making process. So what the legislature did as a bridging strategy has created this one-time forgivable loan and what it takes to run the plant. And that gets offset by money we recover from the Department of Energy from a credit. So that goes back to the state coffers. It doesn't go to our shareholders. It offsets those operational costs. And then the energy sales come back, and those proceeds further offset the loan balance. So we're in the middle of that process now. But now that that bridging strategy is over, the legislation already also created an annual rate case before the Public Utilities Commission specific to this facility. And so that will be underway every year as long as we operate or until they change that type of proceeding.
Okay, so pretend like I'm a dumb lawyer. Do you have a general sense of what the revenue generation is for PG&E on this site?
I don't, because it's prospective on market sales and different energy costs that value over time that's influenced by the total energy market of the state of California. They do projections of what the needs are and what the costs are. Our budget to operate the facility is approximately $550 to $600 million a year. That's offset by energy sales that go to the loan proceedings. I didn't come prepared for that question today, but we can take a look up for it.
Do you think for the $550 to $600 million of expense that it is per year, do you think that the sales are offsetting that amount, or exceeding?
Yeah, they'll offset. The forecast right now shows that Diablo Canyon, even in the next year, drives utility rates the right direction, down $1 a month for all of our customers. And we're now serving 40 load-serving entities across California. It used to be that our power is exclusive for PG&E customers. So you don't know until after you have the market forces. And it's like asking me what my airplane ticket's going to cost next year. I can't give you that answer unless I book it today on contract.
But I could ask you what it cost last year, and you could tell me.
I can get the finance guy on the phone, but I don't have those things memorized. I'm the regulatory and permit guy. All right.
Okay, sounds good. And then, so I did want to ask you, and I appreciate, so the conversation about the trail, discussing the trailhead, discussing your concerns about public safety of cars on that roadway. You're saying the vehicles that are on the road at times, are those PG&E vehicles or those are not?
Either volunteer driven or from the lighthouse. There's some attendants out there as well and their relatives. The instance was related to someone that lives in the house and people had to literally dive into the bushes. We maintain the road access from our kiosks. So we're under no obligation, but our security officers at our front gate, they also serve as the dispatch center. You call in and say, hey, I'd like to use the road. No, look for a red Honda, and when that's the last car on the road. So that's how we manage it. But again, based on the feedback today, we're fine keeping that alignment open, but offering additional access points will reduce that pedestrian conflict. And so I just think the success path there is more points. And the second part we have concern of is, what wasn't shown very accurately in the photos, is the distance from the Fisherman's Memorial, that dolphin fountain you saw, to where hikers go. It's narrow, there's a lot of traffic, and the Port Harbor District Executive Director also expressed his concerns about pedestrian traffic. There's no sidewalks there. You're walking in about a 1 foot wide stripe of paint, and people are in the traffic lane. So our goal was to enhance that and add a new staircase. If folks want to keep walking there, let them. We'll do it.
And then I recall from our tour, there were a number of gates that you had to open and close to kind of minimize access and vehicular traffic on certain roads. Is that not something that would be possible to put gates in to minimize the vehicular potential for, pedestrian risk in some of those areas?
We can add gates under the trail management program. Most of the gates we went through were more related to the security buffer around the power plant.
Understood.
But there are some other traffic management we can try to employ. But I think just like Caltrans tries to achieve grade separation on left turns and overpasses, if you don't have the conflict, that's the best place to be. But I think by adding additional access, we can greatly reduce it.
Okay. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks, Chair. I want to just begin. I don't really have any questions, but I just want to begin my comments by acknowledging the tremendous effort by all of the parties here. I really want to start with Senator Laird. You have been working on this for years and years and years, and without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. I want to fully acknowledge you for the incredible effort you've made on behalf of all the people of California, if this in fact moves forward, and really anyone who ever comes to this area. I want to express my deep gratitude to you. Next, it was a rough hearing. I was rough at our last hearing. I wasn't happy with Wild Cherry Canyon. I found it hard to believe that something couldn't have been worked out there. Now the lawsuit has resolved the questions around it. And on top of that, we have an incredible nonprofit, the Wildlands Conservancy, with Fraser Haney here today, to say that they are interested in potentially taking on the ownership and providing public access. I can tell you, I have extensive experience with Wildlands. They own and manage one of the most beautiful and valuable properties in Sonoma County, Jenner Headlands. They just opened one of the most controversial and difficult to access properties on the coast, land along the Estero, San Antonio, Estero, Americano, yeah, exactly. Gosh, it would be nice, but hasn't happened yet. Americano in Sonoma County, and land along the Eel River that I work with them extensively on. And not only are they an incredibly responsible land management entity, they have wonderful relationships with the tribes. They've entered into, I believe, a land back agreement on their ranch, or they're working on it, on one of their properties in Carmel. I know they've worked very closely with tribes in the Eel River Canyon, which is a very, very difficult area. So I feel that we have a path forward on Wild Cherry Canyon. We have a willing seller, we have a funding source, we have an acquisition entity, and we have a time frame that we need to accomplish it by 2029. And so I really see that, let's just talk about Wild Cherry Canyon should move forward expeditiously. I think things need to be worked out, of course, with the tribes, but I really think that that's just part of the overall deal. So I'm really excited that we can now see a clear path forward for an area that, frankly, I appreciate what you said, and I appreciate when you talk about development, but the reality is that there have been proposals to build 1,500 homes there, to build, take tops of mountains, maybe not, but in the press. Let's just say in the press. Fake news. I don't like that term, but all right. In any event, there's no question that HomeFed is in it. You're a developer. You're not in it for conservation. You're in it to, you're a business. And the threat is real, and it's such an important area. So I'm really excited to see this move forward, and I think that if the commission approves this today, and if it goes through the additional steps, it would be great to see Wild Cherry Canyon be a real priority. Yeah, right. Right, we have much more experienced real estate types on the commission. So further than that, I mean, yes, we all wish that South Ranch was included at this time, but now we've got an additional 5 years. PG&E has indicated they are ready to go. I mean, they are open to a conservation deal, and now we have not just a state agency on both the North Ranch and the South Ranch, but we also have a conservation NGOs and tribes. So PG&E has indicated they want to move forward. We have the money again, and we have groups that are interested. One of the most exciting things is you have, on the case of the North Ranch, adjacent to a very heavily used state park, Montaña de Oro, and now an opportunity for a through trail to connect Montaña de Oro all the way along the Diablo Canyon lands. So I personally am so appreciative of our staff and all the work of PG&E and everything that they put in to get us to this point, and the public, how much time everyone has spent on this effort. But I feel very strongly the moment has arrived to do this deal. Personally, whether this, extends into the 20-year period, that's, other than a consistency finding today, that's really up to the legislature, up to PG&E, et cetera. I'm really looking at right now, what do we have before us? for the next 5 years, and, you know, preserving these lands, it's an incredible opportunity. It really is. So I hope that my fellow commissioners will join with me in supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
Thanks so much for all the thoughtful comments. I learned new things today. I think as I did say before, I cheered in 2016 when PG&E announced its decommissioning plan for the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, which included a thoughtful, feasible plan to replace the power with a combination of energy efficiency and renewable investments. My colleagues at NRDC at the time were central in crafting that welcome proposal. And I frankly wish we were talking about decommissioning today and mitigation for that. But be that as it may, we have SB 846, and that's why we're here today. And I really do recognize all the progress that has been made and the compromises that have been made between our staff and with the applicant, especially in the last month. But as I said, I'm not a fan of phase 2, and I would like to see if there's, you know, I heard Senator Laird that he's been talking till he's blue in the face with PG&E about South Ranch. But, you know, I do want to make sure that staff has looked at all the options there. Is there something we could do just at least for the coastal zone portion of South Ranch that's more immediate protection now? So I wanted your thoughts on that. As for authorization and certification post 2030, I would, if we do end up having a phase 2, I would like to talk about phase 2 as part of a decommissioning proposal post 2030, not in certification, consistency certification. So that's, I wanted to just, you know, push a little bit more about, is there any way to, you know, splice South Ranch so that we get some immediate protection now?
Well, I guess first off, I'd answer that by saying I think we have pushed on every permutation of this package in every which way we possibly have with PG&E and with others, and kind of explored every avenue that we thought was possible. But I think we feel very confident that the package that's described in the staff report that we described today as part of our staff presentation is what's feasible, and it does adequately mitigate impacts under the Coastal Act and CZMA. So at this point, we feel confident moving forward with what we've recommended.
Because I've heard PG&E say that, you know, they preserve 1,200 acres for an equipment upgrade, but I would say that that was an equipment upgrade and it was 1,200 acres. This is operation of the entire plant for multiple years. So I don't think that we're asking inconsistent amounts of mitigation. Thank you.
If I may address that, for the steam generator replacement project, we essentially treated that as extending the life of the plant for a certain number of years. I don't recall what it was, but 11 years. So we did treat it as basically
the entire
operation. Right. The other thing I'd note is that we have some special conditions that, with respect to South Ranch, kind of lock in the status quo. So PG&E and Eureka cannot undertake any development until the right of first refusal related conservation easements are recorded, and we're basically trying to make sure there's no development that could interfere with the any potential future conservation protection that may be required in a phase 2. So that kind of protects things right now, and then of course there's the prohibition against sale of the South Ranch properties until now it's 2040. But of course, PG&E could elect to trigger that earlier if they wish to. So that doesn't stand in their way from doing that. But we've tried to find ways to, recognizing that there is this phase 2, but what can we do to kind of make sure that we're not prejudicing the ability to get that conservation protection in a phase 2.
So you're not losing opportunities for conservation?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, staff, for putting in all the work and others that this took over the last month. It's so much improved, so I appreciate that. I think I mentioned last, and I'm not going to repeat last month because time is limited. I think I mentioned I prefer in-kind mitigation, of course, and I understand that there are complications and just practical issues around that. That said, I see the benefit of the terrestrial conservation. I'm a fan of it. I have to say, for Mothers for Peace, Senator Laird, I look at the Coastal Act, I'm saying, I'm looking at this override, I'm looking at maximum extent feasible. And to me, that means everything's in phase 1. It seems that this is feasible. I'm just told it's timing or whatever, right? So I'm not sure how I'm voting on this, but it's troubled me that we can't get this done when the law says maximum extent feasible. Something in my brain's not getting me why it's not feasible, because it's going to happen at some point. I understand the money's there, if that's correct, right? It is feasible, and that's just kind of the way I read the Coastal Act and our charge under that for the maximum extent. So I don't have any questions. I think everyone's done a great job of answering questions and vetting this. I just wanted to kind of put that out there. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the representative from PG&E, and I'm wondering if he doesn't mind coming forward. The question really revolves around the issue of pass-through costs to ratepayers. We've heard, I think, every opinion that it will not impact ratepayers, that it will impact ratepayers, that it could impact ratepayers. And I think staff was clear after talking with the CPUC representatives that it will. It's just a question to what extent. My question is, from the place that you sit as the utility in this instance, I believe you have a lot of control over how much you attempt to pass through. What is the position of PG&E, given the packages before us today, in terms of what you anticipate potentially passing through to ratepayers, or is there a commitment to not do so, given the frame of this agreement? As we talked about, it's the holidays, keeping that giving spirit alive here. What is your position today on that potential?
Utility operations, their costs are directly passed through to consumers, period. And so whether it's painting a transformer green, decommissioning a small power plant that's natural gas that's inland, or operating a nuclear power plant, including mitigation costs, those are included in our rate case and borne by customers. And the Utilities Commission's view on it is that the consumers that benefit from the generation of electricity that time, or the utility appliance like a streetlight, pay for it during that time.
Okay.
So to go further, I know Commissioner Lopez, you're concerned about affordability. That's why, again, I go back to Special Condition 2.1A and D, that we create this framework that doesn't pass costs through and gives Senator Laird and other folks the time to put together that $110 million that has yet to be appropriated, but was specified in statute.
Understood. So I'm hearing that if that 110 is appropriated, you do not anticipate passing through any additional costs. Would that be fair?
For the acquisition of the properties, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. My other question is just directly to you, and staff can answer this one as well. When we get into deals like this, the question always comes, is this going to happen? Are we going to see it through? And so the question to both you and to Cassidy is, what is your anticipation, given the structure of this, in terms of feasibility, that these deals will get done, that we will see this through in terms of delivery for the promises made and commitments made in today's hearing?
For permits at Diablo Canyon and our coastal permits as a utility, we have an outstanding track record of delivering on the conditions, and sometimes they evolve over time. The trail program has morphed over time, and we work with staff to make sure that we're in compliance. That's our commitment, and we deliver them quickly. And I apologize because every Thursday we test our emergency equipment at 4 p.m. and it's calling me right now, and it won't stop calling
working.
me. So it is only a drill. It's a great distraction. Thanks, fellas. I really appreciate that. We're going to deliver, period. And I'll defer to staff on both our track record with them and their ability for oversight.
Thanks, and I'll just weigh in on behalf of staff. I think we have worked really hard on these conditions to make sure that they are enforceable and that they are feasible, and we will do our best to make sure that they're implemented to the maximum extent of our ability under the law. So again, we feel pretty confident that this is going to happen.
Thank you. And with that, I'll finish my questions, and at the appropriate time, I'll make just a few brief comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to make your comments now? I think we're kind of mixing it in. Feel free.
Happy to. I'll just say that I'm going to support this today, and it's for the reason that what we're doing is obviously, as was pointed out by Senator Laird and the work that he and the rest of the team have done along with Assemblymember Addis, it's going to be something that changes lives on the Central Coast in perpetuity. This is important. This matters to generations that have yet to exist on this planet. And as we move forward, this is going to be a place that so many people mark in their minds as a place that transforms their lives as they visit, recreate, and love it in a way that most of us can't even imagine today. And that is only possible because of the work we're doing today. These commitments that we're doing, that we're getting done, hand in glove, will change the way the Central Coast evolves and develops. And I'm appreciative of everybody's willingness to come to the table. I feel like nobody's happy, and often that's a sign of good work. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be proud to support this today with whoever may make the motion at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eckerly.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to echo my sincere thanks to everyone who has worked to get us here, including our staff and PG&E. I want to thank Senator Laird for your tireless commitment to protecting California's coast, along with the leadership of Assemblymember Addis and tribal leaders from the YTT, the Coastal Band of Chumash, and the Northern Chumash Tribal Council, as well as the members of the community and the public who have continued to share their priorities and their perspectives with all of us. I appreciate the collaborative effort over the last month that has resulted in the strengthened mitigation package to significantly increase conservation on Diablo Canyon lands. As I stated in our hearing last month, the ongoing operation of the Diablo Canyon power plant through 2030 is a priority for the Newsom administration and critical to maintain the state's energy reliability and affordability. The recommendation before us today would allow continued operation of the plant through 2030 and establishes a pathway for conservation on all of the Diablo Canyon lands while addressing concerns about affordability for ratepayers. I agree with Senator Laird that approval today would be a monumental victory for conservation and partnership with tribes along one of the most breathtaking stretches of California's coast, and I urge the Commission to approve this item today. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
That's me already? You think after all these years I would recognize a wall before I see it? What? So, I want to emphasize just a couple things. One is and ask this question of PG&E of Mr. Jones, which is when we're talking about the ratepayers and the impact to ratepayers, we haven't heard any order of magnitude of what that is, whether it's 10 cents or $100. Is there any order of magnitude understanding of what that? We just keep saying it will cost. It's like there's a big difference between 10 cents and $100 in terms of the value of getting, a good final conservation goal done today versus that. So like, what is that differential? Can you at least get us someplace where we're like, well, the ratepayer is going to, if we move this forward today if we were to give full conservation, it would cost this much money. No phase 2, just phase 1. It would cost the ratepayers.
We're solving for X. What I would say is that the staff report was, they took the information that was available absent a current appraisal. Yeah. But a lot of the properties were acquired in the mid-90s. Yeah. And so those numbers were derived on a purchase price and an assessed value based on the mid-90s. I would equate it to a home that was purchased in 1995 versus on the market today. Those numbers are going to be disparate. I think their number is conservative and low. I would expect it to be in the $100 million range. And because we have a two-phase loss of value, the conservation easement first and then the acquisition, right? So based on some other comps we've looked at, it's going to be a substantial number. I can't tell you what it means on a monthly bill. I haven't done that calculation, but it's going to be large. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 figures. It's a tremendous number. But that's why I go back to the durability of those conditions, that we can get the same outcome for free. 2.1A and 2.1 delta give the commission the power to make it happen when it's right to happen. And so that, I think, is the tool that we're relying on, so that the subsequent regulatory approvals we need, we can point to it. Because remember, I'll also point to my slide that's different than the staff slide. We're 800% above this identical mitigation from the last action of this commission. So that's important to take into account. That's why we're trying to keep those numbers down, but give the commission the authority to facilitate the conservation without costing consumers more money. That's part of our calculus on why we're here today.
And I agree with Supervisor Lopez or Commissioner Lopez on if everyone's grumpy, it's probably we're getting pretty close to and I really want to appreciate the enthusiasm of Commissioner Hart on where this is at, and appreciate, because I know Commissioner Hart actually has a lot of experience in sort of these broader landscape preservation and landscape acquisition processes, and so in some way I'm putting some faith in that, in your analysis in where you're at, because you do not like to have the wool pulled over your eyes in these situations. You are not that person that wants to, that you really I'm putting faith in this organization, the commission, PG&E. I'm putting faith in the state of California. I'm putting faith in the local folks to hold everyone's feet to the fire, not just for this, moving this forward, but also I'm hearing from the local school districts and their concerns. I'm hearing from other folks who have access issues and those concerns, and tribal representation as well. I feel everyone's motivated to get to the right place. It's not where I want it to be, but I'm going to recognize that wall today and be supportive of the motion. Thanks.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. I want to commend our incredible commission staff and the work and rigor and delicate balance of all of these really, really complicated factors coming together in what really appears to be an elegant solution. I want to commend PG&E for coming back to the table. I unfortunately was absent in November, but I did go back. I listened to all of the public testimony. I listened to the entire hearing to make sure that I was well informed coming into today. And this thoughtful approach is really a safe and monumental path towards conserving lands that will change people's lives for generations. A safe path, I use the word elegant because it comes not on the back of ratepayers, but in something over time that is achieved for free through a natural path. And so I'm supportive of staff's recommendation. I also think it's important to note that on a macro scale, to recognize where we sit. We talk about the electrification of our entire motor fleet in California. We talk about moving away from gas cooktops and things like that in our homes. We do not currently have the infrastructure to successfully implement those things. We're talking about zero emissions trucks in all of our ports hauling things away, zero emissions trains. Whether it's hydrogen fuel cell or electricity, we do not have the infrastructure currently to address that. No one yet has mentioned the AI boom. And so while many of my fellow commissioners have talked about lots of things, I don't want to repeat those things, but I want to focus on the fact that AI is moving so much more rapidly than each prediction. Every single time an expert says we thought we would be here 18 months from now or 24 months from now, and it's already happening. The United States is poised to win the race to AGI, and we need to accomplish that, especially here in the state where that basically created the internet and we invented emails here in California. That technology needs to happen here in our home state. But already we're going to hit an energy wall in 2028. We don't even have the infrastructure to carry out the capacity needs that we have for all the humongous data centers that are being built for this 24/7 usage of electricity that needs to happen. And so I don't think, unfortunately, that anything is going to be happening to Diablo Canyon anytime soon. We need to find ways that are safe, sustainable, efficient, reliable, that aren't increasing costs to consumers. Like, we're all experiencing it constantly here in the state, the unreliability and the rapidly increasing costs, especially on the commercial side of utilities. And so I think it's critically important that we continue to invest and look to ways to help support our human energy needs moving forward in ways that are all of those things and also not ocean dependent. But we need to continue to urge all of the leadership to move towards those infrastructure investments and progress, and also hopefully that don't necessarily come before this body all the time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, speaking of walls and that we're coming to hit, and it's so funny because Commissioner Lee, my brain was circling around sort of what the demand's going to be in the near future because of AI and the accelerated timeline that we're on to jump on that, which it in itself is an enormous climate concern, aside from a social society concern. So I do still share Commissioner Notoff's and Commissioner O'Malley's concern, and my wall is this going to just automatically commit us to, if there is an extension in 5 years, is this just going to say, well, Coastal Commission gave us a blessing for 20 years, so we don't have to, have any consideration. That's one. And two, if there's no, new sort of restart or continuation for the 20 years, or something happens to the plant, like in San Onofre, things happen. Does that mean that then there won't be a phase 2 if for some reason PG&E is not able to continue?
So, Commissioner Escalante, on your first question, we are very clear in their staff report and the conditions that the Commission is approving a CDP for 5 years and a conditioned consistency certification that just sets a framework for mitigation should PG&E receive the necessary approvals from the legislature, from the other regulatory agencies, and from this commission moving forward. So this is not an approval to operate beyond 2030. I want to be really clear about that. But should that approval occur, there is a framework for mitigation that we have already established. And so we do feel pretty confident that we are not presupposing any type of action past 2030 at this point. But we are set up in case there is an action moving forward to know what the mitigation would look like. And then, what was your second question? Can you repeat? Oh, and then what happens if there is no phase 2? So if PG&E doesn't receive approvals to operate beyond 2030, then they would immediately go into decommissioning. They would have to start, and that actually would need to start sooner rather than later, because there's a long lead time in that process. And so it is my expectation that we would then be looking at what are the mitigation needs under the Coastal Act for decommissioning, and in essence would likely simply look to move those phase 2 options into our decommissioning discussions with PG&E. Now that's not part of this proposal, obviously, but that's our expectation.
Did you have something, Sarah?
Oh, I was going to add that one of our conditions here is that if PG&E does not propose to go beyond this current phase, we are requiring them to come to us for an amended CDP for a decommissioning action or any other disposition of the plant. So we will be looking at them again, no matter what they do, whatever they decide to do as far as seeking operations beyond 2030 or not.
Okay. And since we're kind of just going through this exercise of future telling, looking in a glass ball. So what could sort of prevent that from derailing, say, the commitments anyway for any kind of more mitigation or the follow through of this mitigation if the argument about rates and the argument about cost comes up again? If, say, we get to that point and it's just like, no, now we're littered with data centers. Now we're never going to meet any of our, energy and climate goals, because right now we're on, a fast track towards that. How, what are our tools at that point? If once again those other agencies or the utility come forward and say, oh, what you guys are asking for is going to, make everybody bankrupt even more than where we were today.
So again, I think when we were working on this proposal, we were making every effort to set it up in a way that would minimize impacts to ratepayers, which is why the kind of framework of a first right of refusal that requires a conservation as part of the sale was sort of what we arrived on as a way to minimize impacts to ratepayers. But that ultimately is up to the CPUC. The CPUC will review all these actions and make determination about whether that's an acceptable, whatever the ultimate appraised value and cost to be passed on to ratepayers is determined to be. CPUC will need to approve that. And at that point, if the CPUC does make a finding and that it is not an acceptable cost to the ratepayers, then PG&E would need to come back to this commission with a new mitigation package. We would need to start over again because we are relying on the effectuation of these items to move forward to get mitigation under the Coastal Act. And if they're not able to go forward, then we would have to come back and think about a new mitigation package.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. For more than 40 years, you guys all know, this power plant has been exacted an enormous toll on the very ocean it overlooks. And we have decided it's the price we've been willing to pay to keep the lights on. But I want to be clear, it's a price paid not by the company, but by the ocean itself, and by the public, and by future generations. We all recognize there's nothing free. Ratepayers have shouldered and always will shoulder the costs. It's a pay me now or pay me later. Shareholders pocket the gains, while the ratepayers shoulder the cost, just as they have for decades. Profits of $2.2 billion in 2023 and profits of $2.4 billion in 2024. And yes, I certainly appreciate, and we can all appreciate PG&E's community involvement, importance to the local economy, but that does not erase the ecological debt still owed. When we consider the decades of harm already inflicted on the ecosystem and the continued destruction that will occur at a minimum through 2030 under the plant's extended operations, protecting the entire 12,000 acres of Diablo Canyon lands is far more than justified. It's essential. My colleagues have spoken about the uncertainty. We have no idea what the future is going to hold, and that's why I think it's imperative upon us to act now. Being in local government, we tend to kick the can down the road. We study and we wait for this and we wait for that, and there's never a perfect opportunity. But we have the bird in the hand now to protect the entire 12,000 acres. And I think after decades of taxpayer-funded benefit and what really is incalculable environmental loss, it's time for an investment that finally pays the people back through lasting protections of the lands that remain. I have not been convinced that we cannot secure the permanent protections of the 12,000 acres now. And I just want to emphasize that, again, this is not just an act of preservation, it's an overdue act of ecological restitution. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will not be supporting the motion as I anticipate will be made.
Understood. Thank you. Commissioner Wilson, briefly, and then I'll entertain a motion if we're ready.
I'm not going to make the motion, but I do want to I just want to say a couple things. One is there has been some movement today, and I want to be focused on that too, because walking in the room, there's a couple things that we're walking out that we move forward. One is that nonprofit and tribal conservation organizations have been added to the list of potential owners and managers of these conserved lands, and there's been a 5-year extension in terms of the holding as well. So those were added as part of this. I also want to say I concur with, and I disagree with PG&E's assessment on the environmental review, and that I concur with staff's assessment under sections 30230 and 30231 to the extent of the marine biological resources impacts. And I just want to make sure it's clear in the findings that we, or at least I, will make a decision based on those findings in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And for my part, I think it'll come as no surprise based on my opening comments. I'm going to align myself with Vice Chair Hart, and again, with much gratitude for all the work that has brought us to this point. Commissioner Lopez, I think you volunteered to make the motion, and seeing no further requests to speak, I'll turn the mic over to you to do so.
I don't think that was me. I don't have it up in front of me. I heard someone ahead of me. Maybe I was wrong with that.
I can.
Apologies. Okay, Vice Chair Hart, are you ready?
Commissioner, are you okay with if I go ahead and make the motion and you could second?
That works.
All right. All right. In that case, I move the commission approve coastal development permit 9-25-0739 pursuant to the staff recommendation, along with the amendments that have been made today with regard to the length of time, et cetera, that Cassidy mentioned. I'm asking for a yes vote.
And I will second that.
That's
on the CDP. That's on the CDP.
That's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Lopez. They're asking for a yes vote. May we have a roll call, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson?
No.
Jackson, no. Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodoff?
Aye.
Nodoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley?
No.
O'Malley, no. Commissioner Escalante?
No.
Escalante, no. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 9 yes, 3 no.
The motion carries.
Are you prepared for the second motion? All right. I'm now going to move to the consistency certification. I move the commission conditionally concur with consistency certification CC-0003-23 on the grounds that, if modified in accordance with the conditions recommended by staff previously and today, the project described therein would be consistent with the enforceable policies of the California Coastal Management Program. I'm asking for a yes vote.
Lopez seconds.
Thank you. That's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Lopez. They're asking for a yes vote. May we have a roll call, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nodoff?
No.
Nodoff, no. Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner O'Malley?
No.
O'Malley, no. Commissioner Escalante?
No.
Escalante, no. Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 9 yes, 3 no.
Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you so much to everyone for your engagement. We are going to take a break. Please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We are back, and we've got just a couple things left today. I think our next item is item 11, the Deputy Director's Report for the North Coast District.
Absolutely. Thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. We just have one lonely little item in the North Coast Deputy Director's Report. which is a consolidated waiver for a last mile fiber optic project in the city of Arcata. We are not aware of any opposition to this item, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Any speakers?
None.
Great. Do 3 or more commissioners object to this item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that brings us to item 14, the Deputy Director's report for the North Central Coast District.
That's right. We're to item number 14, and I think you're going to get a Zoom parade for the rest of the day. In the North Central Coast District Director's report this month, we're reporting 4 emergency permits, 3 in Marin County and 1 in Pacifica. These are simply being reported for notification purposes. We don't actually need commission concurrence, so unless anyone has any questions about those items, we can move on.
Any questions? Seeing none, let's move on. Thank you, Mr. Carl.
I would just like to report, before moving on to the next item, there is some good news in the DD's report today. The commission will recall that you approved Caltrans bridge replacement project for the Lagunitas Creek Bridge in Marin County. That was about a year ago. One of the central issues at the hearing was the disposition of a large redwood tree that Caltrans had slated for removal. And at that time, the commission made it pretty clear to Caltrans that every effort had to be made to save the tree, and that its removal was only going to be allowed if there were no feasible other alternatives. And staff, of course, was tasked with ensuring that no stone was left unturned and helping to look for those alternatives. Well, I'm happy to report that Caltrans took that direction seriously, and ultimately they found a way to preserve the tree. They came to an agreement with PG&E. So that's a happy outcome, and I just want to say thank you to our transportation team and also our colleagues at Caltrans for all the extra effort and to find a good solution there. And that project will start construction this spring, and that's expected to last about a year. So unless anyone has questions about that one, we can move to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Any questions?
Just thank you, Caltrans.
Just thank you, Caltrans. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank you,
Mr. Carl.
So that will take us down to item 15.1A, and this is an appeal in San Mateo County, and we have Isabel Cooper on the Zoom to give our staff presentation. We do have a PowerPoint for this.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Item 15.1A is an appeal of a San Mateo County coastal permit approval for a new single-family residence with an attached garage and ADU in the unincorporated El Granada area of San Mateo County. Slide 1 shows a rendering of the county-approved project as seen from San Carlos Avenue. Next slide, please. The project site outlined in red on slide 2 is a roughly 7,000 square foot parcel within an existing developed residential neighborhood adjacent to the Montecito riparian corridor, which is the green vegetated area to the center left on this slide. Next slide, please. Slide 3 shows a rendering of the county approved residence from both east and west elevations at the top, as well as a site plan with the house noted in green and the lot lines in red at the bottom. As you can see, the development envelope has been tucked up against San Carlos Avenue and as far from the riparian corridor as possible. As you can also see, the structure steps down a steep slope and includes a roughly 1,700 square foot single family residence, a nearly 800 square foot ADU, and a nearly 400 square foot attached garage, all told a total of about 2,800 square feet of residential development. The appellant contends that the approved development raises LCP consistency issues related primarily to sensitive habitats and zoning variances. Next slide, please. Excuse me. In terms of habitat issues, the appellant contends that the approved development is inconsistent with LCP provisions protecting riparian and wetland habitats associated with the Montecito riparian corridor, including that the development is sited within required habitat buffer areas. The Montecito riparian corridor is associated with San Agustin Creek, an intermittent creek some 100 feet west of the project site, meaning towards the top and off screen in this image. Several biological resource evaluations and boundary delineations have been completed for the site, and the most recent of which is represented on slide 4, showing in green the boundary of the riparian corridor. The LCP requires a 30-foot buffer from the edge of riparian vegetation, which is shown here as the combination of the yellow and orange areas, but this buffer can be reduced to 20 feet, which is shown here as just the yellow area. The 20-foot buffer can be applied where there are no other feasible building sites on the property. As you can see from the footprint of the development outlined in red, the majority of the home is located outside of the 30-foot buffer, and all of the development is located outside of the 20-foot buffer. Given the LCP's allowance for as little as a 20-foot buffer in cases like this, staff believes that the project can be found LCP consistent in terms of required buffers. The appellant also asserts that wetlands are present on site, as well as potentially within 100 feet on adjacent properties also located along the Montecito riparian corridor, and that the proposed development is within LCP required wetland buffers. However, the site-specific wetland delineation did not demonstrate wetlands, and the report that covered off-site areas did not suggest that wetlands were present there either. All of this was reviewed by Commission's ecologist, who concluded that the resources in question was riparian habitat and not wetlands. All of this is covered in more detail in the addendum that was distributed yesterday. Next slide, please. The appellant also contends that the county-approved reduced front yard setback is excessive, and suggests that an alternative design with a smaller scale and footprint should have instead been considered to assure required front yard setbacks could be accommodated. The LCP typically requires a 20-foot front yard setback as illustrated by the red dash line on slide 5. However, in this case, the county approved a reduced 3-foot front yard setback shown by the green dash line on the slide. The county found that strict adherence to the front yard setback requirements would have further restricted the development potential of a site which is already constrained by the riparian corridor and buffers. Commission staff concur with the county's conclusion that the reduced front yard setback, which is consistent with the LCP and has been applied to adjacent residential developments in the vicinity, allows for a development which is comparable in size and scale to other homes in the neighborhood while still conforming to habitat and other setback requirements. Next slide, please. In short, it appears that the county's approval adequately addressed LCP provisions as they relate to riparian and wetland habitats, and that the county applied front setback reduction is consistent with what is allowed under the LCP, and these issues do not rise to the level of a substantial issue. This outcome suggests that the commission need not become further involved in this case, and staff recommends the commission find that no substantial issue exists with respect to the county-approved project's conformity with the LCP. The single motion and resolution to do so is found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing and I'll turn it over to Simone.
Yes, we have 2 on Zoom. Lenny Roberts. I've moved you to panelists, and then also Peter Prowse.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and commissioners. I'm Lenny Roberts, legislative advocate for Green Foothills, the appellant. In 1972, I carried petitions for Prop 20 and have also served as a coastal commissioner. County planning determined that the proposed project is appealable to your commission in part based on the presumption that there are wetlands within 100 feet of the subject property. We strongly agree. Please find substantial issue. There's a thriving arroyo willow forest that covers the adjacent undeveloped property to the west, which is mapped as part of the Montecito riparian corridor, which you saw on your earlier slide. No comprehensive biological survey has been done on the adjacent property. It's highly likely that wetlands are on this site. The reason I say that is that 2 wetland plants were identified in 2004 on the subject property prior to acquisition by the current owners. A biological report dated October 15, 2004, prepared by Tom Mahoney of Albion Environmental, identified slough sledge, an obligate wetland species, and spreading rush, a facultative wetland species that had been growing on the subject property and were resprouting after unpermitted clearing of the arroyo willows. Revegetation of this area required by the county back then failed due to a lack of proper care, which should have included weeding and watering during the first 3 years. Habitats, we know, can change over time, in this case due to removal of the shady willow canopy, but these on-site wetland species strongly support the likelihood of wetlands in the adjacent Montecito riparian corridor. Regarding the coastal development permit, condition of approval number 91 requires recordation of a deed restriction requiring compliance with performance standards for riparian and buffer areas, but does not specifically prohibit construction of pathways, walkways, patios, and the like within the buffer. As such, this condition is vague and is problematic, if not impossible, to enforce. It needs more specificity. Condition 91's requirement to minimize removal of vegetation within the deed restricted area should include an exception for highly flammable invasive species now growing on the dry upland portion of the property. And these include Scotch broom, French broom, pampas grass, and coyote bush. The extreme variance to allow a miserly 3-foot setback in front where 20 feet are required would result in an 85% intrusion into the setback on a narrow substandard street. Where will all the occupants of the proposed 3-story, 5-bedroom house and ADU be able to park? How will emergency vehicles access nearby home? Please find substantial issues so the house can be scaled back and adequate protections for the deed restricted area can be included. Thanks for all your work on behalf of the California coast.
Thank you. Next, we have the representative, Peter Prowse. Peter, if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Peter Prowse. I'm the representative of the applicant, Elizabeth Lacasia. I am here, I think, with our project team, including my client, Ms. Lacasia, the architect, as well as the biologists who are here to answer any questions if they come up from the commissioners. I would like to commend staff. We support the staff recommendation to find no substantial issue here. This has been a 20-year odyssey for Ms. Lacasia and her late husband, Rod. This project has gone through 4 different successively smaller designs to fit it within a small portion of the corner of the property to avoid any sensitive LCP issues. And we're hopeful that this odyssey can come to a conclusion today. Here's the street. The project, the property is at the end of the street. It's a dead-end street. You can see the cars have no trouble parking down there. Next slide, please. This is a figure prepared by the architect showing the setbacks. Unlike many of the neighboring properties, which include some of the project opponents, this project complies with all resource-related LCP setback requirements. Even if there were wetlands on an adjacent property, as Ms. Roberts contends, which we dispute and which the Coastal Commission staff agree with us on, the project would still comply. That's all shown on this slide. All the portions of the project that actually touch the ground are more than 30 feet from any riparian or wetland boundary. And if there were any doubt, as staff noted, the LCP allows for reduced setbacks, and the county made appropriate findings in that regard, as staff has correctly noted. Next slide, please. This is just the area overview. The property is in the lower left. It's that small red triangle. You can see the size of this property in relation to some of the adjacent properties, as well as the numbers on a number of different houses here signify those houses which also enjoy an encroachment into the front setback. And we agree there's no substantial issue and would ask for that you dismiss this appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have 3 that are just available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. So now we will close the public hearing and ask if our staff has any response.
I can start off, and then I have a specific question that probably passed to Isabel. I mean, one thing, this question about whether this is a wetland versus a riparian corridor, we looked at that pretty closely, and water courses like this can exhibit wetland characteristics. It doesn't make them a wetland, but we work closely with our ecologist, and Dr. Pausch is on the Zoom too. If you want further detail about that determination, we came to the conclusion that this was a riparian habitat, and thus we applied the riparian habitat sorts of requirements, which this project meets under the LCP. And then with respect to the buffer, the deed restriction does prohibit future development in the buffer. And so that's a requirement that went along with the county's permit. So we believe that that's adequate protection for that buffer area. And then, like I said, I would note that Dr. Pausch is online if you have kind of further biological questions. And then Isabel, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I think you covered that all. Well, just to note, the county also included a condition approval regarding landscaping within the 30-foot buffer as well, minimizing removal of riparian vegetation and requiring replacement with native species for any additional encroachment into that buffer.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'll return to the commission, ask if there are any questions, comments, or I'll entertain a motion for no substantial issue. Commissioner Nada.
Thank you. I appreciate staff's clarification on this. I did want to say that I have concerns about this one because, as the staff report says, this is one of several lots in this repair that could be precedential for other development around this riparian corridor. So I would maybe like to look at it further on riparian and wetlands impacts. The parking, I think we're are getting more comfortable with not accommodating parking as much as we used to, but I did want to raise concern about the precedential impacts on this. Do you see, are there others in the pike that because it does seem like they're routinely disregarding, or they're routinely doing exceptions to the front setbacks at least.
I'm not aware of others in the pipeline, but Isabel may know a little bit more about that. But in terms of precedents, there are these kinds of these lots. They're all over the place in the coastal zone where there's some habitat constraints. And what we saw in this case is that the county applied those standards, which is the 30-foot setback that could be moved down to 20 feet. And so in large degree, the precedent is that they followed the LCP. And to note that what Mr. Prowse indicated, which is accurate, which is the incursions that are beyond the 30-foot limit, which is the standard riparian setback limit, those are all they're elevated structures. So those are some of the decks and stuff like that that extend, roughly to 25 feet, I think, give or take. But do you know, Isabel, about other sorts of projects that might be in the pipeline, to Commissioner Nada's question?
No, unfortunately, and the county was not available today for questions. I do know the adjacent property, I believe, is also zoned as residential and is currently vacant, but I'm not aware of any plans in the pipeline, so to speak, for any additional development in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I was thinking that since the commission's going to be meeting in Half Moon Bay in February, we might be able to take a look at it then, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners, comments, questions, or a motion? Please, I would entertain a motion.
Seems to be the day for me to make motions. All right. I move the commission determine that appeal number A-2-SMC-25-0051 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Lopez seconds.
Okay, thank you. That's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Lopez. They're asking for a yes vote. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
No.
Nuttall, no. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson. Not in the room. Commissioner O'Malley.
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 9 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. No substantial issue has been found. Okay, now we'll move on to item 16, the Deputy Director's report for the Central Coast District.
Yes, that brings us to item 16. And in the Central Coast District Director's report this month, we're reporting 2 waivers, one for improvements to the concrete pier structure at Lovers Point in Pacific Grove, and one for state parks improvements at their Seabright State Beach Unit in the city of Santa Cruz. In terms of the latter, I'd note we did receive some objections, essentially suggesting that the ADA improvements at San Lorenzo Point are not sufficient and that the project should be expanded. I would note that there are currently no ADA improvements at San Lorenzo Point, and thus folks with disabilities are hard pressed to access this area at all currently. So the improvements that State Parks proposes will mean that ADA users will have safe access to this popular overlook area for the first time. And the view here provides a stunning panorama up and down coast, takes in Santa Cruz Main Beach, the Beach Boardwalk Amusement Park, and the Santa Cruz Wharf. And the ADA improvements proposed mean that ADA users will be able to access this view as well for the first time. And so we believe this to be a good project, one that is supported by the city and the neighborhood association, as you can see in the correspondence package for this item, and one that will provide tangible public access enhancements and improvements at a very popular visitor destination. So we continue to recommend the waiver. Past that, we're not aware of any objections or controversy regarding the other waiver. And so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object to the items in the report. And if not, then the commission will concur.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Any ex partes? Any speakers, Simone?
Yes, you have one, Robert Russell. And let me go ahead and promote him to panel. Robert, can you unmute yourself? Let's try it this way. Robert Russell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Do I not get 3 minutes?
2 is standard, sir.
You get 2 minutes, Robert. Go for it.
Just 2 minutes, all right.
Yes.
Commissioners, I acknowledge your service. Are your brains full yet? What a day. On the whole American West Coast, this little park, Seabright Overlook, is unique. It's not just another state park. It is famous as a site where in 1885, 3 Hawaiian princes introduced surfing to America. This history is a source of pride for Santa Cruz. If this park is to be changed, it deserves the very best reconfiguration we can create. The state plan presented here today for a waiver is both ill-conceived and inexplicably ADA non-conforming, given that ADA funds are being expended. There exists a practical, fully conforming alternative plan already designed by a renowned landscape architect, Gregory Cole. Please see my letter, which is included in your package, I hope. For a decade, I've shared a fence with the park, and we see hundreds of visitors during stretches of good weather. 100 a day is not unusual, and sunsets, for example, typically draw 50 viewers. People come to this unique park to see the river flowing to the Pacific, and the best view you can get is right at the fence. The problem is the existing plan offered to the commissioners only gets handicapped people halfway in. There is an alternative plan which allows fully access to the western fence, so the whole best view can be seen by handicapped people. An evolving and new difficulty is electric bikes and their danger in mixing with people on foot. Any new configuration should prohibit all motorized vehicles, including electric bikes. Suitable signage should also include the statement, "No beach access," in both English and Spanish. This is a unique coastal park, and since it is practical, should provide for full ADA access, not just partial. Please deny the waiver and require full ADA compliance for this coastal jewel. Going forward, there should also be a well-publicized neighborhood meeting to
Thank you, Robert. That concludes our public speaking.
Okay, thank you very much. Do 3 or more commissioners object?
Do you want to take it back to staff?
Would staff like me to take it back to them? Staff?
I'll just note, this is Kiana Ford with the Central Coast District. I'm a planner in their office. If you guys have any questions, we're welcome to answer them. I'll just note that the current proposal from State Parks does allow ADA accessibility out to the western point of the park. There is a small section where the elevation and slope of the park is too great for ADA users, but it does allow that full view to the river and to the beach. And lastly, I will note that there are interpretive panels proposed as part of the project, and so that will be included in this design as well. And we're happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So I'll entertain questions. Commissioner Jackson.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ford, so real quickly on the ADA access. So what I'm getting is that what they're proposing is the best we can do based on the slope and the terrain.
That's correct. Yeah, the proposal is very minor grading at the site, which is something that we would support, and it also allows for better drainage at the site. This area is subject to erosion, and so the design allows for the erosion to be less significant in this area. So that's also a key component of the design.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Yeah, I have an ex parte that I wanted to make sure. I think it's an ex parte, get it out there. Still fairly new at this thing. But I did meet with City Manager Matt Mogensen, as well as Mayor Nick Smith back in September, on September 29th. And we went for a walk there at Lovers Point. And this was mentioned to me as a project that they were hoping to get moving. And at the time, I did reach out to staff just to share. I thought there was a miscommunication around a report. And that's the extent of my communications. I missed this one on the agenda, so my apologies.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I missed your hand in that shelf. So, okay, are there any further questions, or do 3 or more commissioners wish to remove any item from the Deputy Director's report? Seeing none, the commission concurs. Thank you. And that brings us to our final item for today, I believe, which is item 18A.
Yes, that's correct. It does take us down to 18A, and this is an appeal in Morro Bay. And I'd like to ask Sarah McGregor, the planner who's assigned this item, to give our staff presentation. We do have a PowerPoint for this one too.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Item 18A is an appeal of a City of Morro Bay coastal development permit amendment to slightly modify lot lines and the parameters of an approved but not yet built single-family residence on an undeveloped lot. Slide 1 shows a rendering of the proposed house post-construction in white, roughly in the middle behind the telephone pole. Next slide, please. The project is located on a vacant parcel sandwiched between Main Street and Tide Avenue, inland of Highway 1 in the northern end of the City of Morro Bay, noted on slide 2 by the red star. A stream known as No Name Creek bisects the project site, where that creek is LCP designated as ESHA and subject to the LCP's ESHA and ESHA buffer provisions. Next slide, please. And slide 3 zooms in on the site and surrounding area, with the currently vacant site noted in green, the currently developed lot noted in blue, and the rough location of No Name Creek shown in dashed green within the larger lot. The city approved a CDP in 2010, creating these two lots and authorizing a single-family residence on the new green lot, where the blue lot already contained a home at that time. However, the city's action did not provide for driveway access to the proposed new house, and the house was not constructed at the time. Subsequently, the city modified the original CDP to shift the lot lines to provide a little more space on the green lot to allow for the not yet constructed residence to be located as far away from the creek as possible, and modified the allowable building envelope accordingly. The city also allowed for a permeable paver driveway adjacent to the creek to access the building envelope from Main Street. Next slide, please. Slide 4 shows a site plan view with the already built house site in blue, the to-be-built house building envelope in red, the new driveway location in gray, and the required conservation easement area in green, with the rough location of No Name Creek shown in dashed green within that area. The appeal primarily contends that the city-approved project raises LCP consistency questions related to ESHA and ESHA buffers, other approvals, water quality, and violations. The LCP's primary standard for buffers from ESHA is 50 feet, and in this case, the proposed residence is located entirely outside of that buffer, including because the shared lot line has been moved to allow the residence to be located at the furthest point on the lot from the creek. As to the driveway, portions of the driveway are within about 15 feet of the ESHA, but the LCP allows for buffers as small as 10 feet if the site is unusable for its principal purpose without a setback reduction, and if the reduction is the minimum necessary to allow the use after all practical design modifications are evaluated. In this case, the city-approved project meets both criteria, including because there is no other way for vehicles to access the building envelope, and the driveway has been moved as far away from the ESHA as possible. The approval also includes other habitat protection measures, including a conservation easement and full restoration in the green areas here and extending off this slide to the right. A total of some 29,000 square feet of restoration, a grade separation of about 10 feet from the creek elevation to the driveway elevation, the use of permeable pavers for the driveway, and erosion and sediment control requirements, all of which serve to provide additional protection to the habitat, including in terms of water quality concerns. As to the other appeal contentions, the city-approved project appears to have received all other required agency approvals, and the proposed driveway width is LCP consistent. Finally, the appellant alleges that there has been unpermitted willow removal at the site. It does in fact appear that some vegetation associated with No Name Creek was in fact removed at some point from the vacant parcel without a CDP, thus constituting a violation. The LCP requires that violations like this be corrected in order to allow for CDP approval, and this CDP includes the habitat restoration requirements I previously described, which will also serve to address this violation. Next slide, please. In short, the changes to the project in front of you today on appeal serve to move already allowed house development further away from ESHA and to provide code-required ingress and egress, all in a manner that is allowed under the LCP. As a result, staff recommends that the Commission determine that the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial issue and that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. The single motion necessary to implement this recommendation is found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes to report? Okay, seeing none. We just checking Zoom. All right, we'll open the public hearing. And Commissioner Nodoff, do you have? No? Okay. Open the public hearing and I'll turn it over to Simone and Chris. Thank you.
Hi. Yes. We have two speakers. One's not showing up. We have Ann Schonauer and Kevin Merck. Kevin Merck, if you are available, just use the hand function on Zoom so we can see you. And then we have Christy Fry available for questions. So Ann, let me go ahead and move you to panelists real quick.
I think Kevin Merck is listed under Sarah McGregor. He was having trouble with the Zoom login, so I think he's in the attendee mode right now.
Okay, let us look for him real quick again. For now, Ann Schonauer, you can go ahead and speak if you like. And if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for hearing me out today. I wanted to first provide some pictures of like the actual site that aren't just maps, so you guys can kind of see what's going on. So this is a view from the creek going towards that existing house, and basically where all those wood chip piles have been dumped, which probably isn't legal. That's where the site's going to be. So if you could flip to the next video or next picture. And so if you see here, it's actually tucked behind that house. So if you follow the line of the white that meets the green, that is going to be actually the wall they're proposing. And then the house is actually going to be tucked behind that house against those other houses that you see back there. And all that soil over there is riparian. If you walk on it, your foot will sink right through. It's very porous. So that would have to all be excavated. And then, you know, a hard pack would have to go in order to put that house there. So that does use filtration for the water. That's our only storm drain for our whole North Morro Bay. So it's very concerning that that house gets built, because you're really taking away that filtration that ultimately just flows into the ocean. And so I think that filtration is really important, should be looked at. The other thing is I'm not really confident on the easements. If you could flip to the next. So if you look here, they kind of made a new easement and carved out that riparian area. And so I'm not sure how that came about, but I think that needs to be reevaluated. I'm not sure about the measurements on that, because, or even the soil samples, because the that environment is riparian and it is being used. And some willows were cut down in that area. We all know about it. So, and then wood chips were piled on top. So that's a little concerning as well. So I would just like maybe a commissioner, somebody just take a second look at, you know, all the paperwork and all of our concerns to see, you know, what's really going on with the setbacks and the soil samples and things like that. I think the last tests that were done were quite some time ago. I think they were pretty old. I want to say maybe 2015, 2010, something like that. So anyway, I think new tests should be done, maybe some new assessments. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you. Oh, wait, one more thing. If you could go to the next slide. I forgot, I included some maps. So I looked up the policy on in Morro Bay, and I found like 3 or 4 maps that actually designate that area zoned as environmentally sensitive, a storm drain. If you could go to the next map. Can't quite see the title on that one, but all 5 maps, if you just flip through the next few, all 5 maps showed that area as being environmentally sensitive, non-buildable. And I believe when that property sold, it was known that that was not going to be a buildable site too. So I'm not sure how all that transpired. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, and so we sent the email to Kevin Merks, who was using Sarah McGregor's. We're going to see, hopefully he can hop back on. Other than that, that completes it, and we just had Christy Fry, who's available for questions.
Okay, let's just give Mr. McGurk's 1 minute.
Christy Fry has her hands up, so I'm going to let her talk, see what she...
Thank you. Okay.
Christy been promoted. If you can unmute yourself.
We're just waiting a minute to see if he's a...
Are you guys able to hear
Christy
me?
Fry? Yes, we can hear you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is Christy Fry. Sorry, I know Kevin Merck did want to speak as well, But while we're waiting for him to connect, I'll try to do a little explanation on the setback concerns of the. I'm a civil engineer and a land surveyor. I was not involved in the project at the time this was originally approved. That civil engineer surveyor has since retired, and I've just been helping out to fill in the blanks here. This property was mapped environmentally in 2015, I believe, and Kevin Merck prepared the biology report for the habitat restoration. The ESHA setback, the 25-foot ESHA setback buffer, was monumented in the ground with permanent markers by a surveyor. And so those are valid locations that can be retraced at any time. The ESHA setback established at that time does, even if it did change in real life, does not change. It was monumented at that time on the map based on information provided, and the applicant has actually dedicated, let's see what that total area is. The parcel 2 there, the green parcel, is 34,321 square feet. So it's pretty close to an acre, and he is left with a 5,452 square foot building envelope to put his home in. He's given up a lot of the property as conservation easement. My understanding, and I will let Kevin speak to it more if he can get on in the meeting, is that all of the weed abatement that's been done out there was done under his direction or under the city's direction. As far as weed abatement has been the vegetation removal. And when everything is finished on this, the restoration plan will bring it back to where it needs to be, even if something may have been over or under, or wood chips accidentally got in a place they weren't. The final restoration plan has to be signed off by the city with a 2-year monitoring plan once it is revegetated. And it looks like I'm about running out of time, so if anybody has any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Kevin Merck.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry for that. Kevin Merck here. Thank you, Chair Harmon and commissioners. I'm the project biologist and here to answer questions, and just wanted to say that your staff did a great job pulling all those pieces together and providing a staff report that is consistent and that I support. And as far as any questions that you may have pertaining to biology, ESHA, I'm here to answer them.
Okay,
That
great.
concludes it.
Thank you very much. I will ask our staff if they'd like to make any closing comments.
Yeah, I'll just note a quick couple things in response to the appellant's presentation. So the site is designated on the LCP ESHA map, and that designation triggers the requirement for a biological assessment, and that assessment is what defined the ESHA buffers and the setbacks. And as Ms. Fry said during her presentation, those buffers are required to be surveyed by a licensed surveyor and verified. And again, I would just note that this amendment serves to move the development envelope further away from the ESHA compared to the already approved version of this project. And with that, we're available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the commission. Questions, comments, or a motion for no substantial issue?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Thank you very much.
I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-MRB-25-0048 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Kelly, a second by Commissioner Nodoff, and they're asking for a yes vote. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Kelly, yes. Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Oh, Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nadoff?
Aye.
Nadoff, yes. Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson? Commissioner O'Malley?
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. No substantial issue has been found. Commissioner Lopez, we love seeing the honorary coastal commissioner with you there. Okay, so we're done for
I got
today.
one more for you.
We love it.
Oh, yeah.
So how many votes do you get now? Oh.
I get 3 votes, right? I think she counts for all of us.
Okay, before we adjourn, I just want to remind everyone that we're meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to finish closed session. I'm looking at, yes, okay, we indeed are. All right, see y'all tomorrow morning.